Not me, not this girl. I love Marcel. At the end of the day, you might vote.
What's up, Daniel? What's up, buddy? How you doing today? Yo, yo, yo. Oh my God, dude, are you kidding me right now? Fuck.
Say it like that, Danny. We
There you go. We're ready now. Baby, I got you on the screen. Got you on the screen. What's up, everybody? I know Daniel was in here. Daniel was in here. Let's do this with him. Let's do it this way. Here we go. Let's go. Let's listen to. I'm going to jump up here. Jump on here. Audio books. Never free public domain. Listen. I'm here for you, y'all.
Chapter 10 of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, May 2008. Cleopatra by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 10 Cleopatra and Antony. How far Cleopatra was influenced in her determination to espouse the cause of Antony rather than that of Brutus and Cassius in the civil war described in the last chapter, by gratitude to Caesar, and how far, on the other hand, by personal interest in Antony, the reader must judge. Cleopatra had seen Antony, it will be recollected, some years before, during his visit to Egypt, when she was a young girl. She was doubtless well acquainted with his character. It was a character peculiarly fitted, in some respects, to captivate the imagination of a woman so ardent and impulsive and bold as Cleopatra was fast becoming. Antony had, in fact, made himself an object of
Lucy, what's up,
interest
Lucy?
throughout
Hi, baby.
by his wild and eccentric manners and reckless conduct, and by the very extraordinary vicissitudes which had marked his
Please hit
career.
me that like button. Shout out to the 4 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Abandoned and depraved as it was possible to be. In early life, as has already been stated, he plunged into such a course of dissipation and extravagance that he became utterly and hopelessly ruined, or rather, he would have been so, had he not, by the influence of that magic power of fascination which such characters often possess, succeeded
I'm
in
doing good,
gaining a
man.
great ascendancy
Bruce.
over a young man of immense fortune, named Curio, who for a time upheld him by becoming surety for his debts. This resource, however, soon failed, and Antony was compelled to abandon Rome, and to live for some years as a fugitive and exile, in dissolute wretchedness and want. During all the subsequent vicissitudes through which he passed in the course of his career, the same habits of lavish expenditure continued whenever he had funds at his command. This trait of character took the form sometimes of a noble generosity. In his campaigns, the plunder which he acquired he usually divided among his soldiers, reserving nothing for himself. This made his men enthusiastically devoted to him, and led them to consider his prodigality as a virtue, even when they did not themselves derive any direct advantage from it. 1,000 stories were always in circulation in Camp of Acts on his part, illustrating his reckless disregard of the value of money, some ludicrous, and all eccentric and strange. In his personal habits, too, he was as different as possible from other men. He prided himself on being descended from Hercules, and he affected a style of dress and a general air and manner in accordance with the savage character of this his pretended ancestor. His features were sharp, his nose was arched and prominent, and he wore his hair and beard very long, as long, in fact, as he could make them grow. These peculiarities imparted to his countenance a very wild and ferocious expression. He adopted a style of dress, too, which, judged of with reference to the prevailing fashions of the time, gave to his whole appearance a rough, savage, and reckless air. His manner and demeanor corresponded with his dress and appearance. He lived in habits of the most unreserved familiarity with his soldiers. He associated freely with them, ate and drank with them in the open air, and joined in their noisy mirth and rude and boisterous hilarity. His commanding powers of mind and the desperate recklessness of his courage enabled him to do all this without danger. These qualities inspired in the minds of the soldiers a feeling of profound respect for their commander, and this good opinion he was enabled to retain, notwithstanding such habits of familiarity with his inferiors as would have been fatal to the influence of an ordinary man. In the most prosperous portion of Antony's career, for example, during the period immediately preceding the death of Caesar, he addicted himself to vicious indulgences of the most open, public, and shameless character. He had around him a a sort of court formed of jesters, tumblers, mountebanks, play actors, and other similar characters of the lowest and most disreputable class. Many of these companions were singing and dancing girls,
Shout out to the 5 people in chat. Thank you guys. I'll be right back.
in the arts of their respective professions, but all totally corrupt and depraved. Public sentiment, even in that age and nation, strongly condemned this conduct. The people were pagans, it is true, but it is a mistake to suppose that the formation of a moral sentiment in the community against such vices as these is a work which Christianity alone can perform. There is a law of nature, in the form of an instinct universal in the race, imperiously enjoining that the connection of the sexes shall consist of the union of one man with one woman, and that woman his wife, and very sternly prohibiting every other. So that there has probably never been a community in the world so corrupt that a man could practice in it such vices as those of Antony, without not only violating his own sense of right and wrong, but also bringing upon himself the general condemnation of those around him. Still, the world is prone to be very tolerant in respect to the vices of the grade. Such exalted personages as Antony seem to be judged by a different standard from common men. Even in the countries where those who
What's up,
occupy
Ian? What's going on, buddy?
trust or power are
I'm almost done with this one, guys, but I don't know which one I want to do next. What one should I do next, guys? Which one should I do next? Let me know. Which one you think I should do next?
Such inquiry being condemned
I'll show them to you.
irrelevant and improper, and they
I'll show them to you after I get done with this one. I'm almost done with this one. I got another 15 minutes on this one.
To common men. But notwithstanding the influence of Antony's rank and power in shielding him from public censure, he carried his excesses to such
What
an
up, buddy?
extreme that his conduct
I see
was
you,
very
Ian.
loudly and very generally condemned. He would spend all the night in carousals, and then the next day would appear in public staggering in the streets. Sometimes he would enter the tribunals for the transaction of business when he was so intoxicated that it would be necessary for friends to come to his assistance to conduct him away. In some of his journeys in the neighborhood of Rome, he would take a troop of companions with him of the worst possible character, and travel with them openly and without shame. There was a certain
I was thinking
actress
about doing
named
one of yours,
Cinderella,
Cassie. I was.
whom he made his companion on one such occasion. She was born
I was thinking about really
on
honestly.
his train, and he carried about with him a vast collection of gold and silver plate and of splendid
I'll show you the one that I was really.
together with an endless supply
Interstate, what's up,
of
buddy?
various articles of food
What's up,
and
Interstate?
wine to
These are
provide
the
for the entertainments and banquets which he was to
the ones we got up.
journey. He would sometimes stop by the roadside.
Send it to me then, Cassie.
establish
Send it to me.
kitchens, set his cooks at work to prepare a feast, spread his tables, and make a sumptuous banquet. Of the
I'm
most
thinking about doing this one next,
costly
Cassie.
and ceremonious character, all to make men wonder at the abundance and perfection of the means of luxury which he could carry with him.
I'm doing this
wherever
one
he might
next.
go. In fact, he always seemed to feel a special pleasure in doing strange,
Florida Prophet Hunter, what's up, bud?
things in order to excite
Florida Claimer said I meant.
Once on a journey, he had lions harnessed.
What's
to
a
his
Christmas
cart to
gift?
Draw his baggage in order to create a sensation. Notwithstanding the heedlessness with which Antony abandoned himself to these luxurious pleasures when at
Hi.
home, no
Ooh.
man could endure exposure and hardship better when in camp or on the field. In fact, he rushed with as much headlong
What's up,
precipitation
Tex Guy?
into difficulty and danger when abroad.
I was
as
thinking
into
about doing
expense
either
and
this one.
dissipation when at home. During his contests with Octavius and Lepidus after Caesar's death, he once had occasion to pass the Alps, which,
Oh.
with his customary recklessness, he attempted to traverse without any proper supplies of stores or means. of
I'm thinking about doing this one or that one. I'm headed towards this one. Ted.
Together
Oh,
with the troops under his
I'm leaning
command,
towards this
to the
one.
most extreme destitution and distress.
I'm literally leaning
And
towards
feed
this
on
one to
roots
do
and
next.
herbs, and finally on the bark of trees, and they barely preserved themselves by these means from actual starvation. Antony seemed, however,
I
to
have-
care nothing for all this.
Do I have any of the ones you're going to do for Christmas? It's either those two.
Same daring and determined unconcern to the
I'm
end.
almost done with that one.
In
the
same
Top Gun
campaign,
one, so
he
it's out of
found
these
himself
two.
at one time reduced to
I'm gonna go ahead and put a poll.
destitution in respect to men.
Guitar one.
His troops had been gradually
No.
wasted away until his situation
I don't know then,
had become
Cassie.
very desperate.
Oh, you just got him last
Conceived
week.
under
Oh,
these
okay.
circumstances, the most
You just got him
extraordinary
last
idea
week. I got
of
you.
going over alone to the camp of Lepidus and enticing away his rival's troops from under the very eyes of their commander.
Okay.
This bold design was
What's up, Scratchmaster? What's up, buddy?
Antony advanced alone, clothed in wretched garments, and with his matted hair and beard hanging about his breast and shoulders, up to Lepidus's lines.
You finished Brian's Woody yesterday?
Well,
How big was
seized
that
him
one?
with
I don't remember how big that one
and
was.
pitying the sad condition to which they saw that he was reduced, began to listen to what he had to say. Lepidus
30 by
did not
30.
attack him, since he and Antony
This one's a
fought
30 by 40. The
desperately
Top Gun's a
with
30 by
hostility
40.
to each other, but were only rival commanders in the same army. Ordered the trumpeters to sound in order to make a noise.
I might keep that Eagle one. I don't know. I ain't had no offers on it yet.
This interrupted the negotiation, but the men immediately disguised 2 of their number in female apparel and sent them to Antony to make arrangements with him for putting themselves under his command and offering at the same time. to
Which
murder
one? The
Lepidus
Eagle?
If he would but say the
An
word.
Eagle?
Antony charged
Shout out to the eight.
Lepidus
Appreciate you,
with
guys.
no injury. He, however, went over
Appreciate
into
it,
possession of the
guys.
camp and assumed the command of the army. He treated Lepidus himself personally with extreme politeness.
So how was everybody's day today? Monday.
Under
Oh,
his
God, we
command.
hate Mondays, man. Don't we all hate
From
Mondays?
the time of Caesar's death, Antony was married. The name of the lady was Fulvia. She was a widow at
30 by
the
40
time
Kansas
married
City
to
Chiefs?
Antony,
Oh.
and was a woman of very marked and decided character.
You said these are all
She had
Christmas
led a
presents?
wild and irregular life
You said
previous
they were
to
all
that
Christmas
time,
presents, right?
but she conceived a very strong attachment to her
So
new
let me do
husband
this real
and
quick.
devoted herself to him from the time of her marriage with the most constant fidelity. She soon
Okay.
acquired a very great ascendancy over him, and was the means of effecting a very considerable reform in his conduct and character.
Okay,
She was an ambitious and aspiring woman, and made
So,
many very
I'm going to put a
efficient
poll up and see
successful
which
efforts
ones people want me to
promote the
do.
elevation
This one
and
would be number
aggrandizement of
1.
her husband.
Guitar would be number
She
1.
appeared also to
I'll
take
put G
great
for
pride and
guitar.
pleasure in exercising over him herself a great personal control.
For a poll.
She
And
succeeded in
then
these attempts in
this
a
would
manner that
be
surprised everybody.
2W for
It seemed
weed.
astonishing to all mankind that such a
Weed-
tiger
weed
as
one.
Finn
So that's what I'm going to do.
subdued by any human power.
But let me put the
Nor
poll
was
up
it the
first.
gentleness and mildness that Fulvia gained such power
I have to put the
over her
poll up
husband.
first, so let me hold on.
She was of a very stern and masculine character, and she seems to have mastered Antony by surpassing him in the use of his own weapons. In fact, instead of attempting to soothe and mollify him, she reduced him, it seems, to the necessity of resorting to various contrivances to soften and propitiate her. Once, for example, on his return from a campaign in which he had been exposed to great dangers, he disguised himself and came home at night in the garb of a courier bearing dispatches. He caused himself to be ushered, muffled and disguised as he was, into Fulvia's apartments, where he handed her some pretended letters, which, he said, were from her husband. And while Fulvia was opening them in great excitement and trepidation, he took off his disguise and revealed himself to her by clasping her in his arms and kissing her in the midst of her amazement. Antony's marriage with Fulvia, besides being the means of reforming his morals in some degree, softened and civilized him in respect to his manners. His dress and appearance now assumed a different character. In fact, his political elevation after Caesar's death soon became very exalted, and the various democratic arts by which he had sought to raise himself to it, being now no longer necessary, were, as usual in such cases, gradually discarded. He lived in great style and splendor when at Rome, and when absent from home on his military campaigns, he began to exhibit the same pomp and parade in his equipage and in his arrangements as were usual in the camps of other Roman generals. After the battle of Philippi, described in the last chapter, Antony, who, with all his faults, was sometimes a very generous foe, as soon as the tidings of Brutus's death were brought to him, repaired immediately to the spot, and appeared to be quite shocked and concerned at the sight of the body. He took off his own military cloak or mantle, which was
I'll show you guys again which one I'm talking about. This is the weed one. This is the weed one. This is the weed one. That's for number 2, I think.
To make arrangements for funeral ceremonies of a very imposing character, as a testimony of his
How are,
respect for the deceased.
the guitar one?
In
The
these
reed one or the guitar one? That's what these are. This is the reed one.
Military cloak, which Antony
It
had
says, I'm
appropriated
blunt because God rose me that way.
the body. He did not, however, do so.
Or this one.
The cloak being very valuable, he reserved it. He withheld also a
Or this
considerable
one.
part of the money which had been given him for the expenses of the funeral.
For guitar. G for
He
guitar.
supposed that Antony would probably not inquire very closely.
Just so you guys know which ones they are.
Made for the funeral.
I'll periodically show them through the night. But
Antony,
those are the
however,
next one.
did inquire into
I mean,
them,
I'm almost done
and
with
when
that
he
one,
learned
so.
what the officer had done, he ordered him to be killed. The various political changes which occurred and the movements which took place among
Let's
the
lay back on here.
armies after the Battle of Philippi cannot be here detailed. It is sufficient to say that Antony proceeded to the eastward through Asia Minor, and in the course of the following year came to Cilicia.
Sorry, guys.
From this place he sent a messenger to Egypt, to Cleopatra, summoning her to appear before him. There were charges, he said, against her of having aided Cassius and Brutus in the late war, instead of rendering assistance to him. Whether there really were any such charges, or whether they were only fabricated by Antony as pretexts for seeing Cleopatra, the fame of whose beauty was very widely extended, does not certainly appear. However this may be, he sent the queen to come to him. The name of the messenger whom Antony dispatched on this errand was Dellius. Fulvia, Antony's wife, was not with him at this time. She had been left behind at Rome. Dellius proceeded to Egypt and appeared at Cleopatra's court. The queen was at this time about 28, but more beautiful, as was said, than ever before. Dellius was very much struck with her beauty, and with a certain fascination in her voice and conversation, of which her ancient biographers often speak as one of the most irresistible of her charms. He told her that she need have no fear of Antony. It was of no consequence, he said, what charges there might be against her. She would find that in a very few days, after she had entered into Antony's presence, she would be in great favor. She might rely, in fact, he said, on gaining very speedily an unbounded ascendancy over the general. He advised her, therefore, to proceed to Cilicia without fear, and to present herself before Antony in as much pomp and magnificence as she could command. He would answer, he said, for the result. Cleopatra, determined to follow this advice, in fact her ardent and impulsive imagination was fired with the idea of making a second time the conquest of the greatest general and highest potentate in the world. She began immediately to make provision for the voyage. She employed all the resources of her kingdom in procuring for herself the most magnificent means of display, such as expensive and splendid dresses, rich services of plate, ornaments of precious stones and of gold, and presents in great variety and of the most costly description for Antony. She appointed also a numerous retinue of attendants to accompany her, and, in a word, made all the arrangements complete for an expedition of the most imposing and magnificent character. While these preparations were going forward, she received new and frequent communications from Antony, urging her to hasten her departure, but she paid very little attention to them. It was evident that she felt quite independent, and was intending to take her own time.
Shout out to the 9 people. Appreciate you guys. Love you all, man.
Cleopatra set sail. She crossed the Mediterranean and entered the mouth of the River Cydnus. Antony was at Tarsus.
How was everybody's night tonight? How was everybody's Monday night, man? How was it the first day back at work? I need to fucking hurry up and get me a job, man. So
constructed for the occasion and had brought with her across the sea. This barge was the most magnificent and highly ornamented vessel that had ever been built. It was adorned with carvings and decorations of the finest workmanship and elaborately gilded. The sails were of purple, and the oars were inlaid and tipped with silver. Upon the deck of this barge Queen Cleopatra appeared, under a canopy of cloth of gold. She was dressed very magnificently in the costume in which Venus, the goddess of beauty, was then generally represented. She was surrounded by a company of beautiful boys, who attended upon her in the form of cupids, and fanned her with their wings. and by a group of young girls representing the nymphs and the graces. There was a band of musicians stationed upon the deck. This music guided
Junebug, what's up,
they
Junebug?
kept time to it in their rowing.
Thank you for being a member for 11 months, Junebug. I appreciate that, sweetie. It means a lot. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it so much.
As the beautiful vessel advanced on its way, the performers were provided with flutes, lyres, viols, and all the other
I only got 6 members, but I'm not worried about them, and I appreciate the people that have supported me, like Junebug.
Illustration: Meeting of Cleopatra and Antony.
John Parker. John Parker's another one that's been a member for, hold on, I wrote it all down.
The barge spread rapidly around, and the people of the country came down in crowds to the shores of the river to gaze upon it in admiration as it glided slowly along. At the time of its arrival at Tarsus,
Flo Beckwith's been a member for 6 months. Slot Savvy has been a member for 5 months. John Parker's been a member for 4 months. Anthony G's been a member for 3 months. And Daniela has been a member for 2 months. I appreciate you guys. You support me in other ways, and I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am, you do. Yes, you do.
Antony sent a messenger to bid her welcome and to invite her to come and sup with him.
Yes, you do. And I appreciate that too, Cassie.
Come and sup with her. She would accordingly expect
yes,
him
you
to
do.
come, she said, and her tents would be ready at the proper hour. Antony complied with her proposal.
I appreciate everybody in any way that they support
he
me.
was received with a magnificence and splendor which amazed him. The tents and pavilions where the entertainment was made were illuminated with an immense number of lamps. These lamps were arranged in a very ingenious and beautiful manner, so as to produce an illumination of the most surprising brilliancy and beauty. The immense number and variety, too, of the meats and wines, and of the vessels.
She's in the kitchen doing her domino. There's John Parker. Just talking about John, too, and there he is. What's up, John? Thank you for being a member, bro. I appreciate it, man. It means a lot, man. You've been a member now for how many? I just said, what, 4 months, John?
The next day,
yeah, 4 months. Thank you. I appreciate it, brother. It means a lot from the bottom of my heart, you guys being members for as long as you guys have, man. And you guys that support me in other ways, too.
He failed entirely in this attempt and acknowledged.
But one of the perks is me shouting you guys out in all my live streams. So, John Parker, Junebug, Flo Beck, Slot Savvy, Anthony G, Daniela, Dunell. Appreciate you guys all so very much.
The tact and adroitness
and guys, I finally got my money off of YouTube. I'm waiting for them to deposit it in my bank account, and then I will have it, man. Then I'm going to get my coins made.
Almost immediately to her undisputed sword. The first use which Cleopatra made of her
She said, I'm right here, BFF. She's right there, BFF.
To be slain.
There you go. Hey, guys, those emojis are courtesy of Huntress and Hunter. They're the ones that help me with my emojis.
Cleopatra, either from a sentiment of past revenge,
so if you guys want to thank anybody for the emojis, thank Huntress and Florida Profit Hunter for doing them for me. I got like 2 more I can do that I can add to it as soon as I get more members. It's okay.
The officer slew her where he found her, within the precincts of a temple to which she had fled, supposing it a sanctuary which no degree of hostility, however extreme, would have dared to violate. Cleopatra remained at Tarsus for some time, revolving in an incessant round of gaiety and pleasure, and living in
those are the ones that
with Antony. She was accustomed to spend
Huntress came up with for me. I had them for a while, but I didn't know how to upload them, and I figured out how to upload them. That's why I uploaded them, because you guys have been asking me about them.
Special pleasure in exciting Antony's surprise by the display of her wealth and the boundless extravagance.
People were asking me, when are you going to get your members emojis? I'd like, as soon as I can fucking upload them, I'll upload them.
With a vast number of gold cups, enriched with jewels that were displayed on all sides. Oh, said she, they are nothing. If you like them, you shall have them all. So saying, she ordered her servants to carry them to Antony's house. The next day, she invited Antony again, with a large number of the chief officers of his army and court. The table was spread with the new service of gold and silver vessels, more extensive and splendid.
Oh, you're good, bro. You're good. Appreciate it, man.
And at the close of the supper, When the company was about to depart, Cleopatra distributed
Yeah, dude, I
all
take
these
my
treasures
time on
among
them,
the
man.
guests that had been
I don't
present
hurry
at
them
the
up a lot,
entertainment.
man. Like I
As
said, man,
another
only
feast
do these like for
she
when I'm
carried
depressed,
representation and
have
display
fucking
to the
anxiety,
astonishing
shit like
degree
that,
of
man.
taking
That's the only
off
time that I
one
really
of
do
her
them, guys,
earrings, a
really,
pearl of
to be
immense
honest.
value, and dissolving it in a cup of vinegar, which she afterward made into a drink, such as was customarily used in those days, and then drank it. She was proceeding to do the same with the other pearl, when some of the company arrested the proceeding and took the remaining pearl away. In the meantime, while Antony was thus wasting his time
You
in
were
luxury
she was
and
probably
pleasure
still
with
at work, babe.
Cleopatra, his public duties were neglected, and
Because you
everything
did
was
go live a little early. You got to remember the 2 hours behind
in
us.
Italy. Her position and her character gave her a commanding political influence, and she exerted herself in a very energetic manner to sustain,
Don't
in that
forget she's
quarter
in
of the world,
California.
the interests of her husband's cause. She was surrounded with difficulties and dangers, the details of which cannot, however, be here particularly described. She wrote continually to Antony, urgently
Who?
entreating him to come to Rome, and displaying in her letters all those marks of agitation and distress which a wife would naturally feel under the
Yeah?
circumstances in which she was placed. The thought that her husband had been so completely drawn away from her by the guilty arts of such a woman, and led by her to abandon his
Who
wife
says men and women can't be best
the
friends?
neglect and confusion, concerns of such momentous magnitude as those which demanded his attention at home, produced an excitement in her mind bordering upon frenzy.
After what
Antony was
game?
at length so far influenced by his urgency of the case that he determined to return.
What game is on right now?
Tarsus and moved south toward Tyre, which was a great naval port and station in those days. Cleopatra went with him. They were to separate at Tyre. She was to embark there for Egypt, and he for Rome. At least that was Antony's plan, but it was not Cleopatra's. She had been determined that Antony should go with her to Alexandria. As might have been expected, when the time came for the decision, the woman gained the day. Her flatteries, her arts, her caresses, her tears.
Uh-oh, it's
prevailed.
50-50 right now.
After a
Uh-oh.
brief struggle between the sentiment of love on the one hand,
5 people said guitar, 5 people said weed. You guys got to get it off of that.
gave up the contest. Abandoning everything else, he surrendered himself wholly to Cleopatra's control and went with her to Alexandria. He spent
It's
the winter
50-50
there,
right
giving
now on the
himself
poll.
up with her to
And I'm
every
almost done with this one.
sensual indulgence that the most responsible license could tolerate, and the most unbounded wealth procure. There seemed, in fact, to be no bounds to the extravagance and infatuation which Antony displayed during the winter in Alexandria. Cleopatra devoted herself to him incessantly, day and night, filling up every moment of time with some new form of pleasure, in order that he might have no time to think of his absent wife, or to listen to the reproaches of his conscience. Antony, on his part, surrendered himself a willing victim to these wiles, and entered with all his heart into the 1,000 plans of gaiety and merrymaking which Cleopatra devised. They had each a separate establishment in the city, which was maintained at an enormous cost, and they made an arrangement by which each was the guest of the other on alternate days. These visits were spent in games, sports, spectacles, feasting, drinking, and in every species of riot, irregularity, and excess. A curious instance is afforded of the accidental manner in which intelligence in respect to the scenes and incidents of private life in those ancient days is sometimes obtained, in a circumstance which occurred at this time in Antony's court. It seems that there was a young medical student at Alexandria that winter, named Philotas, who happened in some way or other to have formed an acquaintance with one of Antony's domestics, a cook. Under the guidance of this cook, Philotas went one day into the palace to see what was to be seen. The cook took his friend into the kitchens, where, to Philotas's great surprise, he saw, among an infinite number and variety of other preparations, 8 wild boars roasting before the fires, some being more and some less advanced in the process. Philotas asked what great company was to dine there that day. The cook smiled at this question, and replied that there was to be no company at all, other than Antony's ordinary party. But, said the cook in explanation, we are obliged always to prepare several suppers and to have them ready in succession at different hours, for no one can tell at what time they will order the entertainment to be served. Sometimes, when the supper has been actually carried in, Antony and Cleopatra will get engaged in some new turn of their diversions, and conclude not to sit down just then to the table, and so we have to take the supper away, and presently bring in another. Antony had a son with him at Alexandria at this time, the child of his wife Fulvia. The name of the son, as well as that of the father, was Antony. He was old enough to feel some sense of shame at his father's dereliction from duty, and to manifest some respectful regard for the rights and the honor of his mother. Instead of this, however, he imitated his father's example, and in his own way was as reckless and extravagant as he. The same Philotas who is above referred to was after a time appointed to some office or other in the young Antony's household, so that he was accustomed to sit at his table and share in his convivial enjoyments. He relates that once, while they were feasting together, there was a guest present, a physician, who was a very vain and conceited man, and so talkative that no one else had any opportunity to speak. All the pleasure of conversation was spoiled by his excessive garrulity. Philotas, however, at length puzzled him so completely with a question of logic, of a kind similar to those often discussed with great interest in ancient days, as to silence him for a time. And young Antony was so much delighted with this feat that he gave Philotas all the gold and silver plate that there was upon the table, and sent the articles home to him after the entertainment was over, telling him to put his mark and stamp upon them and lock them up. The question with which Philotas puzzled the self-conceited physician was this. It must be premised, however, that in those days it was considered that cold water in an intermittent fever was extremely
Yep,
dangerous.
I'm done with this one now. This is my last time I'm putting in. I put over 10,100 diamonds on this picture.
In cases of a certain
There's over
kind,
10,100 diamonds on this
water to
picture,
a
guys.
patient in an ague.
Believe it or not.
All cases of ague are cases of a certain kind. Therefore, it is best in all cases to give the patient water. Philotas, having propounded his argument in this way, challenged the physician to point out the fallacy of it. And while the physician sat perplexed,
Yep, there you go. I'm done. Let's take a look at the full picture now, guys.
The company enjoyed a temporary respite.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think, man?
Philotas adds, in his account of this affair, that he sent the gold and silver plate back to young Antony again.
There you go. There's without the light, with the light off.
It was as well that this should be done, since many of the vessels were of great value on account of their rare and antique workmanship, and his father might possibly miss them and wish to know what had become of them.
Appreciate it, text guy. Appreciate it, brother. You've been here through the whole. Oh, well, I missed some. Dang, I'm glad I looked.
And Cleopatra addicted themselves. So there were none to the low and debasing tendencies which characterized them on the other.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it, bud.
At midnight,
Who's it? Somebody. Let's see who it
many
is.
hours in mirth and revelry in the palace, Antony would disguise himself in the dress of a slave and sally forth into the streets, excited with wine, in search of adventures. In many cases, Cleopatra herself similarly
Now he's on his
decided to
damn
him.
way when I'm
On
live.
these excursions, Antony would take pleasure in involving himself in all sorts of difficulties and dangers, in street riots, drunken brawls, and desperate quarrels with the populace, all for Cleopatra's amusement and his own. Stories of these adventures would circulate afterwards.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Some of whom would admire the free.
I missed some right there. I missed 2 Ks. I gotta find the
And others would despise him as a prince, degrading himself to the level of a brute. Some of the amusements and pleasures which Antony and Cleopatra pursued were innocent in themselves, though wholly unworthy to be made the serious business of life by personages on whom such exalted duties rightfully devolved. They made various excursions upon the Nile, and arranged parties of pleasure to go out on the water in the harbor, and to various rural retreats in the environs of the city. Once they went out on a fishing party.
Hi, Skin. How you doing, sweetie?
Antony was unsuccessful, and feeling chagrined that Cleopatra should witness his ill luck, he made a secret arrangement with some of the fishermen to dive down, where they could do so unobserved, and fasten fishes to his hook under the water. By this plan he caught very large and fine fish very fast. Cleopatra, however, was too wary to be easily deceived by such a stratagem as this. She observed the
How's it going?
maneuver,
Going pretty good.
but
Going
pretended
pretty
not to
good.
observe it.
Thank
She
you for asking.
expressed, on the other hand,
How
the
is your
greatest
weekend been?
surprise and delight
How was
in
your
Antony's
weekend?
good luck, and the extraordinary skill which it indicated. The next day she wished to go a-fishing again, and a party was accordingly made as on the day before. She had, however,
Shout out to
secretly
everybody in the
instructed
chat.
an
Appreciate you guys.
to
10
procure
people.
dried and
Cosmin,
salted
what's
fish
up,
from the
buddy?
market, and watching his
Night out,
opportunity
man.
to
I
get
haven't been
down
staying up,
on
Cosmin,
his
lately.
boats and
Ask
attach
them.
him
I
to the
haven't been
boat
live lately.
before Antony's
Haven't been
divers
really
could
going
get
live
there.
lately because I've been
This
sleeping,
plan
bro.
succeeded, and Antony, in the midst of a large and gay party that were looking
You can
on,
ask them. I haven't
pulled
really
out
been
an
on,
excellent
man.
fish, cured and dried, such as was known to everyone as an imported article bought in the market. It was a fish of a kind that was brought originally from Asia Minor. The boats and the water all around them resounded with the shouts of merriment and laughter which this incident occasioned. In the meantime, while Antony was thus spending his time in low and ignoble pursuits and in guilty pleasures at Alexandria,
Cutest thing at
his
Walmart.
wife,
I got you,
after
Skinner.
exhausting all
Hold
other
on.
means of inducing her husband to return to her, became desperate and took measures for fomenting an open war which she thought would compel him to return. The extraordinary energy, influence, and talent which Fulvia possessed enabled her to do this in an effectual manner. She organized an army, formed a camp, placed herself at the head of the troops, and sent such tidings to Antony of the dangers which threatened his cause as greatly alarmed him. At the same time news came of great disasters in Asia Minor, and of alarming insurrections among the provinces which had been committed to his charge there. Antony saw that he must arouse himself from the spell which had enchanted him, and break away from Cleopatra, or that he would be wholly and irretrievably ruined. He made, accordingly, a desperate effort to get free. He bade the queen farewell, embarked hastily in a fleet of galleys, and sailed away to Tyre,
All right.
leaving
Well, I'm done with that
Cleopatra in her palace,
one.
vexed, disappointed,
Oh,
and chagrined.
I'm ending the poll now, guys.
And
So if you haven't voted yet, please
Cleopatra
vote on the
and
poll.
Antony.
I'm going to give it another 5 minutes. We give it another 5 minutes before I end it. Because right now the guitar's winning. If you guys could, yeah, that's just going to do that. Well, there it is, y'all. Completed. Let's see if I missed that. Nope, we're all good. That was all good, baby. No. I can get 60 for that one easy. All right. 59% guitar. Looks like it's the guitar. Man, that's how they are, Skinner. Well, it's the guitar one I'm doing, babe. It's the guitar. This is the one that's next. This one only got 19 colors in it, man. Trying to get your mind off weed. Nah, dude. Nah, bro. I'm good. Cosmin. Ain't nothing wrong with it, bro. It's the only drug that's never killed anybody, man. So that's the next one. Come on, bro. You tell me you're coming and then you don't freaking get on, bro. Tell me your ass fucking fell asleep. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yep. It's actually... Is that a blue? I can't tell if that's a blue or not. 823. I'm going to have to look it up. I forgot what the fuck I was doing right now. Shout out to the 13 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys, man. This fucking dude doesn't come on now. What the fuck was that? $9:23. That was 2 hours ago. What the hell? He's sleeping now. Okay. I don't know why that showed up so late. Sorry, guys. That's not happening tonight. We can put that shit away now. And come back to y'all, man. What the fuck? It's gonna be fascinating. This is the other one I just finished. This one I just finished, y'all. Just so y'all can see which one I finished, man. I love that, dude. That's so fucking cool. Oops, excuse my language. So freaking cool. Teddy, you still in the bushes, Teddy? Let me know if you're in the bushes, Teddy. Everybody that's in the chat right now, tell me what the weather was by you today. What the weather was by you today, and freaking if it was, what state you're from? Dang it. I normally say this. I haven't said it in a long time. So let me, what the weather was by you today and what state you're from. I'm just doing something. I do this for a reason. I'll explain in a minute why I do that. It helps me figure out something, though, to be honest. Well, there's that one. I'm charging what do you guys think I should charge for this one, guys, the Top Gun? What do y'all think I should charge for the Top Gun? You're not from a state? You're from, oh, I know what you're, well, you can tell me what Providence you're from. I'm thinking 60 I can get out of this one. But no frame, $60 with no frame. Really, am I buffering right now? Are you freaking kidding me right now? There's no damn way. Upper 70s? You think 60 sounds fair? I got you. Oh, excuse me. $76 degrees today. That's WOF means without frame. WOF means without frame. WF with frame. So that's what I'm charging for the frame. Oh my Lord, I got it up here on the wall. Coming up on the wall. Dang, 95 today, Tex. I don't even know what the high was here today, guys. I honestly don't. I didn't even look all day today. Because I was inside. Right now it's 76 degrees here. Right now 76 feels like 75. Today's supposed to be 93 degrees today. Tuesday 91, Wednesday 95. High's supposed to be 99 degrees all week, man. That's not bad. Humidity 61%. East northeast winds. So it's not bad. 76 still right now, though. It's 76 right now. Here. Not bad. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I'm back, guys. Oh, gosh, guys. How is everybody, man? This is our next one, man. Our next project. Our next project. Here, I'm glad these diamonds are in the bag like the other ones were. There's 19 colors on this one. Sometimes, I mean, I feel like it's not the amount of colors that they say there are, but it works out. This one got 19 different colors in it. And the bags are marked. Thank God they're marked. Babe, could you give me a garbage bag, please? A garbage bag. What do you mean you can't help me? 84 heat index. See, that's still good, bro. That's still hotter than here. Thank God it's still harder than here. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. 13. What the hell is that? Ooh. Say what? I don't know what you're talking about. Otherwise, it's been a pretty good day around everywhere, man. Everywhere, 70s, fucking 80s. It's not bad. Because we got that tropical storm too, guys. Don't forget. We're getting that. A lot of us got that tropical weather too from the hurricane. Let me go see what this dumb cat is doing, guys. We'll go see what he's doing. What's up, White Fang Hero? What's up, brother? We'll be right back. I'll go see what this cat is. What is he doing? Playing in the fucking cat, man. But she's trying to bring herself back to where she was before. Not really taking them at all. Only taking them when she had the questions, come out, all that. I don't know what. Well, I'm not worried about the iron pills. She's taking that because I'm not depression. Oh, I take that. But you want to take them every day, though. That's what I'm saying. You were almost taking them off for once a week. You were taking them once a week. They're back. Well, that's a good reason to keep them though. Because like I said, you don't never know when you're gonna go when you feel an episode coming out. That's why I said that's where she was before. She wasn't taking them unless she really needed them. That's what I'm trying to get her back to. I'm trying to get her back to taking them when she really has to.
Well, right now I am.
Right now she's not at that point.
I need to take.
She needs to take them every day.
Except for them.
Except for the ones that always keep her sleeping.
Yeah, those do.
That's why I tell her every time she gets a new medication, look it up to see it interacts with the ones you already are taking. And there were ones that fucking made her have a bad drug test.
Well, that one.
When she was on probation.
Those are gone.
You never fucking, I sat there and told her fucking, look it up. And then her fucking probation officer told her she had a bad drug test and it was her medication. She showed her, I told her, show your fucking probation officer this piece of paper next time you go in there and you'll see why you're having a fucking bad drug test and he's gonna say, don't worry about it. Sure enough,
He did the research, looked at the fucking medication she was taking, and he told her, don't worry about it, because it is the medication that's giving you a drug bad test, a false positive drug test.
And guess what? After that, I freaking went back to the doctor and I told myself, I don't want this anymore.
And she got taken off. Because she explained to her fucking damn doctor that it was giving her a false positive drug test. The one she still got.
No, it's not over on Samuel, it was over on Lancaster.
It's still the same doctor.
No, they're different. They're different.
All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate y'all for the 14 likes. I had to go talk to Trish. I like the way these bags are because they're all marked. I like the way that these are. I wish the companies would do this a lot more, but it is what it is. We'll see. Boy, this is where it's gonna fucking. Ooh. Where did you put them? Let's go back to listening to the Cleopatra. What was I doing? Here. We'll start over with chapter 10. It was right there.
For him, it was the means of effecting a very considerable reform.
Go back to
in his
listening to
conduct
Cleopatra
and
while we
character.
do dumb now.
She was an ambitious and aspiring woman, and made many very efficient and successful efforts to promote the elevation and aggrandizement of her husband. She appeared also to take great pride and pleasure in exercising over him herself a great personal control. She succeeded in these attempts in a manner that surprised everybody. It seemed astonishing to all mankind that such a tiger as he had been could be subdued by any human power. Nor was it by gentleness and mildness that Fulvia gained such power over her husband. She was of a very stern and masculine character, and she seems to have mastered Antony by surpassing him in the use of his own weapons. In fact, instead of attempting to soothe and mollify him, she reduced him, it seems, to the necessity of resorting to various contrivances to soften and propitiate her. Once, for example, on his return from a campaign in which he had been exposed to great dangers, he disguised himself and came home at night in the garb of a courier bearing dispatches. He caused himself to be ushered, muffled and disguised as he was, into Fulvia's apartments, where he handed her some pretended letters, which he
Noah,
said
what's
were
up,
from her
buddy?
husband.
What's
And
going
while
on, bud?
Fulvia was opening them in great excitement and trepidation, he threw off his disguise and revealed himself to her by clasping her in his arms and kissing her in the midst of her amazement. Antony's marriage with Fulvia, besides being the means of reforming his morals in some degree, softened and civilized him in respect to his manners. His dress and appearance now assumed a different character. In fact, his political elevation after Caesar's death soon became very exalted, and the various democratic arts by which he had sought to raise himself to it, being now no longer necessary, were, as usual in such cases, gradually discarded. He lived in great style and splendor when at Rome, and when
Oh, doing good, brother. Doing good. I'm finally gonna get my damn money out of fucking YouTube, bro. I finally got my shit finally went through. My fucking my banking card went through. Fucking now I'm gonna get that damn money I've been waiting for months to get, bro. I finally just went and did what I had to fucking do, bro. It's about time I'm gonna get my money out of this fucking YouTube thing, man. so happy, bro,
He
about
took
that,
off his
man.
own military
I know
clothes
you
and
can't
mantle,
tell that I'm
which was a
happy
very
about it, but trust me, I
magnificent
am,
and
man.
costly garment,
After
being enriched
fucking
with
like
many
6 months of
expensive
trying to get it
ornaments
out, man.
spread over the corpse. He then gave directions to one of the officers of his household to make arrangements.
That's almost $900, Noah.
Very imposing
Almost
character,
$900
was a
sitting in my
testimony of
YouTube
his
Google
respect
AdSense,
for the
bro.
memory of the deceased. In these ceremonies, it was the duty of the officer to have burned the military cloak which Antony had appropriated.
$855.26, bro,
He did not,
was
however,
sitting in my
do so.
account. That's sitting in
The
my
cloak
account
being
still.
very valuable, he reserved it, and he withheld also a considerable part of the money which had been given him for the expenses of the funeral. He supposed that Antony would probably not inquire very closely into the details of the arrangements.
I did everything they told me to do, bro. I mean, I did it before. I did everything
Antony, however,
they told me to
did
before,
inquire
but
into them, and when he learned what the officer had
I
done,
guess
he ordered
I
him
wasn't doing the
to be
right
killed.
thing.
The various political changes which occurred and the movements which took place among the several armies after the Battle of Philippi cannot be here detailed.
Do you have to get my channel coins made,
Say that
Cosmin?
proceeded
I'm gonna be getting my channel coins made.
minor, and in the course
Sell
of the
'em
following year,
for $22 channel donation.
place, he sent a messenger to Egypt to Cleopatra.
I am going to reveal the design as soon as my money hits my card, so I know it for a fact. I have the payment right there. I can fake the payment, boom, let them get it in production, and freaking go from there.
Were only fabricated by Antony as pretexts for seeing Cleopatra, the fame of whose beauty was very widely extended, does not certainly appear. However this may be, he sent to summon the queen to come to him. The name of the messenger whom Antony dispatched on this errand was Delius. Fulvia, Antony's wife, was not with him at this time. She had been left behind at Rome.
Yeah, but I have to help my mother-in-law out too, bro.
Cleopatra's court.
Some of that money got to go to her, man, to help her with the bills, man.
More beautiful, as was said, than ever before. Delius was very much struck
Definitely got to
with
help
beauty
her out
and
too,
with a
man.
certain fascination in her voice and conversation, of which her ancient biographers often speak as one of the most irresistible of her charms. He told her that she need have no fear of Antony. It was of no consequence, he said, what charges there might be against her. She would find that in a very few days, after she had entered into Antony's presence, she would be in great favor. She might rely, in fact, he said, on gaining very speedily an unbounded ascendancy over the general. He advised her, therefore, to proceed to Cilicia without fear, to present herself before Antony in as much pomp and magnificence as she could command. He would answer, he said, for the result. Cleopatra, determined to follow this advice, in fact her ardent and impulsive imagination was fired with the idea of making a second time the conquest of the greatest general and highest potentate in the world. She began immediately to make provision for the voyage. She employed all the resources of her kingdom in procuring for herself the most magnificent means of display, such as expensive and splendid dresses, rich services of plate, ornaments of precious stones and of gold, and presents in great variety and of the most costly description for Antony. She appointed also a numerous retinue of attendants to accompany her, and, in a word, made all the arrangements complete for an expedition of the most imposing and magnificent character. While these preparations were going forward, she received new and frequent communications from Antony, urging her to hasten her departure, but she paid very little attention to them. It was evident that she felt quite independent, and was intending to take her own time. At length, however, all was ready, and Cleopatra set sail. She crossed the Mediterranean Sea, and entered the mouth of the river Cydnus. Antony was at Tarsus, a city upon the Cydnus, a small distance above its mouth. When Cleopatra's fleet had entered the river, she embarked on board a most magnificent barge which she had constructed for the occasion, and had brought with her across the sea. This barge was the most magnificent and highly ornamented vessel that had ever been built. It was adorned with carvings and decorations, the finest workmanship, and elaborately gilded. The sails were of purple, and the oars were inlaid and tipped with silver. Upon the deck of this barge Queen Cleopatra appeared, under a canopy of cloth of gold. She was dressed very magnificently in the costume in which Venus, the goddess of beauty, was then generally represented. She was surrounded by a company of beautiful boys who attended upon her in the form of cupids and fanned her with their wings, and by a group of young girls representing the nymphs and the graces. There was a band of musicians stationed upon the deck. This music
Shout out to
guided the
everybody in the
oarsmen
chat.
as they
Appreciate you
kept
guys.
time to it in their rowing. And soft
How many
as the
people are there?
melody
Shout out to
was,
the 8 people.
the
Thank you all
strains
for the
were heard
16 like.
far and wide over the water and along the shores. As the beautiful vessel advanced on its way, the performers were provided with flutes, lyres, viols, and all the other instruments customarily used in those times to produce music of a gentle and voluptuous kind. Illustration: Meeting of Cleopatra and Antony. In fact, the whole spectacle seemed like a vision of enchantment. Tidings of the approach of the barge spread rapidly around, and the people of the country came down in crowds to the shores of the river to gaze upon it in admiration as it glided slowly along. At the time of its arrival at Tarsus, Antony was engaged in giving a public audience at some tribunal in his palace. But everybody ran to see Cleopatra and the barge, and the great triumpher was left consequently alone, or at least with only a few official attendants near him. Cleopatra, on arriving at the city, landed and began to pitch her tents on the shores. Antony sent a messenger to bid her welcome, and to invite her to come and sup with him. She declined the invitation, saying that it was more proper that he should come and sup with her. She would accordingly expect him to come, she said, and her tents would be ready at the proper hour. Antony complied with her proposal and came to her entertainment. He was received with a magnificence and splendor which amazed him. The tents and pavilions where the entertainment was made were illuminated with an immense number of lamps. These lamps were arranged in a very ingenious and beautiful manner, so as to produce an illumination of the most surprising brilliancy and beauty. The immense number and variety, too, of the meats and wines, and of the vessels of gold and silver with which the tables were loaded, and the magnificence and splendor of the dresses worn by Cleopatra and her attendants, combined to render the whole scene one of bewildering enchantment. The next day, Antony invited Cleopatra to come and return his visit. But, though he made every possible effort to provide a banquet as sumptuous and as sumptuously served as hers, he failed entirely in this attempt, and acknowledged himself completely outdone.
Shout out to the
was,
7 in
moreover,
the
at these
chat.
interviews, perfectly fascinated with Cleopatra's charms. Her beauty, her wit, her thousand accomplishments, and above all, the tact and adroitness and self-possession which she displayed in assuming at once so boldly and carrying out so adroitly the idea of her social superiority over him, that he yielded his heart almost immediately to her undisputed sway. The first use which Cleopatra made of her power was to ask Antony, for her sake, to order her sister Arsinoe to be slain. Arsinoe had gone, it will be recollected, to Rome, to grace Caesar's triumph there, and had afterwards retired to Asia, where she was now living in exile. Cleopatra, either from a sentiment of past revenge, or else from some apprehensions of future danger, now desired that her sister should die. Antony readily acceded to her request. He sent an officer in search of the unhappy princess. The officer slew her where he found her, within the precincts of a temple to which she had fled, supposing it a sanctuary which no degree of hostility, however extreme, would have dared to violate. Cleopatra remained at Tarsus for some time, revolving in an incessant round of gaiety and pleasure, and living in habits of unrestrained intimacy with Antony. She was accustomed to spend whole days and nights with him in feasting and the immense magnificence of these, especially on Cleopatra's part, were the wonder of the world. She seems to have taken special pleasure in exciting Antony's surprise by the display of her wealth and the boundless extravagance in which she indulged. At one of her banquets, Antony was expressing his astonishment at the vast number of gold cups, enriched with jewels, that were displayed on all sides. "Oh," said she, "they are nothing. If you like them, you shall have them all." So saying, she ordered her servants to carry them to Antony's house. The next day she invited Antony again, with a large number of the chief officers of his army and her court. The table was spread with a new service of gold and silver vessels, more extensive and splendid than that of the preceding day. And at the close of the supper, when the company was about to depart, Cleopatra distributed all these treasures among the guests that had been present at the entertainment. At another of these feasts she carried her ostentation and display to the astonishing extreme of taking off from one of her earrings a pearl of immense value and dissolving it in a cup of vinegar, which she afterward made into a drink, such as was
cool, V.
rarely used in those days.
I'll watch them as soon as they come out on YouTube, bro.
She was proceeding to do the same with
I'll
the
just
other
wait till they
pearl,
come. That's why
when
this is
someone
where I watch all my
arrested
movies
the
from. Man.
proceeding and
When they
took
come
the
out
remaining
here.
pearl
If they don't
away.
come out, I'll wait till I'll
In
find
the
them.
meantime, while Antony was thus wasting his time in luxury and pleasure with Cleopatra, his public duties were neglected, and everything was getting into confusion. Fulvia remained in Italy. Her position and her character gave
They'll
her
eventually
commanding
be on
political
YouTube.
influence, and she exerted herself in a very energetic manner to sustain, in that quarter of the world, the interests of her husband's cause. She was surrounded
That's why I started
with
watching a lot of my
difficulties
movies
and
anyway,
dangers,
bro.
the
Was on
details of
YouTube.
which cannot, however, be here
Listening to
particularly described.
music and watching TV is
She
all I
wrote
used to do
continually to
before I
Antony,
became a content
urgently
creator,
entreating
bro.
him to come to Rome,
In
and displaying
2018,
in her
that's all I was
letters all
doing
those
before
marks
that.
of agitation and distress which a wife would naturally feel under the circumstances in which she was placed. The thought that her husband had been so completely drawn away from her by the guilty arts of such a woman, and led by her to abandon his wife and his family, and leave in neglect and confusion concerns of such momentous magnitude as those which demanded his attention at home, produced an excitement in her mind bordering upon frenzy. Antony was at length so far influenced by his urgency of the case that he determined to return. He broke up his quarters at Tarsus and moved south toward Tyre, which was a great naval port and station in those days. Cleopatra went with him. They were to separate at Tyre. She was to embark there for Egypt, and he for Rome. At least that was Antony's plan, but it was not Cleopatra's. She had been determined that Antony should go with her to Alexandria. As might have been expected, when the time came for the decision, the woman gained the day. Her flatteries, her arts, her caresses, her tears prevailed. After a brief struggle between the sentiment of love on the one hand and those of ambition and of duty combined on the
That's
other,
crazy, bro.
Antony gave up the contest. Abandoning
I've been
everything
on for an
else,
hour and
he
23
surrendered
minutes.
to
Thank you, guys. Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate it,
and
guys.
went with her to
I'll be
Alexandria.
live until Ernie comes on. Y'all know that. That's
Giving
how long I
herself
stay
over
live
to
for.
every species
Then
of
whoever wants to go over there with me can go over
the
there
most
with me.
remorseless
And then I'll
existence can tolerate,
leave him on
the most
until I go to
profound
sleep,
wealth
man.
procure. There seemed, in fact, to be no bounds to the extravagance and infatuation which Antony displayed during the winter in Alexandria. Cleopatra devoted herself to him incessantly, day and night, filling up every moment of time with some new form of pleasure, in order that he might have no time to think of his absent wife, or to listen to the reproaches of his conscience. Antony, on his part, surrendered himself a willing victim to these wiles, and entered with all his heart into the thousand plans of gaiety and merrymaking which Cleopatra devised. They had each a separate establishment in the city, which was maintained at an enormous cost, and they made an arrangement by which each was the guest of the other on
You already
alternate
know
days.
why.
These visits were spent in games, sports, spectacles, feasting, drinking, and in every species of riot, irregularity, and excess. A curious instance is afforded of the accidental manner in which intelligence in respect to the scenes and incidents of private life in those ancient days is sometimes obtained, in a circumstance which occurred at this time in Antony's court. It seems that there was a young medical student at Alexandria that winter, named Philotas, who happened in some way or other to have formed an acquaintance with one of Antony's domestics, a cook. Under the guidance of this cook, Philotas went one day into the palace to see what was to be seen. The cook took his friend into the kitchens, where, to Philotas's great surprise, he saw, among an infinite number and variety of other preparations, 8 wild boars roasting before the fires, some being more and some less advanced in the process. Philotas asked what great company was to dine there that day. The cook smiled at this question and replied that there was to be no company at all, other than Antony's ordinary party. But, said the cook in explanation, we are obliged always to prepare several suppers and to have them ready in succession at different hours, for no one can tell at what time they will order the entertainment to be served. Sometimes, when the supper has been actually carried in, Antony and Cleopatra will get engaged in some new turn of their diversions, and conclude not to sit down just then to the table, and so we have to take the supper away, and presently bring in another. Antony had a son with him at Alexandria at this time, the child of his wife Fulvia. The name of the son, as well as that of the father, was Antony. He was old enough to feel some sense of shame at his father's dereliction from duty, and to manifest some respectful regard for the rights and the honor of his mother. Instead of this, however, he imitated his father's example, and in his own way was as reckless and extravagant as he. The same Philotas who is above referred to was after appointed to some office or other in the young Antony's household, so that he was accustomed to sit at his table and share in his convivial enjoyments. He relates that once, while they were feasting together, there was a guest
I don't know what you're
present,
talking about,
a
sir.
physician, who was a very vain and conceited man, and so talkative that no one else had any opportunity to speak. All the pleasure of conversation was spoiled by his excessive garrulity. Philotas, however, at length puzzled him so completely with a question of logic, of a kind similar to those often discussed with great interest in ancient days, as to silence him for a time. And young Antony was so much delighted with this feat that he gave Philotas all the gold and silver plates.
Oh, I haven't seen him today, bro, at all. I mean, I just came live too. I haven't been on YouTube either all day today, Bean.
telling him to put
I've
the
been
mark
doing
and
watching
stamp on them and lock them
watching
up.
movies all day.
The question
Like I said.
which Philotas puzzled the self-conceited physician was this. It must be premised, however,
I've been watching movies and shit all day, brother.
considered that cold water in an intermittent fever was extremely dangerous, except in some peculiar cases, and in those the effect was good. Philotas then argued as follows. In cases of a certain kind, it is best to give water to a patient in an ague. All cases of ague are cases of a
He's
certain
probably been
kind.
sleeping. I'll be right back, guys.
Therefore, it is best in all cases to give the patient water. Philotas, having propounded his argument in this way, challenged the physician to point out the fallacy of it, and while the physician sat perplexed and puzzled in his attempts to unravel the intricacy of it, the company enjoyed a temporary respite from his excessive loquacity. Philotas adds, in his account of this affair, that he sent the gold and silver plate back to young Antony again, being afraid to keep them. Antony said that perhaps it was as well that this should be done, since many of the vessels were of great value on account of their rare and antique workmanship, and his father might possibly miss them and wish to know what had become of them. As there were no limits, on the one hand, to the loftiness and grandeur of the pleasures to which Antony and Cleopatra addicted themselves, so there were none to the low and debasing tendencies which characterized them on the other. Sometimes at midnight, after having been spending many hours in mirth and revelry in the palace, Antony would disguise himself in the dress of a slave and sally forth into the streets, excited with wine in search of adventures. In many cases, Cleopatra herself, similarly disguised, would go out with him. On these excursions, Antony would take pleasure in involving himself in all sorts of difficulties and dangers, in street riots, drunken brawls, and desperate quarrels with the populace, all for Cleopatra's amusement and his own. Stories of these adventures would circulate afterward among the people, some of whom would admire the free and jovial character of their eccentric visitor, and others would despise him as a prince degrading himself to the level of a brute. Some of the amusements and pleasures which Antony and Cleopatra pursued were innocent in themselves, though wholly unworthy to be made the serious business of life by personages on whom such exalted duties rightfully devolved. They made various excursions upon the Nile, and arranged parties of pleasure to go out on the water in the harbor, and to various rural retreats in the environs of the city. Once they went out on a fishing party in boats in the port. Antony was unsuccessful, and Feeling chagrined that Cleopatra should witness his ill luck, he made a secret arrangement with some of the fishermen to dive down, where they could do so unobserved, and fasten fishes to his hook under the water. By this plan he caught very large and fine fish very fast. Cleopatra, however, was too wary to be easily deceived by such a stratagem as this. She observed the maneuver, but pretended not to observe it. She expressed, on the other hand, the greatest surprise and delight at Antony's good luck, and the extraordinary skill which it indicated.
Yeah, dude, who's all live right now,
To
Ted?
go fishing again, and a party was accordingly made as on the day before. She had,
Who's
however,
all live right now, Ted?
instructed another fisherman
I got 9
to
people in my
procure
chat
fine
right
and
now.
salted fish from the market, and watching his opportunity to get down into the water.
No, it's almost over.
Catch
Chapter
the
10's almost over,
before
Cosmin.
Antony's divers could get there. This plan succeeded.
This is
and
chapter
Antony,
10.
in the midst of a large
It is of
and
Cleopatra,
crowd
though.
were looking
It is
on,
Cleopatra,
pulled
but
out an excellent
it's chapter
fish,
10 I'm
cured
on.
and
I
dried,
might have played it
which
already,
was known to
but I
form
just
one
couldn't
of the
remember what
most
chapter I
prized
played. I
caught
left
in the
off on,
market.
so I started
It was
playing
a
it
fish
again.
of a kind that was brought originally from Asia Minor. The boats and the water all around them resounded with the shouts of merriment and laughter.
I didn't know Archie was live,
this
Bean.
incident occasioned.
And I know she was live.
In the meantime, while Antony was thus spending his time in low and ignoble pursuits and in guilty pleasures at Alexandria, his wife,
I guess I
Fulvia,
don't get her
exhausting all other means of inducing her husband
Eternity's
to
live
return to
too.
her, became
She just
desperate
did a damn
and took
video.
measures for fomenting an open war which she thought would compel him to return. The extraordinary energy, influence.
No, she wasn't live when I was live. She was not live when I went
in
live.
an effectual manner. She organized an army, formed a camp, placed
I
herself
just
ahead of
watched
the
the
troops,
video that
and
she
sent
posted
such
earlier.
tidings to Antony of the dangers which threatened his cause, as greatly alarmed him. At the same time, news came of great disasters.
So,
in Asia
like I
Minor,
said, I'm not worried about when people go live over me. I ain't worried about it.
provinces which had been committed
Ain't
to
nothing
his
wrong
charge there.
with it.
Antony saw that he must arouse himself from the spell which had enchanted him, and break away from Cleopatra, or that he would be wholly and irretrievably ruined.
Because I'll be live longer than any one of them guys. I ain't tripping.
To get free. He bade the queen farewell, embarked hastily in a fleet of galleys, and sailed away to Tyre, leaving Cleopatra in her palace.
Shout out to the 12 in the chat.
vexed,
Thank y'all for the 18
disappointed,
likes. Appreciate it,
and
guys.
chagrined. End of chapter 10. Cleopatra and Antony.
Cleopatra and Anthony.
Chapter 11 of Cleopatra.
Duh. Eternity's video, you mean? Yeah, that was just a video. I already knew about that like an hour before I went live.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tamara Hamilton.
What's up, Pine Jens? How you doing, bud?
Accusations against him. Antony's preparations.
I'll
Assistance.
be right back. Gotta go get my food.
His bride. His advice in regard to Cleopatra. The fleet at Samos. Antony's infatuation. Riot and revelry. Antony and Cleopatra at Athens. Ostentation of Cleopatra. Honors bestowed on her. baseness of Antony. Approach of Octavius. Antony's will. Charges against him. Antony's neglect of his duties. Meeting of the fleets. Opinions of the council. Cleopatra's wishes. Battle of Actium. Flight of Cleopatra. Antony follows Cleopatra. He gains her galley. Antony pursued. A severe conflict. The avenger of the father. Antony's anguish. Antony and Cleopatra shun each other. Arrival at Cinaris.
What do you mean?
Antony and Cleopatra fly together to Egypt.
History Hunter, what's up? Hey, History Hunter. History Hunter.
2 or 3 years. During this time,
I got my money off of YouTube. I'm waiting for them to deposit it on my card. Then we can finalize the coins.
His life during this
We can finalize the coin then.
And was spent probably in alternations of remorse for the past and anxiety for the future. On landing at Tyre, he was first extremely perplexed whether to go to Asia Minor or to Rome. His presence was imperiously demanded in both places.
Yeah, I was out of the room, James. I went to go get my food. Ramen noodles, baby.
Antony was very angry with her for having managed his affairs in such a way as to bring about a war. After a time, Antony and Fulvia met in Athens. Fulvia had retreated to that city and was very seriously sick there, either from bodily disease.
Hope everybody's Monday went well today. Started a new work week. That's how fast this week goes by, guys. This fucking week can go fly by fast again. Why? Damien McNabb, what's up, Damien? Sorry I missed you coming in, Bubba. Sorry if I missed anybody coming in new. Appreciate it, guys. Shout out to the 9 people. Thank you all for the 18 likes.
It opened the way to a reconciliation between him and Octavius. Fulvia had been extremely active in opposing Octavius's designs and in organizing plans for resisting him. He felt, therefore, a special hostility against her, and through her, against Antony. Now, however, that she was dead, the way seemed to be in some sense open for a reconciliation.
You got into a fight at work, bro. For what?
Octavius had a sister, Octavia, who had been the wife of a Roman general named Marcellus. She was a very beautiful and a very accomplished woman, and of a spirit very different from that of Fulvia.
How do you get into a fight working at a place like that?
Kind, a lover of peace and harmony, and not at all disposed like Fulvia to assert and maintain her influence over others by an
Are they that much of dickheads there?
Octavia's husband died about this time, and in the course of the movement,
Are they really that much of a dickhead, James?
Octavius, a plan was proposed of a marriage between Antony and Octavia, which it was thought would ratify and confirm the reconciliation. This proposal was finally agreed upon. Antony was glad to find so easy a mode of settling his difficulties. The people of Rome, too, and the authorities there, knowing that the peace of the world depended upon the terms on which these two men stood with regard to each other, were extremely desirous that this arrangement should be carried into effect. There was a law of the Commonwealth forbidding the marriage of a widow within a specified period after the death of her husband. That period had not, in Octavia's case, yet expired. There was, however, so strong a desire that no obstacle
Wow.
should be found to prevent this proposal, or even to occasion delay, that the law was altered. Expressly
Got you, bro.
Antony
I would have probably too, James, if he was talking to me like that too. I would have probably gotten into a fight with him too.
Octavius receiving the western portion as his share, while the eastern was assigned to Antony. It is not probable that Antony felt any strong affection for his new wife, beautiful and gentle as she was. A man, in fact, who had led such
No,
life
true.
as
I
his
understand that. Yeah,
must have become by this time incapable of any strong and pure attachment.
for real.
He, however, was pleased with the novelty of his acquisition.
Yep, guys, y'all know I'm gonna stay on till Ernie comes on. That's my time.
He remained with Octavia a year. After that, he went away on certain military enterprises which kept him some time from her. He returned again, and again he went away. All this time, Octavia's influence over him and over her brother was of the most war.
I kind of think it's that much, bro. It's still, you're not letting them fucking treat you any kind of way. Thank you all for the 20 likes. Appreciate it, guys. Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate it. Oh, I totally agree, James.
Consider the circumstances of my case, said she.
I totally fucking agree with you, bro.
Of the two most powerful men in the world, I am the wife of one.
Oh, excuse me, for real. How many subscribers do I got? 1,100 subscribers yet? Now. Oh, I'm one away from 1,100, guys. I'm one away from 1,100. Please, if you're not subscribed, get me to 1,100. I'm one away. I'm one away, according to my studio.
This interview was accordingly held. The two generals came to a river, where, at the opposite banks, each embarked in a boat, and being rowed out toward each other, they met in the middle of the stream. A conference ensued, at which all the questions at issue were, for a time at least, very happily arranged. Antony, however, after a time, began to become tired of his wife, and to sigh for Cleopatra once more. He left Octavia at Rome, and proceeded to the eastward, under pretense of attending to the affairs of that portion of the empire. But instead of doing this, he went to Alexandria, and there renewed again his former intimacy with the Egyptian queen. Octavius was very indignant at this. His former hostility to Antony, which had been in a measure appeased by the kind influence of Octavia, now broke forth anew, and was heightened by the feeling of resentment naturally awakened by his sister's wrongs. Public sentiment in Rome, too, was settling very strongly against Antony. Lampoons were written against him to ridicule him and Cleopatra, and the most decided censures were passed upon his conduct. Octavia was universally beloved, and the sympathy which was everywhere felt for her increased and heightened very much the popular indignation which was felt against the man who could wrong so deeply such sweetness and gentleness and affectionate fidelity as hers. After remaining for some time in Alexandria, and renewing his connection and intimacy with Cleopatra, Antony went away again, crossing the sea into Asia, with the intention of prosecuting certain military undertakings there which imperiously demanded his attention. His plan was to return as soon as possible to Egypt after the object of his expedition should be accomplished. He found, however, that he could not bear even a temporary absence from Cleopatra. His mind dwelled so much upon her, and upon the pleasures which he had enjoyed with her in Egypt, and he longed so much to see her again, that he was wholly unfit for the discharge of his duties in the camp. He became timid, inefficient, and remiss, and almost everything that he undertook ended disastrously. The army, who understood perfectly well the reason of their commander's remissness and consequent ill fortune, were extremely indignant at his conduct, and the camp was filled with suppressed murmurs and complaints. Antony, however, like other persons in his situation, was blind to all these indications of dissatisfaction. Probably he would have disregarded them if he had observed them. At length, finding that he could bear his absence from his mistress no longer, he set out to march across the country, in the depth of the winter, to the seashore, to a point where he had sent for Cleopatra to come to join him. The army endured incredible hardships and exposures in this march. When Antony had once commenced the journey, he was so impatient to get forward that he ordered his troops to advance with a rapidity greater than their strength could bear.
What is it? It's not on there. That means it's deposited. That means it's deposited.
Obliged, therefore, after a long and fatiguing march during the day, to bivouac at night in the open air among the mountains, with scanty means of appeasing their hunger, and very little shelter from the cold rain or from the storms of driving snow. 8,000 men died on this march, from cold, fatigue, and exhaustion.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to check my card. Hold on. I'll be right back.
When Antony reached the shore, he advanced to a certain seaport near Sidon, where Cleopatra was to land. At the time of his arrival, but a very small part of his army was left, and the few men that survived were in a miserably destitute condition. Antony's eagerness to see Cleopatra became more and more excited as the time drew nigh. She did not come so soon as he had expected, and during the delay he seemed to pine away under the influence of love and sorrow. He was silent, absent-minded, and sad. He had no thoughts for anything but the coming of Cleopatra, and felt no interest in any other plans. He watched for her incessantly, and would sometimes leave his place at the table in the midst of the supper, and go down alone to the shore, where he would stand gazing out upon the sea and saying mournfully to himself, "Why does she not come?" The animosity and the ridicule which these things awakened against him on the part of the army were extreme, but he was so utterly infatuated that he disregarded all the manifestations of public sentiment around him, and continued to allow his mind to be wholly engrossed with the single idea of Cleopatra's coming. She arrived at last. She brought a great supply of clothes and other necessaries for the use of Antony's army, so that her coming not only gratified his love, but afforded him, also, a very essential relief in respect to the military difficulties in which he was involved. After some time spent in the enjoyment of the pleasure which being thus reunited to Cleopatra afforded him, Antony began to think of the affairs of his government, which every month more and more imperiously demanded his attention. He began to receive urgent calls from various quarters, rousing him to action. In the meantime, Octavia, who had been all this while waiting in distress and anxiety at Rome, hearing continually the most gloomy accounts of her husband's affairs, and the most humiliating tidings in respect to his infatuated devotion to Cleopatra, resolved to make one more effort to save him. She interceded with her brother to allow her to raise troops and to collect supplies, and then proceed to the eastward to reinforce him. Octavius consented to this. He in fact assisted Octavia in making her preparations. It is said, however, that he was influenced in this plan by his confident belief that this noble attempt of his sister to reclaim her husband would fail, and that by the failure of it, Antony would be put in the wrong, in the estimation of the Roman people, more absolutely and hopelessly than ever, and that the way would thus be prepared for his complete and final destruction. Octavia was rejoiced to obtain her brother's aid to her undertaking, whatever the motive might be which induced him to afford it. She accordingly levied a considerable body of troops, raised a large sum of money, provided clothes and tents and military stores for the army, and when all was ready she left Italy and put to sea, having previously dispatched a messenger to her husband to inform him that she was coming. Cleopatra began now to be afraid that she was to lose Antony again, and she at once began to resort to the usual artifices employed in such cases in order to retain her power over him. She said nothing, but assumed the appearance of one pining under the influence of some secret suffering or sorrow. She contrived to be often surprised in tears. In such cases she would hastily brush her tears away, and assume a countenance of smiles and good humor, as if making every effort to be happy, though really oppressed with a heavy burden of anxiety and grief. When Antony was near her, she would seem overjoyed at his presence, and gaze upon him with an expression of the most devoted fondness. When absent from him, she spent her time alone, always silent and dejected, and often in tears, and she took care that the secret sorrows and sufferings that she endured should be duly made known to Antony, and that he should understand that they were all occasioned by her love for him, and by the danger which she apprehended that he was about to leave her. The friends and secret agents of Cleopatra
I'm back, guys.
made moreover direct representations to him for the purpose of
It's not on my card yet. dude.
They had, in fact, the astonishing audacity to argue that Cleopatra's claims upon Antony for a continuance
It's not on the card yet.
were paramount to those of
So I still got 3 to 5 days
Octavia,
yet
that is, Octavia,
for them to make sure,
and
because
his
it's not on.
only for a very short time.
It's not on my
Cleopatra
fucking. If you look,
was devotedly
I'm going
attached
to
him
my.
for many years. Octavia was married to him. They
Look, I'm
arranged
going to my
not under
studio.
the impulse of love, but from
Money,
political
and it's not
considerations
showing it up there no
to
more.
please her brother, and to ratify and confirm a political league made with him. Cleopatra, on the other hand, had given herself.
See, it's not showing it anymore. My money up at the top anymore.
Under the influence solely of a personal affection, which
Do
she
you
could not control.
payments?
She had surrendered and sacrificed everything to him. For him, she had lost her good name, alienated the affections of her subjects, made herself the object of reproach and censure to all mankind, and now she had
Payment details on the bottom.
in his adverse fortunes. Considering how much she had done and suffered and sacrificed for his sake, it would be extreme and unjustifiable cruelty in him to forsake her now.
$880, $18,
Her
man.
whole soul was so wrapped up in him that she would pine away and die if Antony was distressed and agitated beyond measure by the entanglements in which he found that he was involved. His duty, his inclination
Okay.
perhaps, certainly his ambition, and every dictate of prudence and policy.
Thank you guys for the 1,100 subscribers, man. I appreciate it, guys. Hold on, let me go back on here. Let me look.
But the spell that bound
1,101. Thank you guys, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that 1,100. Now I'm definitely gonna have to do a little giveaway, guys.
who had by this
Definitely have to do 1,100 giveaway.
directing her not to come to
Thank you, History. Appreciate it, Bubba.
Octavia, who seemed incapable of resentment or anger against her husband, sent back to ask what she should do with the troops and money and the military stores which she was bringing. Antony directed her to leave them in Greece. Octavia did so, and mournfully returned to her home. As soon as she arrived at Rome, Octavius, her brother, whose indignation
Dude, that day are good.
aroused at the baseness of Antony, sent to his sister to say that she must leave Antony's house and come to him. A proper
Bro, Angel, I'm getting my money, bro. Look, it's not showing anymore on my Google AdSense, bro.
Octavia
It's not showing right there no more. It's
It's
getting ready to be put on the card, bro. $818, bro.
She accordingly retired within the precincts of her old home and devoted herself in patient and uncomplaining sorrow to the care of the family.
Appreciate you guys that have helped me get this,
Among
man.
these children was one young son of Antony's.
Bro, but I finally did what they wanted me to do, Angel. I finally did it, bro. Got my shit, got my deposit this morning, put my little deposit that they put in there this morning, and it took them less than 24 hours to, hopefully it'll be on there tomorrow, though, to be honest. I hope it's on there tomorrow morning. Not this morning, tomorrow morning.
Beautiful and devoted wife thus displayed.
What's up, Anthony? Anthony, thank you for being a reoccurring member, bro. I appreciate it, man. You guys know that you get a shout out every live stream that you're live and that you are a member. My members get shouted out every live stream that I have. That's a perk of theirs, that they get shouted out every live stream
In the meantime,
when I'm live.
Antony gave himself
I only got 6 members. If you guys would like to become a member,
and managed all the affairs of the Roman Empire in the East.
hit that join
in a way
button for
best
me.
fitted to promote her aggrandizement and honor. He made Alexandria his
I got $2.99, $4.99, and $6.99 tiers.
arranged ostentatious expeditions into Asia and Syria with Cleopatra and her train. Gave her whole provinces as presents.
I appreciate that.
Exalted her 2
It's up to you guys.
Alexander and Ptolemy, children born during the period of his first acquaintance with her, to positions of the highest rank and station as his own acknowledged sons. The consequences of these and similar measures are fatal to
Hey, I gotta say there are little people older than that, Angel.
reported everything.
I gotta say Hardin James,
He
Bean.
made Antony's misgovernment and his various misdemeanors.
But I know what you mean,
ground of
though.
The heaviest accusations against him. Antony, hearing of these things, sent his agents to Rome and made accusations.
Here we
against
go, look,
Octavius.
let's do some diamond art,
These
man.
counter-accusations
Let's do some diamond. I'm so glad, dude, that I finally got that Angel, bro. I'm so freaking glad after all this time, bro. Letting my money just sit there, bro.
Antony perceived that he must prepare to defend himself.
I wouldn't have been worried if it went over $1,000. I wouldn't have been worried as long as I know the money's not being fucked
Antony
with.
began to levy troops and collect and equip galleys and ships.
That's the one thing they couldn't do is fuck with it after they deposited it. I wanted them to fuck with it, to be honest. So I could sue their motherfucking asses. That's what I really wanted to do. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. I know Karma. I let Karma do all my work.
She procured for this purpose from her dominions.
I try to tell people, man,
The various divisions of the immense
Karma's a
army,
bitch.
which was thus provided for, were ordered to rendezvous
Karma's a
at Ephesus,
motherfucking bitch.
where Antony and Cleopatra were awaiting to receive them, having proceeded there when their arrangements in Egypt were completed and they were ready to commence the campaign. When all was ready for the expedition to set sail from Ephesus, it was Antony's judgment that it would be best for Cleopatra to return to Egypt and leave him to go forth with the fleet to meet Octavius alone. Cleopatra was, however, determined not to go away. She did not dare to leave Antony at all to himself, for fear that in some way or other a peace would be effected between himself and Octavius, which would result in his returning to Octavia and abandoning her. She accordingly contrived to persuade Antony to retain her with him by bribing his chief counselor to advise him to do so. His counselor's name was Canidius. Canidius, having received Cleopatra's money, while yet he pretended to be wholly disinterested in his advice, represented to Antony that it would not be reasonable to send Cleopatra away and deprive her of all participation in the glory of the war, when she was defraying so large a part of the expense of it. Besides, a large portion of the army consisted of Egyptian troops, would feel discouraged and disheartened if Cleopatra were to leave them, and would probably act far less efficiently in the conflict than they would do if animated by the presence of their queen. Then, moreover, such a woman as Cleopatra was not to be considered, as many women would be, an embarrassment and a source of care to a military expedition which she might join, but a very efficient counselor and aid to it. She was, he said, a very sagacious, energetic, and powerful queen, accustomed to the command of armies and to the management of affairs of state, and her aid in the conduct of the expedition might be expected to conduce very materially to its success. Antony was easily won by such persuasions as these, and it was at length decided that Cleopatra should accompany him. Antony then ordered the fleet to move forward to the island of Samos. Here it was brought to anchor and remained for some time, waiting for the coming in of new reinforcements, and for the completion of the other arrangements.
Yes, it's green dot. Yes, it's green dot, Anthony. Yes, sir, it is. It's green dot. But if you notice, it's not showing on the studio no more, bro. That's why I know it's on its way to being transferred to the card, bro. Because it doesn't show it there no more.
Revelings, and every species.
Even if I go on the
This, however, is not surprising. Men almost always, when in a situation analogous to his, fly to similar means of protecting themselves in some small degree from the pangs of remorse, and from the forebodings which stand ready to terrify and torment them at every instant in which these gloomy specters are not driven away.
look, it's not even on there no more, bro. You see?
At least
It's not even on there on the studio on the computer, bro.
Accordingly, an immense
See that?
company of players, tumblers, fools, jesters, and mountebanks.
I verified what they wanted, of course. It took me a while, but
with all zeal to the
I
amusement
finally got the deposit amount, the test deposit, this morning. I put it under this morning and it's taken this long. Look.
Displays, wholly unsuitable, as they considered them, to the occasion. If such are the rejoicings, said they, which Antony celebrates before going into battle, what festivities will he contrive on his return, joyous enough to express his pleasure if he shall gain the victory? After a time, Antony and Cleopatra, with a magnificent train of attendants, left Samos, and, passing across the Aegean Sea, landed in Greece and advanced to Athens, while the fleet, proceeding westward from Samos, passed around Taenarus, the southern promontory of Greece, and then moved northward along the western coast of the peninsula. Cleopatra wished to go to Athens for a special reason. It was there that Octavia had stopped on her journey toward her husband with reinforcements and aid. The people of Athens.
I got Brand Connect too. You guys see this? I got Brand Connect right here, man.
She displayed in her misfortunes.
Welcome to Brand Connect.
And during her stay among them had bestowed upon her many honors. Cleopatra now wished to go to the same place, and to triumph over her rival there, by making so great a display of her wealth and magnificence, and of her ascendancy over the mind of Antony, as should entirely transcend and outshine the more unassuming pretensions of Octavia. She was not willing, it seems, to leave to the unhappy wife whom she had so cruelly wronged even the possession of a place in the hearts of the people of this foreign city, but must go and enviously strive to efface the impression which injured innocence had made, by an ostentatious exhibition of the triumphant prosperity of her own shameless wickedness. She succeeded well in her plans. The people of Athens were
I can even have my own.
at the immense magnificence that
Thank you, brother.
Cleopatra
Appreciate it,
exhibited
man.
before them. She distributed vast sums of money among the people. The city, in return,
You're an idiot.
granted
You're
her
sick,
the
man.
most exalted honors.
You're fucking sick.
They sent a solemn embassy to her.
Yeah, that's cool. Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate
Antony
you guys.
himself, in the character of
Appreciate
the citizen
y'all.
Athens,
Appreciate y'all,
was one of the
man.
ambassadors. Cleopatra received the deputation at her palace. The reception was attended with the most splendid and imposing ceremonies. One would have supposed that Cleopatra's cruel and unnatural hostility to Octavia might now have been satisfied, but it was not. Antony, while he was at Athens, and doubtless at Cleopatra's instigation, sent a messenger to Rome with a notice of divorcement to Octavia, and with an order that she should leave his house. Octavia obeyed. She went forth from her home, taking the children with her, and bitterly lamenting her cruel destiny. In the meantime, while all these events had been transpiring in the east, Octavius had been making his preparations for the coming crisis, and was now advancing with a powerful fleet across the sea. He was armed with authority from the Roman Senate and people, for he had obtained from them a decree deposing Antony from his power. The charges made against him, all related to misdemeanors and offenses of
Shelly Mills. What's up, Shelly? How you doing, sweetie?
Octavius
How you doing,
had tried to
Shelley?
take possession of the will which Antony
Hope you're
had
doing well tonight or this morning,
and which he
or
had
whatever you
placed
want to
there
call it.
in what supposed
I still
very
call it
secret
night because I haven't been to sleep yet.
The custodians
It ain't the
who
next
handled
day
the
for me
check
yet.
replied to
So how's
Octavius
everybody doing today?
that they would not give it to him,
Yesterday, today,
if he
whatever
wished to
you
take
want to
it, they
call
would
it.
not hinder him. Octavius then
It's up
took
to
the will
y'all.
and read it to the Roman Senate. It provided, among other things, that at his death, if his death should happen at Rome, his body should be sent to Alexandria to be given to Cleopatra, and it evinced in other ways a degree of subserviency and devotedness to the Egyptian queen which was considered wholly unworthy of a Roman chief magistrate. Antony was accused too of having plundered cities and provinces to make presents to Cleopatra, of having sent a library of 200,000 volumes to her from Pergamus to replace the one which Julius Caesar had accidentally burned.
Good morning,
Having
Angel.
raised
You're
her
at
sons,
work, ain't you,
noble
Bubba?
as their birth was, to high
Yeah, I
places
hope
of
that
trust and power,
work is going good today.
and of having in many ways compromised the dignity of
I know I
the
hate the
officer by his
fucking
unworthy
overnight shift,
conduct
but you
in
get paid
business.
more working overnight.
He used, for example, when
But you gotta
presiding
look
at a
at it.
judicial tribunal,
I know
to
it
receive
gets
love
fucking
letters sent him from
messed up
Cleopatra,
sometimes.
and then at once turn off his attention from the proceedings going forward before him to read the letters. These letters, in accordance with the scale of expense and extravagance on which Cleopatra determined that everything relating to herself and Antony should be done, were engraved on tablets made of onyx or crystal or other hard and precious stones. Sometimes he did this when sitting in the chair of state,
This is all one
giving
color,
audience to
guys. This is all
ambassadors and
black.
princes.
310.
Cleopatra probably sent these letters in at such
310.
times under the influence of a wanton disposition to show her power. At one time, as Octavius said in his arguments before the Roman Senate, Antony was hearing a cause of the greatest importance, and during a time in the progress of the cause, when one of the principal orators of the city was addressing him, Cleopatra came passing by, when Antony suddenly arose, and, leaving the court without any ceremony, ran out to follow her. These and 1,000 similar tales exhibited Antony in so odious a light, that his friends forsook his cause, and his enemies gained a complete triumph. The decree was passed against him, and Octavius was authorized to carry it into effect, and accordingly, while Antony, with his fleet and army, was moving westward from Samos and the
Hi,
Aegean
Damon.
Sea,
You too, buddy.
Octavius was coming eastward and southward down the Adriatic to meet him.
It's your morning.
In
Everybody else is
process of
night.
time,
Yeah,
after
I
various
know.
maneuvers and
You got to
delays,
sleep,
two
Angel. That's good. You got to
armies
sleep before you hit the
at a
work,
place
bro.
called Actium, which will be found upon the map on the western coast of Epirus, north of Greece. Both of the commanders had powerful fleets at sea, and both had great armies upon the land. Antony was strongest in land troops, but his fleet was inferior to that of Octavius, and he was himself inclined to remain on the land and fight the principal battle there. But Cleopatra would not consent to this. She urged him to give Octavius battle at sea. The motive which induced her to do this has been supposed to be her wish to provide a more sure way of escape in case of an unfavorable issue to the conflict. She thought that in her galleys she could make sail at once across the sea to Alexandria in case of defeat, whereas she knew not what would become of her if beaten at the head of an army on the land. The ablest counselors and chief officers in the army urged Antony very strongly not to trust himself to the sea. To all their arguments and remonstrances, however, Antony turned a deaf ear. Cleopatra must be allowed to have her way. On the morning of the battle, when the ships were drawn up in array, Cleopatra held the command of a division of 50 or 60 Egyptian vessels, which were all completely manned and well equipped with masts and sails. She took good care to have everything in perfect order for flight, in case flight should prove to be necessary. With these ships she took a station in reserve, and for a time remained there, a quiet witness of the battle. The ships of Octavius advanced to the attack of those of Antony, and the men fought from deck to deck with spears, boarding pikes, flaming darts, and every other destructive missile which the military art had then devised. Antony's ships had to contend against great disadvantages. They were not only outnumbered by those of Octavius, but were far surpassed by them in the efficiency with which they were manned and armed. Still, it was a very obstinate conflict. Cleopatra, however, did not wait to see how it was to be finally decided. As Antony's forces did not immediately gain the victory, she soon began to yield to her fears in respect to the result, and finally fell into a panic and resolved to fly. She ordered the oars to be manned and the sails to be hoisted, and then forcing her way through a portion of the fleet that was engaged in the contest, and throwing the vessels into confusion as she passed, she succeeded in getting to sea, and then pressed on under full sail, down the coast to the southward. Antony, as soon as he perceived that she was going, abandoning every other thought, and impelled by his insane devotedness to her, hastily called up a galley of 5 banks of oarsmen to pull with all their force after Cleopatra's flying squadron. Cleopatra, looking back from the deck of her vessel, saw this swift galley pressing on toward her. She raised a signal at the stern of the vessel which she was in, that Antony might know for which of the 50 flying ships he was to steer. Guided by the signal, Antony came up to the vessel, and the sailors hoisted him up the side and helped him in. Cleopatra had, however, disappeared. Overcome with shame and confusion, she did not dare, it seems, to meet the look of the wretched victim of her arts, whom she had now irretrievably ruined. Antony did not seek her. He did not speak a word. He went forward to the prow of the ship, and, throwing himself down there alone, pressed his head between his hands, and seemed stunned and stupefied, and utterly overwhelmed with horror and despair. He was, however, soon aroused from his stupor by an alarm raised on board his galley that they were pursued. He rose from his seat, seized a spear, and, on ascending to the quarter-deck, saw that there were a number of small light boats full of men and of arms, coming behind them, and gaining rapidly upon his galley. Antony, now free for a moment from his enchantress's sway, and acting under the impulse of his own indomitable boldness and decision, instead of urging the oarsmen to press forward more rapidly in order to make good their escape, ordered the helm to be put about, and thus, turning the galley around, he faced his pursuers, and drove his ship into the midst of them. A violent conflict ensued, the din and confusion of which was increased by the shocks and collisions between the boats and the galley. In the end, the boats were beaten off, all excepting one. That one kept still hovering near, and the commander of it, who stood upon the deck, poising his spear with an aim at Antony and seeking eagerly an
Look, as it even says getting paid,
seemed
setup
by his
complete
attitude
now.
and the expression of his countenance to be animated by
Says,
something
great
peculiar
job,
and
you
bitter feeling of
completed
hostility and hate.
payment setup. So I'm good now, guys. I'm definitely good because it's right there.
To threaten him. The man replied by giving his name, and saying that he came to avenge the death of his father. It proved that he was the son of a man whom Antony had at a previous time, on some account or other, caused to be beheaded. There followed an obstinate contest between Antony and this fierce assailant, in the end of which the latter was beaten off. The boats then, having succeeded in making some prizes from Antony's fleet, though they had failed in capturing Antony himself, gave up the pursuit and returned. Antony then went back to his place, sat down in the prow, buried his face in his hands, and sank into the same condition of hopeless distress and anguish as before. When husband and wife are overwhelmed with misfortune and suffering, each instinctively seeks a refuge in the sympathy and support of the other. It is, however, far otherwise with such connections as that of Antony and Cleopatra. Conscience, which remains calm and quiet in prosperity and sunshine, rises up with sudden and unexpected violence as soon as the hour of calamity comes, and thus, instead of mutual comfort and help, each finds in the thoughts of the other only the means of adding the horrors of remorse to the anguish of disappointment and despair. So extreme was Antony's distress that for 3 days he and Cleopatra neither
You talking
saw
about
nor
with
spoke
mine
to
being?
each other.
No.
She was
It was me.
overwhelmed with confusion and
Or are you
chagrin,
talking about with you?
and he was in such a condition of mental excitement that she did not dare to approach him. In a word, reason seemed to have wholly lost its sway, his mind, in the alterations of his insanity, rising sometimes to fearful excitement, in paroxysms of uncontrollable rage, and then sinking again for a time into the stupor of despair. In the meantime, the ships were passing down as rapidly as possible on the western coast of Greece. When they reached Taenarus, the southern promontory of the peninsula, it was necessary to pause and consider what was to be done. Cleopatra's women went to Antony and attempted to quiet and calm him. They brought him food. They persuaded him to see Cleopatra. A great number of merchant ships from the ports along the coast gathered around Antony's little fleet and offered their services. His cause, they said, was by no means desperate. The army on the land had not been beaten. It was not even certain that his fleet had been conquered. They endeavored thus to revive the ruined commander's sinking courage, and to urge him to make a new effort to retrieve his fortunes. But all was in vain. Antony was sunk in a hopeless despondency. Cleopatra was determined on going to Egypt, and he must go too. He distributed what treasure remained at his disposal among his immediate followers and friends, and gave them advice about the means of concealing themselves until they could make peace with Octavius. Then, giving up all as lost, He followed Cleopatra across the sea to Alexandria. End of chapter 11.
One more chapter. You're in the scanning room. You go, bro. Hey, Angel, I got it, bro. I finally fucking got my money off of this damn YouTube, bro. I finally got it off there, bro. I finally did everything they needed me to do. Fucking put the deposit in there this morning. They sent to me this morning through email. No, actually on my card. They actually sent the deposit straight to my card. Checked the card this morning, 7 cents. Went back on the website, put it in there. And right now, I'm waiting for it to hit the card, bro. Then, time for the coins to be made, bro. After all this time, bro, I appreciate everybody that's ever helped me get this issue taken care of. Angel, Ted, Gambalicious telling me what card to use. You guys calming me down when I was getting pissed about it, man. It means a lot, man. Shout out to the 8 people, 9 people in the chat, man. It means a lot, man. Everybody has helped me in their own way. And I appreciate that, man. I'm not trying to put YouTube on my coin. I don't want the YouTube symbol on my coin. I don't. That I do not want on my coin. So, Ted, if you're in the background and you hear me, I don't want the YouTube symbol on the coin. That's one thing I don't want. No, I know what you're talking about. I know, bro. I know. Fuck, bro. I know, String B. Bro, but I'll tell you, today, it took a lot of stress off me seeing that happening, bro. To be honest. Me seeing that it was confirmed like that, it took a lot of weight off me, bro, because now I know that I'm going to get the money off of it every month. And that's why I said I appreciate everybody that's helped me in their own way. Yes, I actually did, Kitty. You want to see it? Hold on, I'll show you right now. Thank you, James. I appreciate that. What's up, Kitty? I'll see you, sweetie. Hold on, I'll show it to you right now. Hold on. I actually did. It's up there. See it? It's over there next to the Eagle one. You bet. Yeah, I'm gonna get all the stuff. That's why I said, Ted, you're gonna have to email me the picture. You're gonna have to email me the picture, and then when I go to upload it off of the onto the website, I'll have it in my email. I'm working on the guitar one now. Bro, it's for sale, bro. Anybody wants any of them that you see? Only one that's not for sale up there. There's a couple that are not for sale up there. Is the skull one. That was my very first one that I did. The one right there. That was the very first one I did. I'm not selling that one. The one next to it, that's not even a diamond art. We thought it was. Mike thought it was a diamond art, but it wasn't. The ones that are not for sale is the dove with the angel wings with the heart with the stare. That's not for sale. Friends are not for sale. Stoned I Am is not for sale. The Grateful Dead is not for sale. All the other ones are for sale. All the ones are for sale. All the other small ones are for sale. Then these ones over here, I keep forgetting to show you these guys when I'm showing them. So I want to make sure I show you these. These two are for sale. And then those two back there are for sale. Yeah, here's the runner. We're about to go into tell Danny I was checking myself. Oh, guys, they're going into production just here in a couple days, man. Give me a couple days. I get this shit in production for you guys. Man. These ones are not going to be numbered. It's the next set that will be numbered. Dude, I'm gonna go. I mean, it is what it is. I'm fucking being you're an idiot, dude. But that's why I'm doing this one. They're all good ones. Hell yeah, they're all good ones. I got them from Cassie, Michael. I got the one that I did for Cassie wrote down. And I wanted to do this one with you guys. Man, do we got any water? Could you give me some, please? Please? Ma'am? All right, I'll get it. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta give me some water. This soda is not helping any. History Hunter, how many would you like to have? How many coins would you like? I'm going to need to know because you are going to get 2 for doing the design for me. And Teddy's going to get a couple for doing the design for me. You and Teddy are going to get like 2 apiece. And then, yeah, that means I'm going to have to do 2, bro, because I have to do another one already for somebody that bought 4 of them already from me, bro. What do you mean, how many are you going to get? Oh, the coins. Oh, I have to go and give you them, Cassie, and meet you in person and give them to you, Cassie. Yeah. You're sending him $100? I mean, I can send him something, bro. I can send him something. Unless I can make payments for him. I mean, I got no problem giving him money for the design, bro. I really don't. Because he can copyright those designs so nobody can take them either, though. That's the thing he can do. No, you're good, Bubba. You're good, Bean. I know you are. Papa Smurf. Hey, do I know you? I'm going to get 100 made, text guy. I'm getting 100 made. I'm going to start out with 100. You're in your Mario Kart, Angel? Yeah. Angel's in his Mario Kart. Right now, I don't know how much the coins are going to cost because I'm getting it, try to get zinc. I'm going to try to get them made in zinc, out of zinc. See how much it's going to cost with the zinc coins. Would you, I mean, it's going to be a 2.5 coin. You have 52 subscribers now. That's cool. Yeah, 52. That's cool, Papa Smurf. That's cool. Just keep coming in here and dropping your link, man. If nobody knows Papa Smurf, he's the one that bought 4 of my diamond eyes from me at a time. For the first time he bought one, he bought 4 of them from me. So, man, Papa Smurf, That's the other Papa Smurf. That's the other Papa Smurf. That's not the original Papa Smurf. That's Papa Smurf 2. No, I'm just kidding, guys. You're going to do your first live stream this weekend? That's cool. It'll be just you, though, Cass? Okay. I'll let you know. I mean, it's going to be in the next... If I can get it... If I can get the money on the card today, later on today, I'll have Ted finalize the coin with the person that made the coin with him. I'll start having them finalize it. I'm starting to finalize the coin up, get the coin shot back to me through email. And I mean, we can get it. We're gonna have it by probably October or November. November for the beginning or before Thanksgiving. I'm trying to get them before Thanksgiving, so I got to try to get the see. And there's no pre-orders, so it's first come first serve on the coins after I get them made, guys. Because there's gonna be no pre-orders. I'm doing no pre-orders at all. But the next set that I get done, they will be numbered. And I'll let you know when that guys will be. the true Papa Smurf subscribe to the other Smurf. Oh, challenge coins, Papa Smurf, like these. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go throw some stuff in the kitchen, okay? I'll be right back. Gotta go throw some stuff in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves real quick. Ah, damn, I dropped it on the floor. I gotta get that pirate shipping down too. I gotta get that pirate shipping too.
Yes, it is. You get your picture. No, it's not. Hey, take a water bottle. I didn't throw them away.
I'm back, guys. I'm back. Yes, Cassie, yes, definitely. Yeah, that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. Yeah, that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. Yes. I mean, I know you're not talking about getting a word in on the panel, bro. I know you're not talking like that about somebody else. Uh-oh. I got to... Hold on. All right, we're on the last chapter of this book.
Chapter 12 of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. Cleopatra by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 12. The End of Cleopatra.
The end of
Infatuation
Cleopatra.
Antony, his early character. Powerful influence of Cleopatra over Antony. Indignation at Antony's conduct. Plans of Cleopatra. Antony becomes a misanthrope. His hut on the island of Pharos. Antony's reconciliation with Cleopatra. Scenes of revelry. Cleopatra makes a collection of poisons. Her experiments with them. Antony's suspicions. Cleopatra's stratagem. The bite of the asp. Cleopatra's tomb. Progress of Octavius. Proposal of Antony. Octavius at Pelusium. Cleopatra's treasures. Fears of Octavius. He arrives at Alexandria. The sally. The unfaithful captain. Disaffection of Antony's men. Desertion of the fleet. False rumor of Cleopatra's death. Antony's despair.
No, I'm not seeing her going live lately.
To kill himself. Antony taken to Cleopatra. She refuses to open the door. Antony taken in at the window. Cleopatra's grief. Death of Antony. Cleopatra made prisoner. Treatment of Cleopatra. Octavius takes possession of Alexandria.
Ted, you already know what we're going to do, bro.
Cleopatra's wretched condition. Cleopatra's wounds and bruises. She resolves to starve herself.
You already know what we got planned, Ted.
Their effect. Octavius visits Cleopatra. Her wretched condition. The false inventory. Cleopatra in a rage. Octavius deceived. Cleopatra's determination. Cleopatra visits Antony's tomb. Her composure on her return. Cleopatra's supper. The basket of figs.
Teddy already knows what me and him are going to do.
Octavius. She is found dead. Death of Charmian. Amazement of the bystanders. Various conjectures as to the cause of Cleopatra's death. Opinion of Octavius.
you guys got jokes, bro, today. That's why I listen.
The case of Mark Antony affords
I
one
can't
of the most
read.
extraordinary examples of the power of unlawful love to lead its deluded and infatuated victim into the very jaws of open and recognized destruction that history records. Cases similar in character occur by thousands in common life, but Antony's, though perhaps not more striking in itself than a great multitude of others have been, is the most conspicuous instance that has ever been held up to the observation of mankind. In early life, Antony was remarkable, as we have already seen, for a certain savage ruggedness of character, and for a stern and indomitable recklessness of will.
I got you, bro. All right, let me write this down. Hold on, guys. All right, man. I'm going to write this down, too. People that want them, but I'm not going to, yeah, like I said, I'm not doing no pre-orders, guys. No pre-orders. This is just a list. This will just be a list of people that want them.
And in the height of his prosperity and success, by a woman, and so subdued by her arts and fascinations as to yield himself wholly to her guidance, and allow himself to be led about by her entirely at her will.
Anthony,
She displaces whatever there might have been that was noble and generous in his heart, and substitutes therefore her own principles of malice and cruelty. She extinguishes all the fires of his ambition, originally so magnificent in its aims that the world seemed hardly large enough to afford its scope, and instead of this lofty
yeah, Ted, yeah, we could talk about that later, Ted, for
the
sure.
lowest, vilest, and most ignoble pleasures. She leads him to betray every public trust, to alienate from himself all the affections of his women, to repel most cruelly the kindness and devotedness of
Oh,
his
shut up,
and
Bean.
faithful wife.
So Anthony G
and
so far I know is,
expel this wife and all of his own legitimate family from his house. And
I'll
now
just
at
make the
last,
coin
she conducts him away
list
in a
as we go.
cowardly and ignoble flight from the field of his duty as a soldier. He knowing all the time that she is hurrying him to disgrace and destruction, and yet utterly without power to break from the control of his invisible chains. The indignation which Antony's base abandonment of his fleet and army at the Battle of Actium excited, over all that part of the empire which had been under his command, was extreme. There was not the slightest possible excuse for such a flight. His army, in which his greatest strength lay, remained unharmed, and even his fleet was not defeated. The ships continued their combat until night, notwithstanding the betrayal of their...
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that later too, though,
They
Ted.
were
Yeah, we'll talk about that off here, bro.
The army also being
yeah, we'll
discouraged
definitely
and
talk
losing
about
all
that.
motive for resistance, yielded too. In a very short time, the whole country went over to Octavius's side. In the meantime, Cleopatra and Antony, on their first return to Egypt, were completely beside themselves with terror. Cleopatra formed a plan for having all the treasures that she could save, and a certain number of galleys sufficient for the transportation of these treasures, and a small...
Remember, I gotta give some to
across the Isthmus of Suez,
person that helped design the coin, that designed the coin actually.
in order that she might escape in that direction and find some remote hiding place and safe retreat on the shores
Yeah,
of
drop that,
Greece.
Angel. Yeah, tell
Not
people
the
about that,
beach of
Angel.
Octavius's dreaded power. She actually commenced this undertaking and sent one or two of her galleys across.
Angel's trying to get 25 pre-orders for his coins, guys.
They reached their present destination and
For his
killed or
new coin.
captured the men that had them in charge, so that this desperate scheme was soon abandoned. She and Antony then finally concluded to establish themselves at Alexandria, and made preparation as well as they could for defending themselves against Octavius there.
Stupid Bean. Hard to stop
Antony,
gambling
when
on
the first
porn.
effects of his panic subsided, began to grow mad with vexation and resentment against all mankind. He determined that he would have nothing to do with Cleopatra or with any of her friends, but went off in a fit of sullen rage and built a hermitage in a lonely place on the island of Pharos, where he lived for a time, cursing his folly and his wretched fate, and uttering the bitterest invectives against all who had been concerned in it. Here tidings came continually in, informing him of the defection of one after another of his armies, of the fall of his provinces in Greece and Asia Minor, and of the irresistible progress which Octavius was now making toward universal dominion. The tidings of these disasters coming incessantly upon him kept him in a continual fever of resentment and rage. At last he became tired of his misanthropic solitude. A sort of reconciliation ensued between himself and Cleopatra, and he went back again to the city. Here he joined himself once
No,
more.
I think they're new ones.
Collecting together what remained of their joint resources, they plunged again into a life of dissipation and vice, with the main attempt to drown
They're new coins, Hardin James.
bitter regrets and the anxious forebodings.
That's what I thought, Angel. I wasn't for sure.
They joined with them.
I thought they were the new ones.
As abandoned as themselves, and strove very hard to disguise and conceal their cares in their forced and unnatural gaiety. They could not, however, accomplish this purpose. Octavius was gradually advancing in his progress, and they knew very well that the time of his dreadful reckoning with them must soon come, nor was there any place on earth in which they could look with any hope of finding a refuge in it from his vindictive hostility. Cleopatra, warned by dreadful presentiments of what would probably at last be her fate, amused herself in studying the nature of poisons, not theoretically, but practically, making experiments with them on wretched prisoners and captives, whom she compelled to take...
Dude, I remember when there was no coins on YouTube, bro.
Which they produced.
I remember when there were no fucking coins on YouTube.
She could procure, and administered tested portions of them all that she might see which were sudden and which were slow in their effects, and also learn which produced the greatest distress and suffering, and which, on the other hand, only benumbed and stupefied the faculties, and thus extinguished life with the least infliction
I remember
of
when
pain.
people were only using fucking
These
quarters
experiments were not confined
scratch
such
with, bro.
vegetable and mineral
To these
poisons
scratch,
as could
these
mingle
fucking
with
coins started
raw
being made on
medicine and
YouTube.
lotion. Cleopatra took an equal interest in the effects of the bite of venomous serpents and reptiles. She procured specimens of all these animals and tried them upon her prisoners, causing the men to be stung and bitten by them, and then watching the effects. These investigations were made not directly with a view to any practical use which she was to make of the knowledge thus acquired, but rather as an agreeable occupation, to divert her mind and to amuse Antony and her guests. The variety in the forms and expressions which the agony of her poisoned victims assumed, their writhings, their cries, their convulsions, and the distortions of their features when struggling with death, furnished exactly the kind and degree of excitement which she needed to occupy and amuse her mind. Illustration: Cleopatra testing the poisons upon the slaves.
What's up, Scratch Master?
However, during the progress of these terrible experiments, his foolish and childless fondness for Cleopatra was jealousy, suspicion,
Most of the time, he
distrust.
probably is James in the
He was so
bushes.
afraid that Cleopatra might secretly poison him that he would never take any food or wine without requiring that she should taste it before him. At length, one day, Cleopatra caused the petals of some flowers to be poisoned, and then had the flowers woven into the chaplet which Antony was to wear at supper. In the midst of the feast, she pulled off the leaves of the flowers from her own chaplet, and put them playfully into her wine, and then proposed that Antony should do the same with his chaplet, and that they should then drink the wine, tinctures as it would be, with the colour and the perfume of the flowers. Antony entered very readily into this proposal. About to drink the wine, she arrested his hand, and told him that it was poisoned. "You see now," said she, "how vain it is for you to watch against me. If it were possible for me to live without you, how easy it would be for me to devise ways and means to kill you." Then, to prove that her words were true, she ordered one of the servants to drink Antony's wine. He did so, and died before their sight in dreadful agony. The experiments which Cleopatra thus made on the nature and effects of poison were not, however, wholly without practical result. Cleopatra learned from them, it is said, that the bite of the asp was the easiest and least painful mode of death. The effect of the venom of that animal appeared to her to be the lulling of the sensorium into a lethargy or stupor, which soon ended in death without the intervention of pain. This knowledge she seems to have laid up in her mind for future use. The thoughts of Cleopatra appear, in fact, to have been much disposed at this time to flow in gloomy channels, for she occupied herself a great deal in building for herself a sepulchral monument in a certain sacred portion of the city. This monument...
1 o'clock, guys. I've been on for 2 hours and 40 minutes, guys. How was everybody's day yesterday? I'm glad it went well.
During their lifetime, in building and decorating their own tombs. Cleopatra now turned her mind with new interest to her own mausoleum. She finished it, provided it with the strongest possible bolts and bars.
Shout out to the 13 people in the chat. Thank you all for the 25 likes. 25 likes. Appreciate it.
In the meantime, Octavius, having made himself master of all the countries which had formerly been under Antony's sway, now advanced, meeting none to oppose him, from Asia Minor into Syria, and from Syria toward Egypt. Antony and Cleopatra made one attempt, while he was thus advancing toward Alexandria, to avert the storm which was impending over them.
What's going on? What's up, buddy? Hey, I'm on the last chapter of Cleopatra. I don't know what book I want to freaking download next, bro.
Everything to his conqueror, on condition that he might be permitted to retire unmolested with Cleopatra to Athens, and allowed to spend the remainder of their days there in peace, and that the kingdom of Egypt might descend to their children. Octavius replied that he could not make any terms with Antony, though he was willing to consent to anything that was reasonable in behalf of Cleopatra. The messenger who came back from Octavius with this reply spent some time in private interviews with Cleopatra. This aroused Antony's jealousy and anger. He accordingly ordered the unfortunate messenger to be scourged and then sent back to Octavius, all lacerated with wounds, with orders to say to Octavius that if it displeased him to have one of his servants thus punished, he
Yeah,
might
it's still
release
Monday
himself
here. No,
to
it's
the
actually.
servant of Antony's, who was then, as it happened, in Octavius's power. The news
It's
that left
Tuesday here
Octavius
already,
in
Jan. Yeah.
Alexandria that
It's getting ready to be
Octavius
12, 11 o'clock by you.
and that the city had fallen into his hands. The next thing
It's getting ready to be 11
Cleopatra
o'clock by
knew
him.
would be that they should see him at the gates of Alexandria. Neither Antony nor Cleopatra had any means of resisting his progress, and there was no place to which they could fly. Nothing was to be done but to await, in consternation and terror, the sure and inevitable doom which was now so near. Cleopatra gathered together all her treasures and sent them to her tomb. These treasures consisted of great and valuable stores of gold, silver, precious stones, garments of the highest cost, and weapons and vessels of exquisite workmanship and great value. The hereditary.
You finished the one you was working on. That's cool. I finished the hold on.
An immense quantity of flax, tow, torches, and other combustibles.
The Top Gun one's way over there. If you guys can see it.
With
Hold on.
desperate determination of burning herself and her treasures together, rather than to fall into the hands of the Romans. In the meantime, the army of Octavius.
There's the hold on.
Across the desert from Pelusium to
There's the Top Gun.
Octavius learned through the agents in communication with him from within the city what were the arrangements which Cleopatra had made.
There's the Eagle.
Treasure whenever the danger should become imminent.
These are 4 are for sale. Those 3 are for sale.
Treasure should be lost.
That one and that one and that one's for sale. Those 4, that one. That's not for sale. That's not for sale. That's not for sale. That's for sale. That's for sale. These over here are for sale. These 2. And this one. Yeah, but I got a lot of block to do in the guitar right now.
At last, the Roman army reached Alexandria and invested it on every side. As soon as Octavius
This is a 30 by 40
the walls of the city, Antony planned a sack,
Hoboscom.
and he executed
The
sack
guitar
with
one
considerable
is a
energy
30 by
and
40.
He issued suddenly from the gates at the head of as strong a force as he could command, and attacked a body of Octavius's horsemen. He succeeded in driving these horsemen away from their position, but he
Yeah, I'm on the last chapter of my book, bro.
and compelled to retreat to the city.
I'm on the last
fighting
chapter of my
to
book.
beat back.
Cleopatra, I don't know which one I want to fucking.
He was extremely elated at the success of this skirmish. He came to Cleopatra with a countenance full of animation and pleasure, took her in his arms and kissed her, all accoutred for battle as he was, and boasted greatly of the exploit which he had performed. He praised, too, in the highest terms, the valour of one of the officers who had gone out with him to the fight, and whom he had now brought to the palace to present to Cleopatra. Cleopatra rewarded the faithful captain's prowess with a magnificent suit of armour made of gold. Notwithstanding this reward, however, the man deserted Antony that very night, and went over to the enemy. Almost all of Antony's adherents were in the same state of mind. They would have gladly gone over to the camp of Octavius if they could have found an opportunity to do so. In fact, when the final battle was fought, the fate of it was decided by a grand defection in the fleet, which went over in a body to the side of Octavius. Antony was planning.
Ten. I will. I need to talk to you and Danny if we can get on a call together. You hear me, Ted? I'll those three need to get on a call together to finalize the coin. Know what I'm saying? Spelling wasn't my strongest subject there, buddy. Math was my best subject. Yeah. Yeah, I know, I saw it. Yeah, let me go over to your channel, hope it's gone. All right, go ahead and show it.
She was just glad he was gone, so she would not have to be aware of him looking at the two of them, comparing. Yet there were changes, too. Vast changes.
Really, bro? 20 fucking pounds? Nah, I can't deal with that.
Aldor, defender of the realm, protector of the people, high seat of House Pond, so very
hell
reserved
no.
and stately and proper.
Did you make that yourself?
White silk.
Did you make that yourself, bro?
Enough to suit a
Huh?
star bomber Jade. The rumors were clearly true. Morghese had a lover, And for her to alter so much, it was equally
Who made that for
clear
you?
she tried to please this hero, not make him please her. Morgay still radiated power and a presence that filled the room, but that dress was exposed to something.
No, my brother had it. It's for doing stencils.
Oh, okay.
It's for doing stencils protection.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes.
Not at all. If she met Gabriel, she would present him as mere indifference as civility would allow.
I'm not sure who did it. It was given to my brother to do tattoo stencils.
Got you. That's pretty cool, though.
But yeah, it's about 15, 20 pounds.
Fuck that, I couldn't be carrying that motherfucker around with me.
Just check out the one I just did. It's 40 by 40.
40 by 40. Oh, that's cool. Like I said, my biggest is a 90 by 30. And then I got a 80 by 40. Then I got two more 90 by 30s. I like that. That's pretty cool. Fires of Heaven. I don't know what book, bro, I'm gonna fucking listen to, bro. I'm almost done with Cleopatra. I'm on the last chapter.
Nice. Yeah, but my light table I'm working with it's a beast.
Have fun moving that fucker around. That's all I can tell you. Have fun moving that bitch around.
You just want to listen to autobiographies or like fiction?
For the light?
Oh, that sits on my my little TV tray. Huh? I was talking about your audiobooks. I think. I think you're a little bit behind.
I'm good. I'm back, y'all. Let's go.
Okay, D-Man.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
I'll bet you get a good one like yours. Excuse me.
What do you mean?
Light table that's not a 20-pound one.
Oh no, mine's is a rechargeable portable. Mine's a rechargeable portable one. Like I can unplug it and recharge it. I could use it. I can use it as a stencil light too. It's just a portable one where I don't have to fucking keep it plugged in. I don't have to keep it plugged in. Like the one Trish got and her cousin got, they have to keep their lights plugged in.
That's what I'm saying. I need to get one like yours.
LibriVox recording.
Yeah, they're
All
on.
recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Today's
All right, Papa Smoke, appreciate you, brother.
www.kray.org.
What book are you listening to from the liver box?
Dracula by Bram Stoker.
Oh, you're listening to
Chapter
Dracula.
1. Jonathan Parker's Journal. 3rd of May. Districts. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on 1st May. Arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest seems a wonderful place.
Dracula?
I got a bit from the train, and the little I could
Yeah, I
walk
heard
through
that.
the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start at near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east. The most western of splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of nobleness
I don't know which one to do next.
of Turkish rule. We left in pretty good time. And
I have the next couple Diamond Arts I'm gonna do
Here I
next.
stopped for
But the
night
book,
at
I don't know what
Hotel
book I want to listen
I
to
had
next.
for dinner, or rather supper.
I have to fucking download a whole
Subway
nother
with
book
red pepper, which was very good. but
and haven't figured out which one I want to download yet.
Memorandum. Get recipe for me. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika hendel, and that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere along the Carpathian. I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should be able to get on without it. Having had some time at my disposal when in London, I visited the British Museum and made search among the books and maps in the library regarding Transylvania. It had struck me that
LibriVox actually has a wide selection.
I know that's the one that I use.
I find that
I use
the
LibriVox.
Transylvania
This is the
is in
free one.
extreme east of the country.
They have a lot of books and a lot of authors on there, bro.
Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina in the midst of the Carpathian Mountains. One of the
The
wildest
Life of a
and
Porn
least
Number.
known portions of Europe.
I go by author.
I was not able to light
I
on
listen
any
to Jacob Abbott. He's got the most books on here, though.
Hey, sure, they do it.
But there are no maps of this country.
I already listened to Alexander the Great. I listened to Cleopatra, and now which one should I listen to? Cyprus the Great, Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young, Hannibal, The History of Genghis Khan, History of Julius Caesar,
Saxons in the south, and mixed with them the Wallachs, who are the descendants of the Dacians, Magyars in the west, and Zeppelins
Peter the Great?
I am going among the latter, who claim to be descended from Attila and the Huns. This may be so, for when the
Quentin James, what's up, buddy?
in the 11th century, they found the Huns
Yeah,
settled in it.
this is
That
the
would be a good one.
I read that every known
Which one?
superstition in the world is gathered into the horseshoe of the Carpathians, as if it were the center of
The Genghis Khan one sounds like a big good one.
oh Genghis Khan.
Actually, it's
Okay.
very interesting. Memorandum. I must ask the Count all about them.
Now I gotta go back and find it again. Hold on.
I did not sleep well, but my bed was
Appreciate it, Quentin.
For
Stopping
an
by,
hour
brother.
before,
Appreciate it, man.
Not lately,
there
Shorts.
was a dog howling all
I'm kind of retired from hopping trains.
or it may have been
What the heck did it go now? The Genghis Khan one. History of Julius Caesar.
Towards morning, I slept and was wakened by
Oh, appreciate it, man.
knocking at my door. So I guess I must have been sleeping soundly then.
Alexander Great, Charles the First,
I
Cleopatra,
had for breakfast more
Cyprus the Great,
and a sort of porridge of
Gentle
maize
Measures of
flour,
the Mountain.
which they said was ammonia, and eggplant stuffed with pork.
This here of Genghis Khan. Okay, I'm gonna download that
They
one.
call Yumtepata.
That one's downloading next.
Get recipe for this also. I had to hurry breakfast, for the train started a little before 8. Or rather, it ought to have done so, for after rushing to the station at 7:30, I had to sit in the carriage for more than an hour.
I used to read a lot of Genghis Khan books
It
too.
seems to me that the further east you go, the more unpopular it becomes. Why ought they see in China? Things to dawdle through a country which was full of beauty of every kind. Sometimes we go to towns or castles on the top of steep hills, such as we see in Old Missile. Sometimes we ran by rivers and streams, which seemed from the wide sunny margin on each side of them to be subject to great floods. And running strong, sweep the outside edge of a river clear. At every station there were groups of people. Sometimes
Hope
crowds.
everybody's day is going well today so far. I know it's early, but
Some of them were just like the
we're blessed to be here
or
still.
those I saw coming through France and Germany, with short jackets and brown hats and homemade trousers. But others were very picturesque. The women looked pretty, except when you got near them, but they were very clumsy about the waist. They had all full white sleeves of some kind or other, and most of them had big belts with a lot of strips of something fluttering from them, like the dresses in the ballet. But of course there were petticoats under them. The strangest figures we saw were the Slovaks, who were more barbarian than the rest, with their big cowboy hats, great baggy, dirty white trousers, white linen shirts, and enormous heavy leather belts, nearly a foot wide, all studded over with brass nails. They wore high boots with their trousers tucked into them, and had long black hair and heavy black mustaches. They are very picturesque, but do not look prepossessing. On the stage, they would be set down at once as some old Oriental band of brigands. They are, however,
Go to
and rather wanting.
hold on, Angel, I'll show you right here.
It
Oh my
was on
god.
the dark side of twilight when we got to this. It's a very interesting old place.
I go to
Practically on the frontier.
Google
Or the Bordeaux Pass.
free audiobooks and I go to Librivox. It's Librivox.
And it certainly showed marks of it.
This is where I go to right here, the Librivox one.
A series of Greek fires took place.
I go to the free Librivox, bro. It's got all these altars. You can go by altars.
At the very beginning of the 17th
It's got all the altars. Hold on. It's got all these altars here. I go down to author James Abbott because he's got the most audiobooks on here.
Count Dracula had directed me to go to the
He's got 22 books. He's got the most books on here.
Great delight to be thoroughly old-fashioned.
But there's 631 authors, bro.
I was evidently expected, for when I got near the door, I faced the
I know how that is, James. This is the one that I use, Angel. It's I use
long double apron, front and back, of colors.
no Homo Scum. That's on the Google. I just Googled. All I Googled was free. Look, I go right here.
I said, Jonathan Harker. She smiled and gave some message to an elderly man.
All I do is free audiobooks. Look, I do free audiobooks.
He went
Then I go down here to LibriVox free public domain audiobooks,
My friend, welcome.
and boom, and then I go here
I am
to either read or listen. I go to listen. It shows up by author. I go all the way down to Jim Abbott. Jim Abbott right here, and then all of his books are right here. He's got 22 books on here.
I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land.
Oh, I don't know why either, Jane.
4th of May.
Oh, that could have happened too, bro. They got 22 books of him on here, man. I've done with listen to Alexander the Great, Cleopatra, and now I'm doing the history of Genghis Khan. It's almost.
Could not understand my German. This could not be true.
Yeah, but I'd rather do it off the
Understood it perfectly. At least he answered my question.
public domain. It's free public domain, though.
He and his wife
J-Man, can see it.
at each other in a frightened sort of
Let's
way.
see if I can actually get you.
He mumbled out that the money had been sent to him,
It's,
and that was all he knew. When I asked him if he knew Count Dracula and could tell me anything of his
There you go.
oh, yes,
But
why
it's an app on your phone too that you can
saying
get.
that they knew nothing at all, simply refused.
What is it called?
It was so near the time of starting.
I know even on the app on the phone it's put the domain. That's what I'm playing it on right now.
And not for any company.
Oh, okay.
Just before I was leaving, an old lady came up to my room and said in a hysterical way,
Hannibal, I'll do that one next,
What
Jamie.
I'm doing is I downloaded it
"Go."
for the app on my phone.
I download them right to my computer, bro, so they're on my computer.
It's still LibriVox, but it's an app you can get.
Oh, okay. Is it free or what?
When I told her that I must go at once.
Is that one free? Because I don't got a lot of room on my phone, bro. That's why. Shout out to the 11 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the 27 likes, guys. I appreciate it.
Oh, yes, I know that. But do you know what day it is? On my say.
So let's go back to over here, guys. Let's go back to the.
Yeah, it's still a free one.
Oh, I was just asking.
Tonight, when the clock strikes midnight, all the evil
Yep.
things in the world will have full sway.
That's cool if it's free, then I'll end up getting it then.
She was in such evident distress that I tried.
Oh, no.
Except a little bit of room depending on your books.
Finally, she went down
Oh, yeah, that's but
Download
at least
3 or 4 books. But I use I have a spare phone that I use.
oh, see, man, dude, if I use my phone, I got a couple phones that got 128 gigabyte SD cards in them, bro.
I tried to raise her up and said as bravely as I could that I thanked her. But
Yeah, I think it's the history of
She then rose and dried her eyes and taking a crucifix from her neck, offered it. I did not know what to do, for as an English church, I have been taught to regard such things as in some measure idolatrous. And yet it seems so ungracious to refuse an old lady needing so
Because
much, and in
on my
such
phone I got
she saw, I suppose, the doubt in my face, for she put the rosary round my neck and said, "For your mother's sake."
No, I'm not talking to Roughneck. I'm talking to my friend Hobo Scum. He was here in the chat.
Downloaded from my Audible, and then I have about 6 books downloaded from my LibriVox.
Yeah, see, I don't have the other one. I don't have the. I only have the LibriVox one. He's live. He's live on my. I'm live on his live, and he's live on mine, James. That's why we're talking to each other through each other's live streams. Sorry, guys, if it's confusing for you guys. He's live while I'm live, and we're watching each other's. We let each other do it. We don't worry about that, man.
Well, even with the LibriVox, you should be able to download a good amount.
Yeah, that's why I tried to. This will be my 3rd and 4th book. I think I've downloaded onto the computer already.
I didn't think about that, but I've been confusing.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. There's some people in the chat asking, who was I talking to? So I told them who I was talking to.
The wine was golden mediac, which produces a clear sting on the tongue, which is, however, not disagreeable. I had only a couple of glasses of this, and nothing else. When I got on the coach, the driver was taking his seat, and I saw him talking to the landlady.
That's what you tell them, the voices in your head.
The voices in your head.
And some of the people who were sitting on the bench outside the door came and then looked at me. Most of them thinking. I could hear a lot of words, often
Time to do some dabs.
queer words, for there were many nationalities in the crowd.
Bro, you're gonna make me hit the. You're gonna make me hit the vape, bro.
I must say, they were not cheering me, for amongst them were Ordog, Satan, Shoko, Hell, Dregorka, Witch, Warlock, and Rugoslak, both mean the same thing, one being Slovak and the other Serbian, or something that is either werewolf or vampire.
Appreciate you guys, the 8 people in the chat. Appreciate it, guys.
About these superstitions. When we started, the crowd round the door, which had by this time swelled with considerable size, all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers towards me. With some difficulty, I got a fellow passenger to tell me what they meant. He would not answer at first, but on learning that I was English, he explained that it was a charm or guard against the evil eye. This was not very pleasant for me, just starting for an unknown place to meet an unknown man. But everyone.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back.
And I could not but be touched. I shall never forget the last glimpse which I had of the inn yard and its crowd of picturesque figures, all crossing themselves as they stood round the wide archway, with its background of rich foliage of oleander and orange trees and green tubs clustered in the center of the yard. Then our driver, whose wide linen drawers covered the whole front of the I soon lost sight and recollection of ghosts and fears in the beauty of the scene as we drove along. Although, had I known the language, or rather languages which my fellow passengers were speaking, I might not have been able to throw them off so easily. Before us lay a green sloping land full of forests and woods, with here and there steep hills, crowned with clumps of trees. Bewildering mass of fruit blossom, apple, plum, pear, cherry. And as we drove by, green grass under the trees, tangled with the fallen petals. In and out amongst the green hills of what they call here the Little Land, ran the road, losing itself as it swept round the grassy curve, or was shut out by the straggling ends of pine woods, which here and there ran down the hillsides like cones of flame. The road was rugged, but still we seemed to fly over it with a feverish haste. I could not understand then what the haste meant, but the driver was evidently bent on losing no time in reaching Borgo. I was thinking in summertime excellent, but that it had not yet been put in order after which it snowed. In this respect, it is different from the general run of roads in the Carpathians. Further than all,
Alright, I'm back, guys.
So that was a good hit.
I bet it was, bro. You got aqua lungs and shit.
Lest the church should think that they were preparing to bring in foreign troops, and so hasten the war, which was always really a voting point. Beyond the green swelling hills of the Mittelland rose mighty slopes of forest up to the lofty steeps of the Carpathians themselves. Right and left of us they towered, with the afternoon sun
Okay, I got the next two
Snowy
books.
peaks rose.
I got Hannibal and the Genghis Khan.
Here and there seemed mighty rifts in the mountains through which
When I time to hit my bow again.
sink. We saw now and again the white
Jeez, dude,
of
damn,
falling
calm
water.
down, bro.
One of my companions touched my arm as we swept round the base of the hill and opened up to a lofty, snow-covered peak of a mountain, which seemed, as we wound on our serpentine way, to be right before us. Look, Istenzek, God's seat. And he crossed himself reverently.
Did she pretty much reach his distance?
As we
I have
wound
my
on
bow.
an endless way, and the sun set
My dad
behind
rig.
us. The shadows of the
Nice.
trees began to creep round
And
us.
my big pins.
This was emphasized by the fact
But my
that
dad
the
pins, should I say.
still held the sunset and seemed to glow out with a delicate, cool pink.
My two dad
Here and
pins.
there we passed
my bow,
some slow
My
mountains,
dad rig.
all in pictures
All I have is
but I noticed that most of
the cake ones now. All I have is one of the cake ones, and that's it, bro.
They got you. Helps me get to sleep.
That's what it does for me,
I'd
too.
be up all night into the morning.
Who did not even turn around as we approached, but
That's what it does for Trish, too. It helps her go to sleep.
have neither eyes nor ears for the outer world. There were many things new to me. For instance, hay ricks in the trees, and here and there very beautiful masses of weeping birch, their white stems shining like silver through the delicate green of the leaves. Now and again we passed a lightabout, the ordinary peasant's cart with its long snake-like vertebra, calculated to suit the inequalities of the road.
And I want to thank everybody that helped me get to 1,100 subscribers tonight. I hit 1,100. Thank you guys that helped me get there tonight. I appreciate it.
The latter carrying lance fashion their long staves.
And the best part is, I have my medical card to have it.
Began to get very cool, and the growing twilight seemed to converge into one dark mistiness, the gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine. Though in the valleys which ran deep between the spurs of the hills, as we ascended through the pass, the dark spurs stood out.
11:01.
in the background of late night. Sometimes, as the road was cut through the dark,
1,101, baby.
great masses of rain, which here and there disproved the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fancies engendered earlier in the evening, when the falling sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds, which amongst the Carpathians seemed to line ceaselessly through the valleys.
Oh,
Sometimes the hills were so steep that, despite our driver's haste, the horses could only go slowly. I wished to get
You
down
run
and
out of
walk up the
milk.
hill to it.
Just speaking of
The
that,
driver would not hear of it. No, no, he said. You must not walk here. The dogs are too fierce. And then he added, with what he evidently meant for grim pleasantry, when he looked round to catch the approving smile of the rest. And you may have enough of such matters before you go to sleep. The only stop he would make was a moment's pause to light his lamps. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement amongst the passengers, and they kept speaking to him, one after the other, as though urging him to further speed. He lashed the horses unmercifully with his long whip, and with wild cries of encouragement urged them on to furthering their journey. Then, through the darkness, I could see a sort of patch of gray light ahead of us, as though there were a cleft in the hills. The excitement of the passengers grew greater. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather springs and swayed like a boat tossed on a stormy sea.
hey, what's up, Karina? Guys, I'm getting me something.
The road trembled, and we appeared to fly along. Then the mountains seemed to come nearer to us on each side and to frown down upon us. We were entering on the Borgo Pass. One by one, several of the passengers offered me gifts, which they pressed upon me with an earnestness which would take no denial. These were certainly of an odd and varied kind, but each was given in simple good faith, with a kindly word and a blessing, and that same strange mixture of queer-meaning movements which I had seen outside the Hola district, the sign of the cross, and the guard against the evil eye. Then, as we flew along, the driver leaned forward, and on each side the passengers, craning over the edge of the coach, peered eagerly into the darkness. It was evident that something very exciting was either happening or expected. But though I asked each passenger,
I'm back.
no one would give me the slightest explanation. This state of excitement kept on for some little time, and at last we saw before us the paths opening out on the eastern side. There were dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive scent as though the mountain range had separated two atmospheres, and that now we had got into the thunderous one. I was now myself looking out for the conveyance which was to take me to the count. Each moment I expected to see the glare of lamps through the blackness, but all was dark. The only light was the flickering rays of our own lamps, in which the steam from our hard-driven horses rose in a white cloud. We could see now the sandy road lying white before us, but there was on it no sign of a vehicle.
Fruity
The
Pebble.
passengers drew back with a sigh of gladness, which seemed to mock my own disappointment. I was already thinking what I had best do, when the driver, looking at his watch, said to the others something which I could hardly hear, it was spoken so quietly and in so low a tone. I thought it was an hour less than the time. Then, turning to me, he spoke in German words than my own. There is no carriage here. The Herr is not expected after all. You will now come on to Bukovina and return tomorrow or the next day, better the next day. Whilst he was speaking, the horses began to neigh and snort and plunge wildly, so that the driver had to hold them up. Then, amongst a chorus of screams from the peasants and a universal crossing of themselves, a calèche with 4 horses drove up behind us, overtook us, and drew up beside the coach.
Ted, you want to see something?
I could see from the flash.
Want to know what I'm going to be using, bro? Look at this, bro. I'm going to show you right now what I'm going to be using, bro. Look. Look at this, bro. See all these boxes right here, bro? Look at this.
I'm sleeping, so.
I have all these boxes, bro. I have all these boxes right here, these small. This is what they look like when they're done, when they're made. This is what they look like when they're made.
I'm pretty sure they are seen boxes like that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, though. I'm just showing them.
Open the door and you die. This is so dumb.
Yeah, that's true.
Very restless and sharp and quite angry. One of my companions whispered to another in line from Berger's Lenore.
That was from her dad. Her dad used to do eBay. Her dad used to do eBay, have an eBay store, and those are the boxes he would use to send people their stuff. Because he used to have an eBay store. Her dad would use it as for his eBay store, those boxes for his eBay store. And I got the bubble wrap too. It's in the shed. The driver helping me with a hand which caught my arm in a grip of steel. His strength must have been prodigious. Without a word, he shook the reins, the horses turned, and we swept into the darkness of the path. As I looked back, I saw the steam from the horses and the coach by the light of the lamps, and projected against it the figures of my late companions crossing themselves. Then the driver cracked his whip and he called to his horses, and off they swept on their way to Bukovina. Into the darkness, I felt a strange chill, and a lonely feeling came over me. But a cloak was thrown over my shoulders and a rug across my knees, and the driver said in excellent German, "The night is chill, mein Herr, and my master the Count bade me take all care of you. There is a flask of Slivovitz, the plum brandy of the winter, underneath the seat, if you should require it." I did not take any, but it was a comfort to know it was there all the same. I felt it, a little strangely, and not a little frightened. I
turn. The carriage went at a hard pace straight along. Then we made a complete turn and went along another straight road. It seemed to me that we were simply going
Shout out to the 10 people. Thank y'all for the 29 likes. I appreciate it, guys.
Some salient point, and found that this was so. I would have liked to have asked the driver what this all meant, but I really feared to
Thank you guys for the drive-by, too.
That place as I was, any protest would have had no effect in case there had been an intention to delay. By and by, however, as I was curious to know how time was passed, I struck a match, and by explained within my watch. It was within a few minutes of midnight. This gave me a sort of shock, for I suppose the general superstition about midnight was increased by my recent experiences. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. Then a dog began to howl somewhere in a farmhouse far down the road. A long, agonized wailing, as if from fear. The sound was taken up by another dog, and then another and another, till, borne on the wind, which now sighed softly through the path.
I'm back. Let's do some diamond art, baby. Let's focus on this the bottom part tonight. I'm focused on the bottom part tonight, man. Because my focus is the bottom.
At the first howl, the horses began to strain and rear, but the driver spoke to them soothingly, and they quieted down, but shivered and sweated, as though after a runaway from sudden fright. Then, far off in the distance, from the mountains on each side of us, began a louder and a sharper howling, that of wolves, which affected both the horses and myself in the same way, for I was minded to jump from the caleche and run, whilst they reared again and plunged madly, so that the driver had to use all his great strength to keep them from bolting. In a few minutes, however, my own ears got accustomed to the sound, and the horses so far became quiet that the driver was able to stand before them. He petted and soothed them, and whispered something in their ears, as I have heard of horse tamers doing, and with extraordinary effect. For under his correct
Look at this, 91.3% are subscribed to me. I just want to see 100 people subscribe to me that watch my channel. The most I've been, the closest I've been to that was 98 point something was subscribed to me. I just want to see that 100% one time. 8.7 people that watch my channel are not subscribed. If you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing.
Though we were in shelter, we could feel the rising wind.
91.3.
And the branches of the trees crashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine, powdery snow began.
Y'all want to see my age group? Look at the age group, 18 to 65 plus. Nothing under 18.
The keen wind still carried the howling of the dog.
They watch my stuff in the evening time the most. In the morning time, my stuff never gets watched.
The baying of the wolves sounded nearer and nearer.
When my viewers are on YouTube at night.
I grew dreadfully afraid, and the horses shared my fear.
In the evening time.
The driver, however, was not in the least disturbed. He kept turning his head to left and right, but I could not see anything through the darkness. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw a faint, flickering blue flame. The driver saw it at the same moment. He at once checked the horses and, jumping to the ground, disappeared into the darkness. I did not know what to do. The less as the howling of the wolves grew closer. But while I wondered, the driver suddenly reappeared again, and without a word took his seat, and we resumed our journey. I think I must have fallen asleep and kept dealing with the incident, for it seemed to be repeated endlessly. And now looking back, it is like a sort of awful nightmare. Once the flame appeared so near the road that even in the darkness around us I could watch the driver's motions. He went rapidly to where the blue flame arose. It must have been very faint, for it did not seem to illumine the place around it at all, and, gathering a few stones, formed them into some device. Once there appeared a strange optical effect. When he stood between me and the flame, he did not obstruct it, for I could see its ghostly flicker all the same. This startled me, but as the effect was only momentary, I figured that my eyes deceived, straining through the darkness. Then for a time there were no blue flames, and we sped onwards through the gloom, with the howling of the wolves around us, as though they were followed in a moving circle. At last there came a time when the driver went further afield than he had yet gone, and during his
I'm
absence,
still
the
here,
horses
guys. Ted, God, I can't wait till I get this money, bro. It could take like 5 days. People are saying this could take up to 5 days, bro. I can wait that 5 days. I waited this damn long. Why can't I wait 5 more fucking days, right? Why can't I wait 5 more days? I waited this long for the money.
And by its light I saw around us a ring of wolves, with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long, sinewy limbs and shaggy hair. They were
Why can't I wait a couple more, right?
In the grim silence which held them, that even when they howled. For myself, I felt a sort of paralysis of fear. It is only when a man feels himself face to face with such horrors that he can understand their true import. Once the wolves began to howl as though the moonlight had had some peculiar effect on them. The horses jumped about and reared, and looked hopelessly round with eyes that rolled in a way painful to see. But the living ring of terror encompassed them on every side, and they had perforce to remain within it. I called to the coachman to come, for it seemed to me that our only chance was to try to break out through the ring, and to aid his approach I shouted and beat the side of the caleche, hoping by the noise to scare the wolves from the side so as to give them a chance of reaching the trap. How he came there I know not, but I heard his voice raised in a tone of imperious command, and looking towards the sound, saw him stand in the roadway. As he swept his long arms as though brushing aside some impalpable obstacle, the wolves fell back, and back further still. Just then a heavy cloud passed across the face of the moon, so that we were again in darkness. When I could see again, the driver was climbing into the caleche, and the wolves disappeared. This was all so strange and uncanny that a dreadful fear came upon me, and I was afraid to speak or move. The time seemed interminable as we swept on our way, now in almost complete darkness, and the clouds obscured the moon. We kept on ascending, with occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main, always ascending. Suddenly I became conscious of the fact that the driver was in the act of pulling up the horses in the courtyard of a vast ruined castle, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light, and whose broken battlements showed a jagged line against the sky. End of chapter 1. Recorded on November 2nd, 2005, in Oceanside, California.
How average? How long are your chapters for each chapter in your book? Mine, like when I listen to them from James Abbott, they're like 27 minutes for each chapter.
Recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com. Dracula by Bram Stoker. Chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's journal continued. 5th of May. I must have been asleep, but certainly if I had been fully awake I must have noticed the approach of such a remarkable place. In the gloom, the courtyard looked of considerable size, and several dark ways led from it under.
I think it just varies from book to book.
Yeah, that's what I've seen with these ones too that I've listened to already. Yeah.
When the caleche stopped,
Because I listened to Andrew the Great, Cleopatra. Now I'm going to listen to Hannibal and Genghis Khan. I got the next 2 books I'm going to read. And they got how many chapters in each one? Hold on.
Then he took my traps and placed them on the ground beside me as I stood close to a great door, old and studded with large iron nails.
Wow, this got wow, which one is this? Oh, Genghis Khan got 24 chapters in this one. 24 and Genghis
As I
Khan.
stood, the driver jumped again into his seat and shook the reins. The horses started forward, and track and all disappeared
Hannibal
down
got
the openings.
13 chapters.
I stood in silence where I was, for I did not know what to do. Of bell or knocker there was no sign. Through these frowning walls and dark window openings, it was not likely that my voice could penetrate. The time I waited seemed endless, and I felt doubts and fears crowding upon me. What sort of place had I come to? Among what kind of people? What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk, sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? Solicitor's clerk. Mina would not like that. Solicitor, but just before leaving London, I got word that my examination was successful and I am now a full-blown solicitor. I began to rub my eyes and pinch myself.
Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. I will be live until Amy comes live.
I expected that I should suddenly awake and find myself at home. The dawn struggling in through the windows.
If you guys are wanting a coin of mine, let me know and I'll put you on the list. I am gonna get my coins finally made. Just waiting for my money to deposit into onto my card. Then my coins will be being made. If you guys want to get on the list, let me know if you want a coin and how many you want.
Then there was the sound of rattling chains, the clanking of massive bolts drawn back. The key was turned, the loud grating noise, long disuse.
I'm listening to.
Swung back. Within stood a tall old man, clean shaven save for a long white mustache, and clad in black from head to foot.
You'll buy 2, James? All right, let me put you down on there, James. All right, I got you, Bubba.
He held in his hand an antique silver lamp, in which the flame burned without a chimney or globe of any kind, throwing long, quivering shadows that flickered in the draught of the open door.
Anthony, if you're still in the chat, how many did you want? Just one, right?
Gesture, saying in excellent English, but with a strange intonation.
Anthony, if you're still here, let me know, Bubba. I need to write this down.
Freely, and of your own free will. He made no
I got you,
motion of
Jane.
stepping to meet me, and stood like a statue, as though his gesture of welcome had fixed him into stone. The instant, however, that I had stepped over the threshold, he moved impulsively forward, and holding out his hand, grasped mine with a strength which made me wince, an effect which was not lessened by the fact.
Oh, no, I don't want no prepaid. No, none of mine are pre-order, James. I'm paying for them all, dude. I got them all. Don't even worry about that, bro. No, you don't have to prepay. No, I don't. I'm not doing that. No, sir. That's why I waited for me to get the money, all the money, and then I was gonna make my coins. No, no pre-orders, bro. I'm good with the pre-orders. I don't do that shit.
So to make sure, I said interrogatively, Count Dracula?
Cash App.
Bowed in a courtly way as he
I
replied,
got Cash App,
I am
Chime,
Dracula, and I bid you welcome, Mr. Harker,
PayPal.
to my house.
I do got PayPal
And I
now.
know it's chill and you must need to eat at the rest. As he was speaking, he put the lamp on a bracket on the
I had to
wall
put my
and stepped
PayPal
out
in my
by
about
the inch.
section, so.
He had carried it in before I foresaw him. I protested that he insisted. Nay, sir, you are my guest. It is late.
Yeah, he does, bro. He wants 25. He's trying to get 25 pre-orders before he orders the coin, he said.
And along another great passage on the stone floor, steps rang heavily. At the end of this,
I had to talk to Anthony. He's probably
and I
sleeping.
rejoiced to see within a well-lit room.
What kind of coins are you getting done?
I'm getting my channel coins. I'll show you guys the coins, the ones that the design. I'll show you the design right now. Let me go find it real quick.
A small octagonal room lit by a single
Oh, this
lamp,
one's it.
and seemingly without a window of any sort. Passing through this, he opened another door and motioned me to enter. It was a welcome sight, for here was a great bedroom well lighted and warmed by another log fire also added to it lately, for the top logs were fresh, which sent a hollow roar up the wide chimney. The Count himself left my luggage inside and withdrew, saying, before he closed the door, "You will need, after your journey, to refresh yourself by making your toilette. I trust you will find all you wish."
And this is going to be the back of it right here, the second one. This one is going to be the back of it. That's going to be the back. And this is going to be the front on one. And then the second set of coins I do, I'm going to switch them. Switch the design on the front. This is going to be the design on the front of the second coin. And I don't know if I want this one yet. I might stick with the same one for the second coin.
Sealed letter which Mr. Hawkins had entrusted to me. He opened it and read it gravely. Then, with a charming smile, he promised me to read. One passage of it at least gave me a thrill of pleasure. I must regret that an attack of gout, from which malady I am a constant sufferer, forbids absolutely any traveling on my part for some time.
So yeah, this one's definitely going to be the front of my first one.
Substitute, one in whom I have every possible confidence.
Yeah, this one right here looks too detailed, bro. Yeah.
In his own way, and of a very faithful disposition.
But yeah, I'll do this one.
He is discreet and silent, and has grown into manhood in my service. He shall be ready to attend on you when you will during his stay, and shall take your instructions in all matters. The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of the dish, and I fell to at once on an excellent roast chicken. This, with some cheese and a salad and
Nah.
bouquet, of which I had 2 glasses, was my supper.
If they do, I'm not going to get them. I'll go somewhere else, bro. Because, dude, there's no way.
By this time I had finished my supper, and by my host's desire had
This
drawn
one?
a chair by the fire.
Yeah, this one. This is going to be the front of my first coin.
At the same time, excusing myself.
Yeah, that one's going to be the front of it.
I had now
But I don't know if I want this one or this one.
and found him a very marked physiognomy. His face was strong, very
I don't know yet, bro.
strong eye, with high bridge of
For the
chin
back.
and peculiarly arched nostrils, and with lofty domed forehead and hair growing scantily round the temples but
I'll see.
profusely elsewhere. His eyebrows were very massive, almost reaching over the nose, with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. The mouth, so far as I could see it, mustache, was fixed and rather cruel-looking, peculiarly sharp white teeth. These protruded over the lips, whose remarkable ruddiness showed astonishing vitality in a man of his years. For the rest, his ears were pale, and at the tops extremely pointed. The chin was broad and strong, and the cheeks firm though thin. The general effect was one of
Yeah, that's the one that I was going to do, James. Yeah, that
The
one.
other two, I had noticed the backs of his hands as they lay on his knees in the firelight, and they had seemed rather white and fine. But seeing them now close to me, I could not but notice that they were rather coarse, broad, squat fingers. Strange to say, there were hairs in the center of the palm. The nails were long and fine and cut to a sharp point. As the Count leaned over me and his hands touched me, I could not repress a shudder. It may have been that his breath was rank, but a horrible feeling of nausea came over me, which, do what I would, I could not conceal. The Count, evidently noticing it, drew back, and with a grim sort of smile, which showed more than he had yet done of his protuberant teeth, sat himself down again on his own side of the fireplace. We were both silent for a while, and as I looked towards the window, I saw the first dim streak of coming dawn. There seemed a strange stillness over everything, but as I listened, I heard as if from down below in the valley,
Just that.
wolves. The Count's eyes gleamed, and he said, "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make." Seeing, I suppose, some expression in my face strange to him, he added, "Ah, sir, you dwellers in the city cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter." Then he rose and said, "But you must be tired. Your bedroom is all ready, and tomorrow you shall sleep as late as you will. I have to be away till the afternoon, so sleep well and dream well." With a courteous bow, he opened for me himself the door of the octagonal room, and I entered my bedroom. I am all in a sea of wonders. I doubt. I fear. I think strange
Shout out to the 8 people. Appreciate it.
confess to my own soul. God keep me, if only for the sake of those dear to me. 7th of May. It is again early morning, but I have rested and enjoyed the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get the best shit that doesn't really fucking try to.
My own accord. When I had dressed myself, I went into the room where we had supped.
I would try to get zinc, too.
coffee kept hot by a pot being placed on the hob. There was a card on the table on which was written, "I have to be absent for a while. Do not wait for me. D." I sat to and enjoyed a hearty meal. When I had done, I looked for a bell so that I might let the servants know I had finished, but I could not find one. There are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are around me. Table services of gold and so beautifully wrought that it must be of immense value. The curtains and upholstery of the chairs and sofas and the hangings of my bed are of the costliest and most beautiful fabrics. They must have been of fabulous value when they were made, for they are centuries old and in excellent order. I saw something like them in Hampton Court, but they were worn and frayed and mothy. But still, in none of the rooms is there a mirror. There is not even a toilette glass on my table. I had to get the little shaving glass from my bag before I could either shave or brush my hair. I have not yet seen a servant anywhere, or heard a sound near the castle, except the howling of wolves. Some time after I had finished my meal, I do not know whether to call it breakfast or dinner, for it was between 5 and 6 o'clock when I had it. I looked about for something to read, for I did not like to go about the castle until I had asked the Count's permission. There was absolutely nothing in the room, book, newspaper, or even writing materials, so I opened another door in the room and found a sort of library. The door opposite mine I tried, but found it locked. In the library I found, to my great
Oh, what happened? I'm not sure what happened there. Let's see. I straight got disconnected. Give me a sec, y'all. There we go. There we go. I think.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com. Dracula by Bram Stoker. Chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's Journal continued. 5th of May. I must have been asleep, but certainly if I had been fully awake I must have noticed the approach of such a remarkable place. In the gloom, the courtyard looked of considerable size, and as several dark ways led from it under great round arches, it perhaps seemed bigger than it really is. I have not yet been able to see it by daylight. When the caleche stopped, the driver jumped down and held out his hand to assist me to alight. Again, I could not but notice his prodigious strength. His hand actually seemed like a steel vice that could have crushed mine.
Wait a minute. That's not what you're saying.
Please.
Let's just,
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Dracula by Bram Stoker.
I can't do it on this phone.
Chapter 3.
Oh, I'm gonna have to wait now.
Jonathan Harker's journal. Continue. When I found that I was a prisoner, a sort of wild feeling came over me. I rushed up and down the stairs, trying every door and peering out of every window I could find. But after a little, the conviction of my helplessness overpowered all other feelings. And I looked back after a few hours.
Give me a sec, everyone. My LibriVox isn't wanting to work right now.
So you going off the app, bro. That's why I don't go off the app, bro. Crazy shit like that happening. I haven't had a problem with LibriVox since I've been using it the way I've been using it. But you've been using it for a while that way, so I get what you're saying too.
It's mainly because it's not downloaded.
Oh, it's not downloaded. Okay. Yeah, see, I download mine onto the computer, so it goes into the file on the computer. I just go to the file folder, and it'll be right there. And if I don't want it on there anymore, I'm just going to delete it out of the file folder.
LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
This one's actually downloaded. This one should run a lot smoother.
recorded by Corey Simon. The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri. Translated by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Inferno, Canto 1. Midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, but the straightforward pathway had been lost. Ah me, how hard a thing it is to say what
Shout out to the 8 people in the chat. Appreciate y'all for 28 likes.
Which in the very thought renews the fear. So bitter is it, death is little more. But of the good to treat, which there I found, speak will I of the other things I saw there. I cannot well repeat how there I entered. So full was
just
I
now
of
said
slumber
what the
at the
fuck?
moment in which I had abandoned the true way. But after I had reached a mountain's foot, at that point where the valley
This is when I got a
which had with consternation pierced my heart, upward I looked,
two.
and I beheld its shoulders, vested already with that planet's rays, which leadeth others right by every road. Then was the fear a little quieted, that in my soul's lake had endured throughout the night which I had passed so piteously. And even as he who, with distressful breath, forth issued from the sea upon the shore, turns to the water perilous and gazes. So did my soul, that still was fleeing onward, turn itself back to re-behold the pass, which never yet a living person left. After my weary body I had rested, the waves
The King Cubs are
and the
usually
desert
always been
slope
good.
Oh yeah, I had a hybrid, a sativa, and indica.
almost where the
I
ascent
had all three of
began,
them.
a panther, light and swift exceedingly, which with a spotted skin was covered earth, and never moved cheek from before my face, nay, rather did impede so much my way, that many times I to return had turned. The time was the beginning of the morning, and up the sun was mounting with those stars, that with him were, what time the love divine, at first in motion set those beauteous things. So were to me occasion of good hope, the variegated skin of that wild beast, the hour of time, and the delicious season, but not so much, that did not give me fear, a lion's aspect which appeared to me. He seemed as if against me he were coming, with head uplifted, and with ravenous hunger, so that it seemed the air was afraid of him. And a she-wolf, that with all hungerings, seemed to be laden in her meagerness, and many folk has caused to live forlorn. She brought upon me so much heaviness, with the threat that from her aspect came, that I the hope.
Now that'll work too. I mean, it depends on how much the coin, how much it costs. I'm not gonna go over $25, bro.
Who weeps in all his thoughts and is despondent. E'en such made me that beast withouten peace, which, coming on against me by degrees, thrust me back thither where the sun is silent. While I was rushing downward to the lowland, before mine eyes did one present himself, who seemed from long continued silence hoarse. When I beheld him in the desert vast, have pity on me, unto him I cried. Which
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna go over $25, bro. If I do anything, it'd probably be $22, $17 for the coin, $25 for shipping, which will make it $22. I mean, that's good too, you know.
Lived at Rome under the good Augustus, during the time of false and lying.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
A poet was I, and I sang that just, son of Anchises, who came forth from Troy. After that, Ilion the superb was burned. But thou, why'st go thou back to such annoyance? Why climbst thou not the Mount Delectable, which is the source and cause of every joy? Now, art thou that Virgilus, and that fountain which spreads abroad so wide a river of speech? I made response to him, with bashful forehead. Oh,
yeah, $22.
Poets, honor and light,
or I can go $20 for the coin. It depends on how they are, dude. I definitely got a lot to still go through and finalize with a couple of people. I got to get a hold and get in contact with a couple of people, man, to finalize it. Finalize the design. See where we go from there. But yeah. Otherwise, I mean, we're good to go. I just need to finalize the design and whatever.
Be it behooves to take another road, responded he, when he beheld me weeping. If from this savage place thou wouldst escape, because this beast, at which thou criest out, suffers not any one to pass her way, but so doth harass him that she destroys him, and has nature so malign and ruthless, that never doth she glut her greedy will, and after food is hungrier than before. Many the animals with whom she weds, and more they shall be still, until the greyhound comes, who shall make her perish in her pain. He shall not feed on either earth or pelf, but upon wisdom, and on love and virtue. Twixt Feltro and Feltro shall his nation be. Of that low Italy shall he be the saviour, on whose account the maid Camilla died. Euryalus, Turnus, Nisus of their wounds. Through every city shall he hunt her down, till he shall have driven her back to hell, there from whence envy first did let her loose. Therefore I think, and judge it for thy best, thou follow me, and I will be thy guide, and lead thee hence through the eternal place, where thou shalt hear the desperate lamentations, shall see the ancient spirits disconsolate, who cry out each one for the second death. And thou shalt see those who contented are within the fire, because they hope to come, whene'er it may be, to the blessed people. To whom, then, if thou wishest to ascend, a soul shall be for that, the nine more worthy. With her at my departure I will leave thee, because that emperor who reigns above, in that I was rebellious to his law, wills that through me none come into his city. He governs everywhere, and there he reigns. There is his city and his lofty throne. Oh, happy he whom thereto he elects. And I to him, poet, I thee entreat, by that same God whom thou didst never know, that I may escape this woe and worse. Thou wouldst conduct me there, where thou hast said, that I may see the portal of St. Peter, and those thou makest so disconsolate. Then he moved on, and I behind him followed. End of Canto 1. Inferno, Canto 2. Day was departing, and the embrowned air released the animals that are on earth from their fatigues, and I, the only one, made myself ready to sustain the war, both of the way and likewise of the woe, which memory that errs not shall retrace. O Muses, O high genius, now assist me. O memory, that didst write down what I saw, here thy nobility shall be manifest. And I began, Poet, who guidest me, regard my manhood, if it be sufficient, ere to the arduous pass thou dost confide me. Thou sayest, that of Silvius the parent, while yet corruptible, unto the world immortal went, and was there bodily. But if the adversary of all evil was courteous, thinking of the high effect that issue would from him, and who, and what, to men of intellect unmeet it seems not. For he was of great Rome, and of her empire, in the imperial heaven as father chosen. The which and what, wishing to speak the truth, was stablished as the holy place, wherein sits the successor of the greatest Peter. Upon this journey, whence thou beest informed,
Shout out to the 7 in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
which the occasion were, both of his victory and the papal mantle. Thither went afterwards the chosen vessel, to bring back comfort thence unto that faith, which of salvation's way is the beginning. But I, why thither come, or who conceives it? I not Aeneas am, I am not Paul, nor I, nor others think me worthy of it. Therefore, if I resign myself to come, I fear the coming may be ill advised. Thou art wise, and knowest better than I speak. And as he is, who unwills what he will, and by new thoughts doth his intention change, so that from his design he quite withdraws, such I became on that dark hillside, because in thinking I consumed the emprise, which was so very prompt in the beginning. If I have well thy language understood, replied that shade of the magnanimous, thy soul attainted is with cowardice, which many times a man encumbers so, it turns him back from honoured enterprise, as false sight doth the beast when he is shy. That thou mayest free thee from this apprehension, I'll tell thee why I came, and what I heard at the first moment when I grieved for thee. Among those was I who are in suspense, and a fair, saintly lady called to me. In such wise I besought her to command me. Her eyes were shining brighter than the star. and she began to say, gentle and low, with a voice angelical, in her own language, O Spirit, courteous of Mantua, of whom the fame still in the world endures, and shall endure, long-lasting as the world, a friend of mine, and not the friend of fortune, upon the desert slope is so impeded upon his way that he is turned through terror, and may, I fear, already be so lost that I too late have risen to his succour. From that which I have heard of him in heaven, bestir thee now, and with thy speech ornate, and with what needful is for his release, assist him so that I may be consoled. Beatrice and I, who do bid thee go, I come from there, where I would fain return, love moved me, which compelleth me to speak, when I shall be in presence of my Lord, full often will I praise thee unto him. Then paused she, and thereafter I began, O Lady of Virtue, thou alone through whom the human race exceedeth all, contained within the heaven that has the lesser circles. So grateful unto me is thy commandment, to obey if 'twere already done, were late. No further needst thou ope to me thy wish. But the cause, tell me why thou dost not shun the here descending down into this centre, from the vast place thou burnest to return to. Since thou wouldst fain so inwardly discern, briefly will I relate, she answered me, why I am not afraid to enter here. Of those things only should one be afraid, which have the power of doing others harm. Of the rest, no, because they are not fearful. God in his mercy such created me, that misery of yours attains me not, nor assails me of this burning. A gentle lady is in heaven, who grieves at this impediment to which I send thee, so that stern judgment there above is broken. In her entreaty she besought Lucia, and said, thy faithful one now stands in need of thee, and unto thee I recommend him. Lucia, foe of all that cruel is, hastened away, and came unto the place where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel. Beatrice, said she, the true praise of God, why succourest thou not him who loved thee so? For thee he issued from the vulgar herd. Dost thou not hear the pity of his plaint? Dost thou not see the death that combats him, beside that flood where ocean has no vault? Never were persons in the world so swift to work their weal and to escape their woe, as I, after such words as these were uttered, came hither downward from my blessed seat,
Alright, everyone. I'm going to call Interior's Life for tonight.
All right, brother. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank everyone for stopping by. Everyone continues to stop by. Thanks. We appreciate all y'all's support. Until next time, everyone. Y'all stay safe out there.
All right, you too, bro. Look, time to put mine on now. Hannibal. No, I need. Mhm. Hold on, let me.
Chapter 1 of Hannibal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hollis Hanover. Hannibal by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 1. The First Punic War. Hannibal was a Carthaginian general. He acquired his great distinction as a warrior by his desperate contests with the Romans. Roman Carthage grew up together on opposite sides of the Mediterranean Sea. For about 100 years, they waged against each other most dreadful wars. There were 3 of these wars. Rome was successful in the end, and Carthage was entirely destroyed. There was no real cause for any disagreement between these two nations. Their hostility to each other was merely rivalry and spontaneous hate. They spoke a different language, they had a different origin, and they lived on opposite sides of the same sea. So they hated and devoured each other. Those who have read the story of Alexander the Great in this series will recollect the difficulty he experienced in besieging and subduing Tyre, a great maritime city situated about 2 miles from the shore on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Carthage was originally founded by a colony from this city of Tyre, and it soon became a great commercial and maritime power like its mother. The Carthaginians built ships, and with them explored all parts of the Mediterranean Sea. They visited all the nations' coasts, purchased the commodities they had, carried them to other nations, and sold them at great advances. They soon began to grow rich and powerful. They hired soldiers to fight their battles and began to take possession of the islands of the Mediterranean and, in some instances, of points on the mainland. For example, in Spain, some of their ships going there found that the natives had silver and gold, which they obtained from veins of ore near the surface of the ground. At first, the Carthaginians obtained this gold and silver by selling the natives commodities of various kinds, which they had procured in other countries, paying, of course, to the producers only a very small price compared with what they required the Spaniards to pay them. Finally, they took possession of that part of Spain where the mines were situated and worked the mines themselves. They dug deeper. They employed skillful engineers to make pumps and raise the water, which always accumulates in mines and prevents their being worked to any great depth unless the miners have a considerable degree of scientific and mechanical skill. They founded a city here which they called New Carthage, Nova Carthago. They fortified and garrisoned this city and made it the center of their operations in Spain. This city is called Cartagena to this day. Thus, the Carthaginians did everything by power of money. They extended their operations in every direction, each new extension bringing in new treasures and increasing their means of extending them more. They had, besides the merchant vessels which belonged to private individuals, great ships of war belonging to the state. These vessels were called galleys and were rowed by oarsmen, tier above tier. there being sometimes 4 and 5 banks of oars. They had armies too, drawn from different countries in various troops, according as different nations excelled in the different modes of warfare. For instance, the Numidians, whose country extended in the neighborhood of Carthage on the African coast, were famous for their horsemen. There were great plains in Numidia and good grazing, and it was, consequently, one of those countries in which horses and horsemen naturally thrive. On the other hand, the natives of the Balearic Isles, now called Majorca, Minorca, and Ibiza, were famous for their skill as slingers. So the Carthaginians, in making up their forces, would hire bodies of cavalry in Numidia and of slingers in the Balearic Isles, and for reasons analogous, they got excellent infantry in Spain.
What's up, Stanley? What's going on, brother? Good morning.
The tendency of the various nations to adopt and cultivate different modes of warfare was far greater in those ancient times than now. The Balearic Isles, in fact, received their name from the Greek word balein, which means to throw with a sling. The youth were there trained to perfection in the use of this weapon from a very early age. It is said that mothers used to practice the plan of putting the bread for their boys' breakfast on the branches of trees high above their heads and not allow them to have their food to eat until they could bring it down with a stone thrown from a sling. Thus the Carthaginian power became greatly extended. The whole government, however, was exercised by a small body of wealthy and aristocratic families at home. It was very much such a government as that of England is at the present day, only the aristocracy of England is based on ancient birth and landed property, whereas in Carthage it depended on commercial greatness, combined, it is true, with hereditary family distinction. The aristocracy of Carthage controlled and governed everything. None but its own sons could ordinarily obtain office or power. The great mass of inhabitants were kept in a state of servitude and vassalage. This state of things operated then, as it does now in England, very unjustly and hardly for those who were thus debased. But the result was, and in this respect the analogy with England still holds good, that a very efficient and energetic government was created. The government of an oligarchy makes sometimes a very rich and powerful state, but a discontented and unhappy people. Let the reader now turn to the map and find the place of Carthage upon it. Let him imagine a great and rich city there with piers and docks and extensive warehouses for the commerce, and temples and public edifices of splendid architecture for the religious and civil service of the state, and elegant mansions and places for the wealthy aristocracy, and walls and towers for the defense of the whole. Let him imagine a back country extending for some 100 miles into the interior of Africa, fertile and highly cultivated, producing great stores of corn and wine and rich fruits of every description. Let him then look at the islands of Sicily, of Corsica, and Sardinia, and the Baleares, and conceive of them as rich and prosperous countries, and all under the Carthaginian rule. Look also at the coast of Spain. See, in imagination, the city of Cartagena, with its fortifications and its army and the gold and silver mines, with thousands and thousands of slaves toiling in them. Imagine fleets of ships going continually along the shores of the Mediterranean from country to country, cruising back and forth to Tyre, to Cyprus, to Egypt, to Sicily, to Spain, carrying corn and flax and purple dyes and spices and perfumes and precious stones and ropes and sails for ships and gold and silver, and then periodically returning to Carthage to add the profits they had made to the vast treasures of wealth already accumulated there. Let the reader imagine all this with the map before him so as to have a distinct conception of the geographical relations of the localities, and he will have a pretty correct idea of the Carthaginian power at the time it commenced its dreadful conflicts with Rome. Rome itself was very differently situated. Rome had been built by some wanderers.
Shout out to the 4 people in the chat. Thank you all for the 29 likes. I appreciate it, guys.
Slowly, by a sort of internal principle of life and energy. One region after another of the Italian peninsula was merged in the Roman state. They formed a population which was, in the main, stationary and agricultural. They tilled the fields, they hunted the wild beasts, they raised great flocks and herds. They seem to have been a race, a sort of variety of the human species, possessed of a very refined and superior organization which, in its development, gave rise to a character of firmness, energy, and force, both of body and mind, which has justly excited the admiration of mankind. The Carthaginians had sagacity, the Romans called it cunning, and activity, enterprise, and wealth. Their rivals, on the other hand, were characterized by genius, courage, and strength, giving rise to a certain calm and indomitable resolution and energy which has since, in every age, been strongly associated in the minds of men with the very word Roman. The progress of nations was much more slow in ancient days than now, and these two rival empires continued their gradual growth and extension, each on its own side of the great sea which divided them, for 500 years before they came into collision. At last, however, it originated in the following way. By looking at the map, the reader will see that the island is separated from the mainland by a narrow strait called the Strait of Messina. This strait derives its name from the town of Messina, which is situated upon it on the Sicilian side. Opposite Messina, on the Italian side, there was a town named Rhegium. Now it happened that both these towns had been taken possession of by lawless bodies of soldiery. The Romans came and delivered Rhegium and punished the soldiers who had seized it very severely. The Sicilian authorities advanced to the deliverance of Messina. The troops there, finding themselves thus threatened, sent to the Romans to say that if they, the Romans, would come and protect them, they would deliver Messina into their hands. The question, what answer to give this application, was brought before the Roman Senate and caused them great perplexity. It seemed very inconsistent to take sides with the rebels of Messina when they had punished so severely those of Rhegium. Still, the Romans had been, for a long time, becoming very jealous of the growth and extension of the Carthaginian power. Here was an opportunity of meeting and resisting it. The Sicilian authorities were about calling for direct aid from Carthage to recover the city, and the affair would probably result in establishing a large body of Carthaginian troops within sight of the Italian shore, and at a point it would be easy for them to make hostile incursions into the Roman territories. In a word, it was a case of what is called political necessity, that is to say, a case in which the interests of one of the parties in the contest were so strong that all considerations of justice, consistency, and honor are to be sacrificed to the promotion of them. Instances of this kind of political necessity occur very frequently in the management of public affairs in all ages of the world. The contest for Messina was, after all, however, considered by the Romans merely as a pretext, or rather as an occasion, for commencing the struggle with which they had long been desirous of entering upon. They evinced their characteristic energy and greatness in the plan which they adopted at the outset. They knew very well that the power of Carthage rested mainly on her command of the seas, and that they could not hope successfully to cope with her till they could meet and conquer her on her own element. In the meantime, however, they had not a single ship and not a single sailor, while the Mediterranean was covered with Carthaginian ships and seamen. Not at all daunted by this prodigious inequality, the Romans resolved to begin at once the work of creating for themselves a naval power. The preparations consumed some time, for the Romans had not only to build the ships, They had first to learn how to build them. They took their first lesson from a Carthaginian galley which was cast away in a storm upon the coast of Italy. They seized this galley, collected their carpenters to examine it, and set woodmen to work to fell trees and collect materials for imitating it. The carpenters studied their model very carefully, measured the dimensions of every part, and observed the manner in which the various parts were connected and secured together. The heavy shocks which vessels are exposed to from the waves makes it necessary to secure great strength in the construction of them, and though the ships of the ancients were very small and imperfect compared with the men of war,
Shout out to the 5 people in the chat.
still
Appreciate you
it is
guys.
surprising that the Romans could succeed at all in such a sudden and hasty attempt at building them. They did, however, succeed. While the ships were building, officers appointed for the purpose were training men on shore to the art of rowing them. Benches, like the seats which the oarsmen would occupy in the ships, were arranged on the ground, and the intended seamen were drilled every day in the movements and action of rowers. The result was that in a few months after the building of the ships was commenced,
You're back, okay, Clint? Appreciate you, sweetie.
100 galleys
I'll be live until Ernie comes live.
ready. They remained in harbor with them for some time to give the oarsmen the opportunities to see whether they could row on the water as well as on the land, and then boldly put to sea to meet the Carthaginians. There was one part of the arrangements made by the Romans in preparing their fleets which was strikingly characteristic of
Welcome back, young lady hot mess.
which marked all their conduct. They constructed machines containing grappling irons which they mounted on the prows of their vessels. These engines were so contrived that the moment one of the ships containing them encountered a vessel of the enemy, the grappling irons would fall upon the deck of the latter and hold the two firmly together so as to prevent the possibility of either escaping from the other. The idea that they themselves should have any wish to withdraw from the encounter seemed entirely out of the question. Their only fear was that the Carthaginian seamen would employ their superior skill and experience in naval maneuvers in making their escape. Mankind have always regarded the action of the Romans in this case as one of the most striking examples of military courage and resolution which the history of war has ever recorded. An army of landsmen come down to the seashore and, without scarcely having ever seen a ship, undertake to build a fleet and go out to attack a power whose navies covered the sea and made her the sole and acknowledged mistress of it. They seize a wrecked galley of their enemies for their model, they build 100 vessels like it, they practice maneuvers for a short time in port, and then go forth to meet the fleets of their powerful enemy with grappling machines to hold them, fearing nothing but the possibility of their escape. The result was as might have been expected. The Romans captured, sunk, destroyed, or dispersed the Carthaginian fleet which was brought to oppose them. They took the prows of the ships which they captured and conveyed them to Rome, and built what is called a rostral pillar of them. A rostral pillar is a column ornamented with such beaks or prows which were, in the Roman language, called rostra. This column was nearly destroyed by lightning about 50 years afterward, but it was repaired and rebuilt again, and it stood then for many centuries, a very striking and appropriate monument of this extraordinary naval victory. The Roman commander in this case was the consul Tullius. The rostral column was erected in honor of him. In digging among the ruins of Rome, there was found what was supposed to be the remains of this column about 300 years ago. The Romans now prepared to carry the war into Africa itself. Of course, it was easy, after their victory over the Carthaginian fleet, to transport troops across the sea to the Carthaginian shore. The Roman Commonwealth was governed at this time by a Senate, made the laws, and by 2 supreme executive officers called consuls. They thought it was safer to have 2 chief magistrates than one, as each of the two would naturally be a check upon the other. The result was, however, that mutual jealousy involved them often in disputes and quarrels. It is thought better in modern times to have but one chief magistrate in the state, and to provide other modes to put a check upon any disposition he might evince to abuse his powers. The Roman consuls in time of war took command of the armies. The name of the consul upon whom it devolved to carry on the war with the Carthaginians after this first great victory was Regulus, and his name has been celebrated in every age on account of his extraordinary adventures in this campaign and his untimely fate. How far the story is strictly true, it is now impossible to ascertain, but the following is the story as the Roman historians related. At the time when Regulus was elected consul, he was a plain man, living simply on his farm, maintaining himself by his own industry, and evincing no ambition or pride. His fellow citizens,
Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Text guy, Karina.
And made him consul.
Whoever's in the back, in the bushes. You bushwhackers.
The fleet to more than 300 vessels. He put 100
Don't be scared to come out the bushes. Don't be scared to come out them closet.
1 or 2 years had been spent in making these preparations, at which time the Carthaginians had improved in building new ships, so that when the Romans set sail and were moving along the coast of Sicily, they came in sight of a larger Carthaginian fleet assembled to oppose them. Regulus advanced to the contest. The Carthaginian fleet was beaten as before. The ships which were not captured or destroyed made their escape in all directions, and Regulus went on without further opposition and landed his forces on the Carthaginian shore. He encamped as soon as he landed and sent back word to the Roman Senate asking what was next to be done. The Senate, considering that the great difficulty and danger, viz., that of repulsing the Carthaginian fleet, was now past, ordered Regulus to send home nearly all the ships and a very large part of the army, and with the rest to commence his march toward Carthage. Regulus obeyed. He sent home the troops which had been ordered home, and with the rest began to advance upon the city. Just at this time, however, news came out to him that the farmer who had had the care of his land at home had died, and that his little farm, on which rested his sole reliance for the support of his family, was going to ruin. Regulus accordingly sent to the Senate, asking them to place someone else in command of the army and allow him to resign his office, that he might go home and take care of his wife and children. The Senate sent back orders that he should go on with his campaign and promised to provide support for his family and to see that someone was appointed to take care of his land. This story is thought to illustrate the extreme simplicity and plainness of all the habits of life among the Romans in those days. It certainly does so, if it is true. It is, however, very extraordinary that a man who was entrusted by such a commonwealth with the command of a fleet of 130 vessels and an army of 140,000 men should have a family at home dependent for subsistence on the hired cultivation of 7 acres of land. Still, such is the story. Regulus advanced toward Carthage, conquering as he came. The Carthaginians were beaten in one field after another and were reduced, in fact, to the last extremity when an occurrence took place which turned the scale. This was the arrival of a large body of troops from Greece with a Grecian general at their head. These were troops which the Carthaginians had hired to fight for them, as was the case with the rest of the army. But these were Greeks, and the Greeks were of the same race and possessed the same qualities as the Romans. The newly arrived Grecian general evinced at once such military superiority that the Carthaginians gave him the supreme command. He marshaled the army accordingly for battle. He had 100 elephants in the van. They were trained to rush forward and trample down the enemy. He had the Greek phalanx in the center, which was a close, compact body of many thousand troops, bristling with long
Well, let me go see what that
iron
was. Something just fell.
with which the men pressed forward, bearing everything before them. Regulus was, in a word, ready to meet Carthaginians, but he was not prepared to encounter Greeks. His army was put to flight, and he was taken prisoner. Nothing could exceed the excitement and exultation in the city when they saw Regulus and 500 other Roman soldiers brought captive in. A few days before, they had been in consternation at the imminent danger of his coming in as a ruthless.
Let's go see everybody, Hunter.
The Roman Senate were not discouraged by this disaster.
Hi there, Hunter,
They fitted
Hunter.
out new armies, and the
Hunter,
war went on,
Hunter.
Regulus being kept all the time at Carthage as a close
Hunter,
prisoner.
Hunter.
At
Hi,
last, the
Hunter, baby.
Carthaginians authorized him to go to
Hunter.
Rome as a sort of commissioner to propose to the Romans to exchange prisoners and make peace.
Hunter, Hunter.
They extracted from him a solemn promise that if he was unsuccessful, he would return. The Romans had taken many of the Carthaginians prisoners in their naval combats and held them captive at Rome.
That's
It is
my little
customary
Hunter
in such
boy.
cases for the belligerent nations
Hunter,
to make an
Hunter.
exchange and restore the captives on both sides to
Say
their
hi,
friends and
Hunter.
home. It was such an exchange of prisoners as this which Regulus was to propose. When
Say hi,
Regulus
Hunter.
reached Rome, he refused to enter
Say
the
hi,
city,
Hunter.
but he appeared before the Senate without the walls
You
in a
waiting
very
there, Mama?
humble garb
You waiting there,
and with the
Mama?
most
You waiting
subdued
there,
and
Mama?
unassuming demeanor. He was no longer, he said, a
Oh,
Roman
where you going?
officer or even
Where you
citizen,
going?
but a Carthaginian prisoner, and he disavowed all
Where
right
you
to
going?
direct or even to counsel the Roman authorities in respect to the proper course to be pursued. His opinion was, however, he said, that the Romans ought not to make peace or exchange prisoners. He himself and the other Roman prisoners were old
Where you
and
going?
infirm and not worth the
Say
exchange.
hi,
And,
everybody.
moreover,
Say
they
hi,
had no claim
everybody.
whatsoever on their country,
You gonna back up
as
onto
they
my
could only
shoulder
have been
like you
made
always do?
prisoners in consequence
Huh?
of want of courage or
You gonna back up on
patriotism
my
to
shoulder
die
like you
in their
always do?
country's cause. He said that the
Hunter.
Carthaginians were tired of the war and that their resources were exhausted, and that the Romans ought to press forward in it with renewed vigor and leave himself and the other
Hunter.
prisoners to their fate.
Oh, you shy of the camera?
The Senate came
You
very
shy of the
slowly and
camera?
reluctantly
Hunter
to the
boy.
conclusion to follow this advice. They, however, all earnestly joined in attempting to persuade Regulus that he was
He's going
under
after his
obligation to
tail.
return to Carthage.
He's going after his
Promise,
tail. Look.
they said, was extorted by the circumstances
Calm down.
of
You're
the
gonna get
case and
dizzy.
was not binding.
You're gonna
Regulus,
get
however,
dizzy.
insisted on keeping his faith with his enemies.
Jump.
He sternly
Jump.
refused to see his family and, bidding the Senate
Come on, babe.
farewell, he returned to Carthage. The Carthaginians, exasperated at his having interposed himself to prevent the succession of
You
his
go
mission,
to the
tortured
bathroom.
him for some time
Good
in the most
boy,
cruel manner
Hunter.
and finally put him to
Good
death.
boy.
One would think that he ought to have counseled peace and an exchange of prisoners, and he ought not to have refused to see his unhappy wife and children, but it was certainly very noble of him to refuse to break his word.
Five.
War
Five is red,
continued
right?
for some time after this,
Watch
until
out. She's
at
right there
length
behind the.
both nations
He's in the-
became weary of the contest
Right in the
and
box.
peace was made.
You're using it, huh?
The
Yeah, he just
following
went in
is the
there.
treaty which was
Okay,
signed.
I gotta put this one up
It
for
shows that
her
the
for
advantage
tomorrow,
on the
or
whole
today.
is first
Who?
beginning
or
war
whatever.
was on the part of
Who?
Romans.
Oh, your mom?
There shall be
Give it
peace
to her
between
then.
Rome
I
and
am, but
Carthage.
I gotta have the
Carthaginians
tax.
shall
to
evacuate
put it up
all
with.
Sicily. They shall not make war
Here,
upon
they're
any
right there.
allies of the Romans. They shall restore to the
They're
Romans
right there.
without
Oh
I
my
know.
God, dang, Cat, what the hell did
which
you
they
eat
have
tonight?
taken from them, and
Holy
pay them
Jesus
within
Smells
10
like
Christ.
years
frickin',
3,200
Like
talents
boots,
of
yeah.
silver.
Oh my gosh,
The war
Jesus.
had continued
What have you been
for
feeding this cat?
14 years.
Don't you have a charger for your
End of
phone?
chapter 1.
No,
Reporting
Well,
by
grab it.
this
Paul.
is my phone.
No, that's not your phone. That's my phone.
Well,
This is your phone. Wait,
just fucking use the damn regular fucking C charger on it.
you have yours.
I don't
I
have it, the regular one that goes with it. Just use the
I
fucking.
gotta charge mine.
Well, it's not gonna get charged right now. Then just leave it alone. Charge yours.
Why are you using the black one? It's a black cord.
I'm not using it and I don't know where it's at, Trish.
Oh my god.
What part of that don't you understand? I don't know where the fucking thing is at. Else I would have given it to you. Just charge yours first. Yours is more important than mine. Oh, that was the end of chapter 1, wasn't it? No. Where is it? Chapter number 2.
Chapter 2 of Hannibal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Haley Flagg. Hannibal by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 2. Hannibal at Saguntum. The name of Hannibal's father was Hamilcar. He was one of the leading Carthaginian generals. He occupied a very prominent position both on account of his rank and wealth and high family connections in Carthage, and also on account of the great military energy which he displayed in the command of the armies abroad. He carried on the wars which the Carthaginians waged in Africa and in Spain after the conclusion of the war with the Romans, and he longed to commence hostilities with the Romans.
Oh, come here, buddy.
At one time,
Come here,
when
you.
Hannibal was about 9 years of age,
Hi, my
was
little
preparing to set
buddy.
off on an
You're not on
expedition to
camera. You're
Spain,
not on
and,
camera.
as was usual
You're not
in
on
those days,
camera.
he was celebrating the
Hunter.
occasion with games and spectacles and
Hunter,
various
Hunter,
religious
boy.
ceremonies.
Hi,
It has
buddy.
been the custom in all
I'm gonna
ages
go down by
when
mama. We'll let you go
nations
down by
to war
mama.
with
Go on.
each other, for each side to take measures toward propitiating the favor of heaven. Christian nations of the present day do it by prayers offered in each country for the success of their own arms. Heathen nations do it by
Which one you doing
sacrifices,
next?
libations, and offerings.
I'm gonna put this
Hamilcar
down in
made
there then.
arrangements for such
Till
sacrifices,
later.
and the priests were offering them in the presence of the whole assembled army. Young Hannibal, then about 9 years of age,
How long you
was
think this is gonna take me?
He was a boy of great spirit and energy, and he entered with much
5
enthusiasm
years.
to the scene.
5
He wanted
years.
to go to Spain himself with the army, and he came to his father and began to urge his request.
Oh, excuse
His father
me.
could not consent to this. He was too young to endure the privations and fatigues of such an enterprise. However, his father brought him to one of the altars in the presence of the other officers of the army, and made him lay his hands on the consecrated victim and swear that, as soon as he was old enough and had it in his power, he would make war upon the Romans. This was done, no doubt, in part to amuse young Hannibal's mind, and to relieve his disappointment in not being able to go to war at the time, by promising him a great and mighty enemy to fight at some future day. Hannibal remembered it, and longed for the time to come when he could go to war against the Romans.
Falling asleep again? No, you were, Ted. That's why I'm not worried about it. But hey,
He was at liberty to extend his
I do need to talk to you tomorrow, though.
west of the river
Today.
Iberus,
Well, later today. I do need to talk to you later today, though, Ted.
going southwest into the Mediterranean Sea. Its name, Iberus, has been gradually changed in modern times to Ibra.
Do you know anybody else that might want them, Ted?
The Carthaginians were not
You know
to
what?
molest
Anybody that
Iberus,
might want a coin from me?
by the treaty, not to molest
That you could think of off the top of your head?
city lying
That
between
you know
Iberus
what
and
one was?
Carthaginian dominions. Saguntum was in alliance
Harden's
with
all
the
boxed
Romans
up.
and under
Okay.
their protection. Hamilcar was, however, very restless and uneasy at being obliged thus to refrain from hostilities with the Roman power. He began immediately after his arrival in Spain to form plans for renewing the war. He had under him, as his principal lieutenant, a young man who had married his daughter. His
I don't
name
remember
was
how many
Hasdrubal.
Anthony said.
With Hasdrubal's aid, he went on extending his conquests in Spain and strengthening his position there.
No. I mean that probably eventually end up wanting to buy one. I know Anthony and Harden James.
Hannibal was now probably about 21 or 2 years old and still in Carthage.
I know for
Hasdrubal sent to the Carthaginian government
for a
a
fact.
request that Hannibal
I can't remember if Anthony said he wanted one or two.
be sent out to join
He said him and Shay might want one, but I didn't know if he wanted meant two or what.
There was a great debate in the Carthaginian
I'm gonna have to get a hold of him and ask him.
In all cases where questions of government were controlled by votes, it had been found in every age that parties will always be formed, of which the two most prominent will usually be nearly balanced one against the other.
I know it, dude.
Thus,
It's
at
not
this
gonna.
time, though the Hamilcar family were in power, there was a very strong
Anthony G wants
party
two.
in opposition to him. The leader of this party in the
I'll put him down for
whose name
two.
was Hannibal,
I got Harlan
made a
James
very
down for
earnest speech
two,
against sending Hannibal.
and that's it right
He
now.
was too young, he said, to be of any service. He would only learn the vices and follies of the camp,
Tries in Florida
thus
doesn't
become
want it.
corrupted and ruined.
He's already. Me and him already got
At
something
this
going.
rate, the command of our armies in
Just
Spain
he ain't got to worry about him.
hereditary right.
Him or the
Hamilcar's
person
son
that designed the
that his
coin,
authority should thus descend
or
first
the person
to
that designed the coin
and
with
then
him.
to his son. For this plan of making Hannibal, he said, while yet scarcely arrived at manhood, a high officer in the army is only a stepping stone.
They know who they are, so they ain't got to. They ain't got to say nothing.
Whenever, for any reason, Hasdrubal,
But that's another reason why I got to talk to you too. To later on
Roman
today, Ted.
historian, through whose narrative we get our only account of this debate,
How many do you
says
think
that
the other?
though these
Well,
were
he's gonna want money. See,
and
that's the
strength
thing.
prevailed, as usual, over wisdom in the decision of the question. They voted to send Hannibal, and he set out to cross the sea to Spain with a heart full of enthusiasm and joy. A great deal of curiosity and interest was felt throughout the army to see him on his arrival.
That's another reason why I got to talk to you too,
To his
Ted.
father, and they were all ready to transfer this attachment at once to the son, if he should prove worthy of it. It was very evident, soon after he reached the camp, that he was going to prove himself thus worthy. He entered at once into the duties of his position with a degree of energy, patience, and
So it looks like
self-denial
not too many
which
people
attracted
want him.
universal
Not right now. They don't even know I have them.
favorite.
They don't even know I'm gonna be doing them yet
No heirs,
until I put it on my
sought no
community
credits or
code.
indulgences, nor demanded any exemption
How do
from
I
the
put
dangers
pictures
and
on
privations which
community
the
code?
common soldiers had to endure.
Come in, let me see your phone.
He ate plain
I
food
can't.
and slept
They're dead.
often
Well, you're gonna have to wait
in
till
his
tomorrow.
military cloak on the
Today.
ground, in the midst of the soldiers on guard, and in battle he was always foremost to press forward into the contest, and the last to leave the
Yeah, that's why we're gonna talk later, Ted. That's what we'll talk about later, guys.
Say that in
We'll
addition
talk
to
about
these
that.
qualities,
We'll
he
talk
was
about that
inhuman
later.
and merciless
For
with
for
his
for for him.
foes, and cunning and treacherous in every other mode of dealing with them. It is very probable that he was so. Such traits of character were
Yeah, you gotta talk to him for me, and then
they are now virtues
we'll see.
themselves, though vices in their enemies. However this may be,
You can
Hannibal
let me
was a
know
great and universal favorite
if you can do that for me. I
He
appreciate
went
it.
on for several
You
years
already know you're getting
with
5,
military
Ted.
knowledge and widening and
Ted's
extending
getting
his
5 for
influence.
helping me
When at
design the
length,
coin.
one day,
He's designed so many.
suddenly killed by a ferocious native of the country, whom he had by some means offended. As soon as
So
the
how
first
many
shock
you gonna
of this
get?
occurrence was over, the leaders of the army went in pursuit of Hannibal, whom they brought in triumph to the tent of
100?
Hasdrubal, and instated him at once in the supreme command, with one consent and in the midst of universal acclamation.
Ted don't gotta worry about it
As soon
because
as
Ted
news of
designed
this
it.
event reached Carthage, the government there confirmed the act of the army, and Hannibal thus found
But you are
himself
gonna give my mom some
suddenly but
money,
securely
Yeah.
invested with a very high military command.
I gotta see how much this is for.
Eager and restless desire to
Even
try
if
to
I
strengthen
give
the
it,
Romans
don't give it to her right away and
impulse
tell him,
by his finding
she'll
that the
get
power
she
was
can
now
get some
in
money
his
then.
hands. Still, the two countries were at peace.
It's what you get for
Were bound
giving
by
it to your
solemn
her
treaties
grandson.
to do so.
No,
The river Eborus was the boundary which separated the dominions of the two
it's the
nations from each
groceries.
other in
It
Spain.
was the gas
The
from
territory
the
east of
car.
that boundary being under
It's the
Roman
pills.
power, and that on
I
the
know.
west under that of the Carthaginians. Except that Saguntum, which was on the western side, was an ally of the Romans, and the Carthaginians were bound by the treaty to leave it independent and free. Hannibal could not, therefore, cross the Eborus or attack Saguntum without an open infraction of the treaty. He, however, immediately began to move towards Saguntum and to attack the nations in the immediate vicinity of it. If he wished to get into a war with the Romans, this was the proper way to promote it, for by advancing thus into the immediate vicinity of the capital of their allies, there was great probability that disputes would arise which would sooner or later end in war. The Romans say that Hannibal was cunning and treacherous, and he certainly did display, on some occasions, a great degree of adroitness in his stratagems. In one instance of these preliminary wars, he gained a victory over an immensely superior force in a very remarkable manner. He was returning from an inroad upon some of the northern provinces, laden and encumbered with spoil.
He don't like that.
When he learned that an immense
He doesn't
army,
like that at all.
consisting, it was said, of 100,000 men, were coming down upon his rear. There was a river at a short distance before him. Hannibal pressed on and crossed the river by a ford, the water being perhaps about 3 feet deep. He secreted a large body of cavalry near the bank of the stream, and pushed on with the main body of the army.
Hunter, Hunter, Hunter.
Distance from the river, so as to produce the impression upon his pursuers that he was pressing
Hunter,
forward to
Hunter,
make escape.
Hunter.
The enemy, thinking that they
Can't
had
make
no
it
time
jump
to
like a damn rabbit. He already jumps like a fucking jackrabbit.
various points along the bank, and as soon as they had reached the middle of the current and were waiting laboriously, half submerged, with their weapons held above their heads, so as to present as little resistance as possible to the water,
Let me see your vape.
Hannibal rushed in to meet and attack them.
Well, where's yours?
Right there.
Yours is fuller than mine.
And now you're gonna play that shit?
Yep.
They were themselves
That's
raised
Sure
up,
am.
and their
I
limbs
know
were
it's
free,
fuller.
while their enemies were half submerged, and being encumbered by their arms and by one another, were nearly helpless. They were immediately thrown into complete confusion.
Let's
were
get down
overwhelmed
on
and carried
number
down by the tide
5.
in great numbers.
I don't use mine until
Some of them
nighttime.
succeeded in landing below on Hannibal's side, but in the meantime, the main body of his army returned and was ready to receive them. And they were
Oh, the
trampled
vape
by
store is
the
open now.
elephants,
What
which were
vape store?
accustomed to
The
employing
vape
those days
store.
as a
The
military
vape
force.
store?
That's
As soon
what
as
it's
the river
called.
was cleared,
The
Hannibal
vape
marched his own
store.
army
Duh.
across it and attacked what
FDA.
remained of the enemy
Vape.
on their own side. He gained a complete victory, which was so great and decisive that he secured by it possession of the whole country west of the Eborus, except Saguntum, and Saguntum itself began to be seriously alarmed. The Saguntines sent ambassadors to Rome to ask the Romans to interpose and protect them from the dangers which threatened.
See, now the kid
These
done got me
ambassadors
on it.
made diligent efforts to reach Rome as soon as possible.
Usually it's Ted.
On some pretext or other, Hannibal contrived to raise a dispute between
You
the
wanna play with my necklace?
and then, taking sides with the tribe, he advanced to attack the city. The Saguntines
Dude, I was
prepared
doing
for
the
their
diamond
defense,
art while he was
hoping soon
sleeping
to
in my
receive
arms.
succors from Rome. They strengthened and fortified their walls, while Hannibal began to move forward great military engines for battering them down.
Ooh, I hope my
Hannibal
clothes
knew
don't
very
go
well
black and
that
blue.
by his hostilities against this city, he was commencing
That
a
hurt.
contest with Rome
For what?
itself, as Rome
The
must
freaking light fell on my
necessarily take
foot,
part
on
with
my
their allies.
toes.
Oh, I won't be back.
There is no doubt that his design was to bring on a general.
I gotta find out what this is, man. I know it's A and what else,
began with
man.
Saguntum for two reasons. First,
8?
it would not be safe for him to cross
Man,
the Eborus
gotta go with
and
these
advance
fucking
into the
damn
Roman
things, man.
territory, leaving so wealthy and powerful a city in his rear.
You're the one that wanted to do that one.
It was easier for him to find pretext for getting indirectly into a quarrel with Saguntum and throwing the odium of the declaration of war on Rome than to persuade the Carthaginian state to renounce the peace and themselves commence hostilities. There was, as has been already stated, a very strong party at Carthage opposed to Hannibal, who would of course resist any measures tending to a war with Rome, for they would consider such a war as opening a vast field for gratifying Hannibal's ambition. The only way, therefore, was to provoke a war by aggressions on the Roman allies, to be justified by the best pretext he could find. Saguntum was a very wealthy and powerful city. It was situated about a mile from the sea. The attack upon the place, and the defense of it by the inhabitants, went on for some time with great vigor. In these operations, Hannibal exposed himself to great danger. He approached at one time so near the wall, in superintending the arrangements of his soldiers and the planting of the pins, that a heavy javelin, thrown from the parapet, struck him on the thigh. It pierced the flesh and inflicted so severe a wound that he fell immediately.
Oh, this is number 8. Okay.
It was several days before he was freed from the danger incurred by the loss
Got
of
you
blood
know
and
what
fever
that
which
is.
follows such a wound. During all this time, his army was in a great state of excitement and anxiety, and suspended their active operations. As soon, however, as Hannibal was found to be decidedly convalescent, they resumed them again, and urged them onward with greater energy than before. The weapons of warfare in those ancient days were entirely different from those which are now employed, and there was one described by an ancient historian as used by the Saguntines at this siege, which might almost come under the modern denomination of firearms. It was called the philarica. It was a sort of javelin consisting of a shaft of wood with a long point of iron. This point was said to be 3 feet long. This javelin was to be thrown at the enemy either from the hand of the soldier or by an engine. The leading peculiarity of it was, however, that near to the pointed end there were wound around the wooden shaft long bands of tow, which were saturated with pitch and other combustibles, and this inflammable band was set on fire just before the javelin was thrown. As the missile flew on its way, the wind fanned the flames and made them burn so fiercely that when the javelin struck the shield of the soldier opposing it, it could not be pulled out, and the shield itself had to be thrown down and abandoned. While the inhabitants of Saguntum were vainly endeavoring to defend themselves against their terrible enemy by these and similar means, their ambassadors, not knowing that their city had been attacked, had reached Rome and had laid before the Roman Senate their fears that the city would be attacked unless they adopted vigorous and immediate measures to prevent it. The Romans resolved to send ambassadors to Hannibal to demand of him what his intentions were and to warn him against any acts of hostility against Saguntum. When these Roman ambassadors arrived on the coast near to Saguntum, they found that hostilities had commenced and the city was hotly besieged. They were at a loss to know what to do. It is better for a rebel not to hear an order which he is determined beforehand not to obey. Hannibal, with an adroitness which the Carthaginians called sagacity and the Romans treachery and cunning, determined not to see these messengers. He sent word to them at the shore that they must not attempt to come to his camp, for the country was in such a disturbed condition that it would not be safe for them to land. And besides, he could not receive or attend to them, for he was too much pressed with the urgency of his military works to have any time to spare for debates and negotiations. Hannibal knew that the ambassadors, being thus repulsed, and having found too that the war had broken out, and that Saguntum was actually beset and besieged by Hannibal's armies, would proceed immediately to Carthage to demand satisfaction there. He knew also that Hanno and his party would very probably espouse the cause for the Romans and endeavor to arrest his designs. He accordingly sent his own ambassadors to Carthage to exert an influence in his favor in the Carthaginian Senate, and endeavor to urge them to reject the claims of the Romans and allow the war between Rome and Carthage to break out again. The Roman ambassadors appeared at Carthage and were admitted to an audience before the Senate. They stated their case, representing that Hannibal had made war upon Saguntum in violation of the treaty, and had refused even to receive the communication which had been sent him by the Roman Senate through them. They demanded that the Carthaginian government should disavow his acts and deliver him up to them in order that he might receive the punishment which his violation of the treaty and his aggressions upon an ally of the Romans so justly deserved. The party of Hannibal in the Carthaginian Senate was, of course, earnest to have these proposals rejected with scorn. The other side, with Hanno at their head, maintained that they were reasonable demands. Hanno, in a very energetic and powerful speech, told the Senate that he had warned them not to send Hannibal into Spain. He had foreseen that such a hot and turbulent spirit as his would involve them in inextricable difficulties with the Roman power. Hannibal had, he said, plainly violated the treaty. He had invested and besieged Saguntum, which they were solemnly bound not to molest, and they had nothing to expect in return, because the Roman legions would soon be investing and besieging their own city. In the meantime, the Romans, he added, had been moderate and forbearing. They had brought nothing to the charge of the Carthaginians. They accused nobody but Hannibal, who, thus far, alone was guilty. The Carthaginians, by disavowing his acts, could save themselves from the responsibility of them. He urged, therefore, that an embassage of apology should be sent to Rome, that Hannibal should be deposed and delivered up to the Romans, and that ample restitution should be made to the Saguntines for the injuries they had received. On the other hand, the friends of Hannibal urged in the Carthaginian Senate their defense of the general. They reviewed the history of the transactions in which the war had originated and showed, or attempted to show, that the Saguntines themselves commenced hostilities, and that consequently they, and not Hannibal, were responsible for all that followed. That under those circumstances the Romans ought not to take their part, and if they did so, it proved that they preferred the friendship of Saguntum.
Shout out to the 4 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Ernie should be coming on any minute. Let me know when Ernie comes on, guys. Please. Could somebody let me know? Fucking gotta have that money on the card today so I can send Ernie his money. For the challenge.
What is that?
$5, and then I gotta get a $50 ticket and 2 $4 $5 tickets.
He conquered in both. The Senate decided to send
It's gotta be done today. Hopefully it's in there today, man. If not, I'm just gonna have to fucking wait for the next one.
The inhabitants refused all terms of compromise and resisted to the last, so that when the victorious soldiery broke over the prostrate walls and poured into the city,
Look it, don't you wink your eyes at me.
and they killed and destroyed all that came in their way. The disappointed ambassadors returned to Rome with the news that Saguntum had been taken and destroyed by Hannibal, and that the Carthaginians, far from offering any satisfaction,
Oh, don't you start it.
assumed the
You little whiny
responsibility
puss,
themselves
motherfucker.
preparing for war.
Give me whiny puss.
Thus, Hannibal
Come here, whiny
accomplished
puss.
the purpose of opening the way for
Come here,
waging
whiny,
war
whiny.
against the Roman power.
Whiny
He
boy.
prepared to enter into the contest with the
Come on,
utmost
get up there,
energy
then.
and zeal.
Whiny
The
boy.
conflict that ensued
Get up there,
lasted
whiny boy.
17 years and
Get
is
up there,
known in
whiny boy.
history as the Second Punic War. It was one of the most dreadful struggles between rival and hostile nations.
That's why I gave you the other one for.
Exhibits to view.
I know.
The events that
Because
occurred
wanna make
will
me
be
go to
described
sleep.
in the subsequent chapters.
And this is the what? This the
End
Tiva
of
one?
chapter 2.
Can't remember.
Recording by
We had all three of them.
Yeah, I know. But this is
I think so, yeah. Okay. Chapter 3.
Chapter 3 of Hannibal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sławek Księżycki. Hannibal by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 3.
have fun. You want them.
Opening of the Second Punic War.
You got them.
When the Diet One turns in any nation in favor of war, it
Come on.
generally rushes on
Come on.
with great impetuosity and force, and
Fucking
bears
further
all
down my
before
back.
it.
I can't reach it.
It was so in
Come here.
Carthage in this instance.
Oh,
The party of
Of
Hanno
course not.
were thrown entirely into the minority,
Hunter,
of
Hunter,
silence,
Hunter.
and the friends and partisans of Hannibal carried not only the government, but the whole community with them, and everybody
gotcha.
was eager for war.
I got
This
you,
was
little
owing
buddy.
in part
I got
to
you,
the
little
natural
buddy.
contagiousness of the martial spirit,
Little
which,
buddy.
when felt by one,
Little
catches
buddy.
easily by sympathy in the heart of another. It is a fire which, when once it begins to burn, spreads in every direction
What you doing,
and
little buddy?
consumes all
Guess
that
what I found
comes
on the
in its
blanket.
way.
That's what she just went.
Besides, when
That's
No,
what
I
he
said,
did.
guess what I found on the
Second,
blanket?
Okay, that's fine.
he found immense
That's
treasures
like you.
there.
It won't bite
Not
me.
mine.
Employed
Not
to
me.
increase his own
It will.
private
You got
fortune,
something in your
but
blood
to
that they love,
strengthen
but
and confirm
I
his
don't know what it
civil
is, but
and
you
military
need to
power.
find out what it is and get it
I
out there.
can't.
Athens did everything
I don't know what it
they
is.
could to prevent these treasures from
My
falling
blood.
into
Yeah,
his
it's your
hands.
Oh,
blood.
you're looking at me.
They fought desperately to the last.
He's like, when are you going to help me?
All terms of surrender, and they became so insanely desperate in the end that, according to the narrative of Livy, when they found that the walls and towers of the city were falling in, and that all hope of further defense was gone, they built an enormous fire in the public streets
What?
and heaped upon
Where you
it
going?
all the treasures which
Oh,
they had time to collect, that fire could destroy, and then that many of the principal inhabitants leaped into the flames themselves, in order that their hated conquerors might lose their
I'm sleepy,
prisoners
sleep.
as well as their spoils. Notwithstanding this, however, Hannibal obtained a vast amount of gold and silver, both in the
You
form
turn
of
the air
money
on.
and of plate, and
Should
also
turn it on
much
before you lay
valuable
down.
merchandise, which
Tough luck.
the second
No, tough luck your
merchants
ass. Now you got to
had
deal with it.
Look.
in their
You got to
palaces
deal with it
and
now.
Oh, heck no, I don't have to.
he
Yes, you
used
do.
all
No,
this
I don't.
property
It's
Then
to
get up and put it
strengthen
on.
his own political
I'm not
and
getting
military
up.
position.
No, it ain't getting put
No,
on.
sir.
Soldiers
It ain't getting put
all
on.
the
I'm doing
early
this.
years. Due to
I'm
that,
just kidding. I'll get up and do it. Hold on.
he divided
I'm
among
just kidding
them
with you.
a large additional amount as their share of the spoil. He sent rich trophies home to Carthage, and presents consisting of sums of money
I'm
and
just
jewelry
kidding.
and gems to his friends here. And
How many
to
people are
those
in here right now?
he wished
3 people?
to make his
Ah, it's
friends.
okay.
The result
Let
of
me
this
check and see if I
magnificence
came out
and
of
of the renown which his victories in Spain had procured,
I got to 1,100 subscribers too tonight, guys.
the highest
It's been a pretty good evening for me.
The Carthaginians chose him one
Yeah,
of
for
the
you.
Sophites. The Sophites were the
For
supreme
us,
executive
I meant
officers
us.
of the Carthaginian Commonwealth. The government was, as has been remarked before, a sort of aristocratic republic, and republics are always very cautious about entrusting power, even executive power, to any one man. As Rome had two consuls reigning jointly, and France, after her first revolution, a directory of 5, so the Carthaginians chose annually 2 Safetes, as they were called in Carthage, though the Roman writers called them indiscriminately Safetes, consuls, and kings, so that, in conjunction with his colleague, he held the supreme civil authority in Carthage, besides being invested with the command of the vast and victorious army in Spain. When news of these events, the siege and destruction of Saguntum, the rejection of the demands of the Roman ambassadors, and the vigorous preparations making by the Carthaginians for war, reached Rome, the whole city was thrown into consternation. The Senate and the people held tumultuous and disorderly assemblies, in which the events which had occurred, the course of proceeding which it was incumbent on the Romans to take, were discussed with much excitement and clamor. The Romans were, in fact, afraid of the Carthaginians. The campaigns of Hannibal in Spain had impressed the people with a strong sense of remorseless and terrible energy of his character. They at once concluded that his plans would be formed for marching into Italy, and they even anticipated the danger of his bringing the war up to the very gates of the city, so as to threaten them with the destruction which he had brought upon Saguntum. The event showed how justly they appreciated his character. Since the conclusion of the First Punic War, there had been peace between the Romans and the Carthaginians for about a quarter of a century. During all this time, both nations had been advancing in wealth and power, but the Carthaginians had made much more rapid progress than the Romans. The Romans had indeed been very successful at the outset in the former war, but in the end the Carthaginians had proved themselves their equal. They seemed therefore to dread now a fresh encounter with these powerful foes, led on as they were now to be by such a commander as Hannibal. They determined therefore to send a second embassy to Carthage, with a view of making one more effort to preserve peace before actually commencing hostilities. They accordingly selected 5 men from among the most influential citizens of the state, men of venerable age and of great public consideration, and commissioned them to proceed to Carthage, and ask once more whether it was the deliberate and final decision of the Carthaginian Senate to avow and sustain the action of Hannibal. This solemn embassage set sail. They arrived at Carthage. They appeared before the Senate. They argued their cause, but it was of course to deaf and unwilling ears. The Carthaginian orators replied to them, each side attempting to throw the blame of the violation of the treaty on the other. It was a solemn hour for the peace of the world, the lives of hundreds of thousands of men, and the continued happiness or the desolation and ruin of vast regions of country dependent on the issue of the debate. Unhappily, the bridge was only widened by the discussion. Very well, said the Roman commissioners at last. We offer you peace or war. Which do you choose? Whichever you please, replied the Carthaginians. Decide for yourselves. War then, said the Romans, since it must be so. The conference was broken up, and the ambassadors returned to Rome. They returned, however, by the way of Spain. Their object in doing this was to negotiate with the various kingdoms and tribes in Spain and in France, through which Hannibal would have to march in invading Italy, and endeavor to induce them to take sides with the Romans. They were too late, however, for Hannibal had contrived to extend
Shout out to the 5 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
that region too strongly
Honey should be live any minute now.
On one pretext or another,
You guys be looking out to see when he goes live for me, please. I appreciate it.
there was one powerful tribe, for example, called the Volscians.
So we can jump over there and support him while he goes to work, man. Leave him running if you guys can, man. If you guys fall asleep, just leave him running if you could.
Allied themselves with the Romans. The Volscians rejected the proposition with a sort of scorn. We see, said they, from the fate of Saguntum, what is to be expected to result from an alliance with the Romans. After leaving that city defenseless and alone in its struggle against such terrible danger, it is in vain to ask other nations to trust to your protection. If you wish for new allies, it will be best for you to go where the story of Saguntum is not known. This answer of the Volscians was applauded by the other nations of Spain, as far as it was known, and the Roman ambassadors, despairing of success in that country, went on into Gaul, which is the name by which the country now called France is known in ancient history. On reaching a certain place, which was a certain point of influence and power, Gaul, the Roman commissioners convened a great martial council there. The spectacle presented by this assembly was very imposing, for the warlike councillors came to the meeting armed completely and in the most formidable manner, as if they were coming to a meeting instead of a consultation and debate. The venerable ambassadors laid their subject before them. They descended largely on the power and greatness of the Romans, and on the certainty that they should conquer in the approaching contest. And they invited the Gauls to espouse their cause and to rise in arms and intercept Hannibal's passage through their country if he should attempt to effect one. The assembly could hardly be induced to hear the ambassadors through, and as soon as they had finished their address, the whole council broke forth into cries of dissent and displeasure, and even into shouts of derision. Order was at length restored, and the officers whose duty it was to express the sentiments of the assembly gave for their reply that the Gauls had never received anything but violence and injuries from Rome, or anything but kindness and goodwill from Carthage, and that they had no idea of being guilty of the folly of bringing the impending storm of Hannibal's hostility upon their own heads, merely for the sake of averting it from their ancient and implacable foes. Thus the ambassadors were everywhere repulsed. They found no friendly disposition toward the Roman power, till they had crossed the Rhone. Hannibal began now to form his plans in a very deliberate and cautious manner for a march into Italy. He knew very well that this was an expedition of such magnitude and duration as to require beforehand the most careful and well-considered arrangements, both for the forces which were to go and for the states and communities which were to remain. The winter was coming on. His first measure was to dismiss a large portion of his forces that they might visit their homes. He told them that he was intending some great designs for the ensuing spring, which might take them to a great distance and keep them for a long time absent from Spain, and he would accordingly give them the intervening time to visit their families and their homes, and to arrange their affairs. This act of kind consideration and confidence renewed the attachment of the soldiers to their commander, and they returned to his camp in the spring not only with strength and vigor, but with redoubled attachment to the service in which they were engaged. Hannibal, after sending home his soldiers, retired himself to New Carthage, which, as will be seen by the map, is further west than Saguntum, where he went into winter quarters and devoted himself to the maturing of his designs. Besides the necessary preparations for his own march, he had to provide for the government of the countries that he should leave. He devised various and ingenious plans to prevent the danger of insurrections and rebellions while he was gone. One was to organize an army
Excuse me, guys.
out of soldiers drawn from Africa, while the troops which were to be employed to garrison Carthage and to sustain the government there were taken from Spain. By thus changing the troops of the two countries, each country was controlled by foreign soldiery who were more likely to be faithful in their obedience to their commanders and less danger of sympathizing with the populations which they were respectively employed to control than if each had been retained in its own native land. Hannibal knew very well that the various states and provinces of Spain which had refused to ally themselves with the Romans and abandon him had been led to do this through the influence of his presence or the fear of his power, and that if, after he had penetrated into Italy, he should meet with reverses, so as to diminish very much their hope of deriving benefit from his favor or their fear of his power, there would be great danger of defections and revolts. As an additional security against this, he adopted the following ingenious plan. He enlisted a body of troops from among all the nations of Spain that were in alliance with him, selecting the young men who were enlisted as much as possible from families of consideration and influence, and this body of troops, when organized and officered, he sent into Carthage, giving the nations and tribes from which they were drawn to understand that he considered them not only as soldiers serving in his armies, but as hostages which he should hold as security for the fidelity and obedience of the countries from which they had come. The number of these soldiers was 4,000. Hannibal had a brother whose name, as it happened, was the same as that of his brother-in-law, Hasdrubal. It was to him that he committed the government of Spain during his absence. The soldiers provided for him were, as has been already stated, mainly drawn from Africa. In addition to the foot soldiers, he provided him with a small body of horse. He left with him also 14 elephants, and as he thought it not improbable that the Romans might, in some contingency, during his absence, make a descent upon the Spanish coast from the sea, he built and equipped for him a small fleet of about 60 vessels, 50 of which were of the first class. In modern times, the magnitude and efficiency of a ship is estimated by the number of guns she will carry. Then it was the number of banks of oars. 50 of Hasdrubal's ships were kinkarems, were called. That is,
Shout out to the 4 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys, whoever you are.
the Romans, on the other hand, did not neglect their own preparations. Though reluctant to enter upon the war, they still prepared to engage in it with their characteristic energy and ardor when they found that it could not be averted. They resolved on raising 2 powerful armies, one for each of the consuls. The plan was, with one of these to advance to meet Hannibal, and with the other to proceed to Sicily, and from Sicily to the African coast with the view of threatening the Carthaginian capital. This plan, if successful, would compel the Carthaginians to recall a part or the whole of Hannibal's army from the intended invasion of Italy to defend their own African homes. The force raised by the Romans amounted to about 70,000 men. About a third of these were Roman soldiers, and the remainder were drawn from various nations dwelling in Italy and in the islands of the Mediterranean Sea, which were in alliance with the Romans. Of these troops, 6,000 were cavalry. Of course, as the Romans intended to cross into Africa, they needed a fleet. they built and equipped one, which consisted of 220 ships of the largest class, that is, King Caribs, besides a number of smaller and lighter vessels for services acquiring speed. There were vessels in use in those times larger than the King Caribs. Mention is occasionally made of those which had 6 and even 7 banks of oars, but these were only employed as the flagships of commanders and for other purposes of ceremony and parade, as they were too unwieldy for efficient service in action. Lots were then drawn in a very solemn manner, according to the Roman custom of such occasions, to decide on the assignment of these two armies to the respective consuls. The one destined to meet Hannibal on his way from Spain fell to a consul named Cornelius Scipio. The name of the other was Sempronius. It devolved on him consequently to take charge of the expedition destined to Sicily and Africa. When all the arrangements were thus made, the question was finally put in a very solemn and formal manner to the Roman people for their final vote and decision. Do the Roman people decide?
I'm back. I was doing something, right? I was trying to figure something out.
Against the Carthaginians,
Doing some
the
math
decision
to make it
was
math.
affirmative. The war was then proclaimed with the imposing ceremonies.
I'm back, though.
Religious celebrations followed to propitiate the favor of the gods and to inspire the soldiers with that kind of courage and confidence which the superstitious, however wicked, feel when they can imagine themselves under the protection of heaven. These shows and spectacles being over, all things were ready. In the meantime, Hannibal was moving on as the spring advanced toward the banks of Iberus, that frontier stream, the crossing of which made him an invader of what was in some sense Roman territory. He boldly passed the stream and moved forward along the coast of the Mediterranean, gradually approaching the Pyrenees, which formed the boundary between France and Spain. His soldiers hitherto did not know what his plans were. It is very little the custom now for military and naval commanders to communicate to their men much information about their designs, and it was still less the custom then. And besides, in those days, the common soldiers had no access to those means of information by which news of every sort is now so universally diffused. Thus, though all the officers of the army and well-informed citizens, both in Rome and in Carthage,
Oops, sorry, God dang.
understood Hannibal's
Sorry, guys.
designs, his own soldiers, ignorant and degraded, knew nothing except that they were to go on some distant and dangerous service. They very likely had no idea whatever of Italy or of Rome or of the magnitude of the possessions or of the power held by the vast empire which they were going to invade. When, however, after traveling day after day, they came to the foot of the Pyrenees and found that they were really going to pass that mighty chain of mountains, and for this purpose were actually entering its wild and gloomy defiles, the courage of some of them failed, and they began to murmur. The discontent and alarm were in fact so great that one corps, consisting of about 3,000 men, left the camp in a body and moved back toward their homes. On inquiry, Hannibal found that there were 10,000 more who were in a similar state of feeling. His whole force consisted of over 100,000. And now, what does the reader imagine that Hannibal would do in such an emergency? Would he return in pursuit of these deserters to recapture and destroy them as a terror to the rest? Or would he let them go and attempt by words of conciliation and encouragement to confirm and save those that yet remain.
Somebody Ernie just went live, guys. Could somebody drop his link for me? God, I want to thank you all for being here with me tonight, man. Ernie just went live. So if somebody could drop his link, I'd appreciate it and say D-Man Raid, I'll appreciate it. Just say D-Man Raid when you guys go over there, please. I'll be right over there in a minute.